I want to tell you about the last summer I was really alone. And I mean the kind of alone that isn't sad, isn't chosen out of grief exactly. Just the kind that opens up in front of you when everything else has finished falling away. And you step into it because there is nothing left to step away from. By the time I applied for the posting, I had already given up the apartment. The job had ended 6 months before that, a slow organizational restructuring that took a whole fiscal year to finish, but felt, from inside it, like the tide going out and not coming back. The relationship, Marcus and I, had dissolved the way those things sometimes do when neither person is cruel, and there is nothing wrong exactly. Just a gradual awareness that you have been performing couplehood for longer than you have actually been practicing it. And one day you both notice at the same time, and there is a quiet conversation, and then the boxes. There were not many boxes. I had been editing my life down for a while without quite meaning to. I am telling you this not because the losses matter to the story, the way losses usually matter to stories, not as wound, not as motivation, but because I want you to understand the specific quality of the space I was standing in when I found the posting. U.S. Forest Service, seasonal remote lookout station, Pacific Northwest District, May through September. Fire watch. No experience required. Provided. A tower, a cot, a radio, a view. Required. The ability to be alone for 4 months without becoming a problem. I read it 3 times, and then applied within the hour, and did not tell anyone for 2 weeks, which tells you most of what you need to know about where I was. The drive out took 9 hours, and the last 3 were the ones that mattered. The highway was unremarkable, the kind of wide gray corridor that seems designed to make you forget you are moving through a place, to make the landscape purely peripheral, a thing happening at the edge of your vision while you concentrate on the lane markings. I stopped for gas outside of a small town whose name I have since forgotten and ate a sandwich in the parking lot because I couldn't find the energy to go inside and perform the small theater of being a customer. The sky was very blue. There was a dog watching me from the bed of a pickup 2 spots over, with the dignified disinterest of a dog who has seen plenty of people eating sandwiches in parking lots and does not find it notable. Then I turned off the highway. The forest road began as a genuine road, paved, with the white line still mostly present, and I followed it for maybe 40 minutes as it wound up through the lower elevation pines, lodgepole mostly, close set and young, with the bark still smooth and orange in the afternoon light. And then the pavement ended without ceremony at a yellow post in the ground, and the road became a gravel track, and I dropped into first and kept going. The gravel track became, somewhere around the 3rd mile, a set of ruts. You know how there is a moment when you are going somewhere for the first time, and you are not entirely sure you have the right road, and you keep going partly because turning back feels worse than being wrong. That was roughly where I was. The ruts were dry and packed and clearly used, at least occasionally, and the truck was earning whatever I had paid for it, so I kept on. The trees were taller now, old-growth Douglas fir with the lower branches gone, and the trunks going up and up in straight dark columns before they reached the canopy. And the light was coming through at a low angle now, late afternoon, cutting between the trunks in long bars of gold that swept across the hood of the truck as I moved through them. And then the trees closed over the road entirely, and the light changed. It is difficult to describe what that change feels like when you have not been in a forest like this before. It is not darkness. The canopy was not dense enough for that, and it was only late afternoon. But it is a shift in the quality of the air, the light, the sound. The road sounds disappeared because there was nothing to echo them. The air, which had been warm and carrying the distant smell of exhaust and dry grass, became something else. Pine duff warming in the afternoon sun, a smell that is simultaneously sharp and sweet and ancient, the smell of dead needles and living resin, and the specific dry heat of a forest floor that has not seen rain in 3 weeks. I had not smelled that smell since I was a child, and it arrived through the car vents without introduction, and I had to sit with it for a moment, with what it was doing to me. I am a person who notices things, slowly and precisely, not all at once. Other people, I think, experience things in flashes, impression, response, impression, response. But I tend to sit in the impression for a long time before the response arrives, which has made me, across my life, someone who seems quieter than she is. Someone who is, at parties, the person standing near the bookshelf noticing how the spines are organized rather than the person making the conversation. I am not unfriendly. I am just interested in a different set of things. And the things I am interested in usually require being still for a while first. The ruts ended at a small clearing about the size of a two-car garage, with a turnout scraped into the hillside and a post with a placard I couldn't read in the fading light. I stopped the truck and turned off the engine and sat for a moment in the sudden silence, which was not silence at all, but was the forest's own sound. Wind in the high branches, one bird I couldn't identify calling somewhere to the east, the tick of the engine cooling. The trail to the tower was marked with a strip of orange flagging tied to a branch. I locked the truck, put the pack on 64 pounds. I had weighed it twice and started up. The trail climbed steeply for the first quarter mile, then leveled into a long traverse across the south face of the ridge, and I found my rhythm in it. The pack was heavy but evenly loaded, and the light was still good, and I had done enough hiking to know the trick of it, which is to stop thinking about the destination and let the body do what bodies are designed to do. The forest thinned as I climbed. The Douglas firs gave way to subalpine fir, shorter and denser, and then to a scrubby mix of pine and mountain hemlock as I came around the east shoulder of the ridge. And then suddenly, without much warning, the trees ended and the ridge opened up and I could see. I had not been prepared for the size of it. The ridge ran roughly north to south for as far as I could see, and on either side of it the land fell away into deep valley, and the valleys were full of the specific blue shadow of late afternoon in the mountains, a blue that is darker than sky blue and cooler and has depth to it, the blue of distance. To the north, maybe 6 or 7 miles, a peak rose slightly above the general ridgeline, a clear triangle of gray rock with a small structure at the summit, just visible, which I understood must be Harlan Peak. To the south, a lower, rounder shoulder, gentler in profile, which would be South Drumlin. And the ridge between them was the forest, and the forest was enormous, and the sky above it was enormous, and I was very small standing on the edge of it with my heavy pack, and I said the names out loud. Harlan Peak, South Drumlin. I said them to the empty ridge, not as a performance, but because I needed to hear something human, and I was the only human available. And already, in the first 5 minutes of being truly out here, I was that alone. I found the tower another 20 minutes up the trail, and I stopped when I saw it. I don't know what I had pictured. Something more substantial, maybe. Something that looked more like a building. But fire lookout towers are not buildings. They are arguments against gravity, steel legs planted in rock and rising to a small cab of glass, and wood that sits at the top like the pilot's compartment of something that has not yet taken off. This one was maybe 60 feet off the ground, with a gallery, a catwalk, running around all 4 sides, and the cab was maybe 12 feet square, all glass on the upper half, and the afternoon light was hitting it from the west and turning it gold. I stood at the base for a moment, looking up, and the thing I felt was not apprehension exactly. It was the feeling you get when you are about to do something that you have been making up for a long time, and the actual thing turns out to be exactly as real as you feared. The stairs were steel and rang under my boots. I learned this about myself almost immediately. The sound of the stairs ringing under my weight became, within the first week, one of my favorite sounds in the world. There is something clean about a metal staircase. It is honest about what it is doing, what it is holding. Halfway up, breathing harder than I wanted to be, I stopped and turned around. From halfway up the stairs, I could see the ridge laid out below me, south to north, Harlan to South Drumlin, the whole long system of it. And I said the names again, quieter this time, to myself, and this time they felt less like a tether and more like a list of things I was beginning to know. The previous lookout had left in a hurry, or at least not very tidily. I spent the better part of an hour going through the cab before I could bring myself to think of it as mine, which is a ritual I apparently need to perform in any new space. Inventory, orientation, the slow mapping of what is where and what was left, and what that tells me about the person who left it. The cab was small enough that this didn't take long in terms of square footage, 12 by 12. The Osborne fire finder bolted to a table at the center, a narrow cot folded against the east wall, a camp stove, and a small propane setup in the north corner, cabinets built into the south wall under the windows. But it took a long time in terms of attention. Cabinet 1, aluminum cups, 2 of them, a bent fork, a spoon with a handle soldered back on in a repair that had clearly taken some patience. A bottle of dish soap mostly empty. A small framed photograph, face down, which I turned over. 2 dogs and a pair of boots in the grass, no person visible, and I thought about that for a while. Cabinet 2, a tin of cocoa powder, generic store brand with the sell-by date from 4 years ago. I opened it and smelled it, still chocolatey, faintly, under something dustier, and put it back. Half a bag of instant oatmeal. A camping salt shaker, the kind with a red cap. 3 granola bars that I threw away immediately because they had the look of things that had given up. Cabinet 3, Field Guide to Raptors, Pacific Northwest Edition. I opened it and someone had penciled small check marks next to some of the plates. Red-tailed hawk, check. Cooper's hawk, check. Osprey, check, with a small exclamation point that I found deeply charming. An osprey is worth an exclamation point. I kept the field guide. And then on the wall above the cot, a nail with a calendar on it. One of those landscape calendars, the Pacific Northwest edition, big photographs of mountains and rivers, and it was stopped on August 3 years ago. Someone had crossed out days through the 12th of August, and then nothing. There was no note, no explanation for why the crossing out stopped. The photo for August was a river somewhere, very green, very still. I left the calendar where it was. I understood, going through these things, that I was doing more than taking inventory. I was triangulating someone. The careful spoon repair, the osprey exclamation point, the field guide kept but the bad granola bars not thrown away. These are the details of a person who has some standards and some sentimentality and imperfect follow-through, which is most people, which was me. I didn't find it lonely. I found it companionable in the way that evidence of a person can be when the person is gone. I made up the cot with the sleeping bag I'd brought and put my things away in the drawers the previous lookout had emptied, and by the time I was done, the cab felt different. Not quite mine yet, but in negotiation. The Osborne fire finder was the last thing I examined that first evening. I had read about it before coming. The job description had mentioned it, and I had done what I always do, which is to over-research. But the reading had not prepared me for the actual object. It is a large circular table, or table-like structure, with a topographic map of the surrounding terrain printed on a flat disc and protected under glass. And mounted above the map a rotating sighting device called an alidade with which you can take a bearing on a column of smoke, and then radio that bearing to other towers until the lines converge on the map and give you a precise location. It is not complicated technology. It is not new technology. It is, in fact, completely analog, completely manual, completely dependent on human eyes and human judgment and human voices talking to each other on the radio. I put my hand on the alidade and turned it slowly, watching the bearing numbers change, and thought, this is what I am here to do. This, specifically. Watch and report. The handheld radio came to life at 1930, right on schedule. Sentinel, this is District Ranger Ochoa. You on frequency. Her voice was clear and professional, slightly lower in register than I had expected. I pressed the transmit button and said I was on frequency, and she walked me through the protocol with the patience of someone who had done this many times, which she almost certainly had. Morning check-in at 6:30, dusk at 2000. Call sign Sentinel, always lead with the call sign. Report any visible smoke immediately with bearing and estimated distance. Report any weather events, lightning, high wind, sudden visibility changes. Answer when called, even if there is nothing to report, because a radio that doesn't answer is a problem until proven otherwise. The log binder on the east wall, which I had already found and looked through. Every check-in, every weather note, every smoke report, dated and timed. I said I understood all of this, and I did. "I'll introduce you to the other lookouts on the net," she said. "We've got 3 active towers on your ridge this season. Harlan Peak is running Myra. She's been on since early May. South Drumlin is Dell. He started last week. And Cassidy Point should be on already. You'll be the last voice they hear today." A brief pause. "All good people. You'll find your rhythm with them." She switched the net to multi-station, and I heard it. Static, then a voice. "Harlan Peak, this is Harlan. Copy on the new voice at Sentinel." Young, or youngish, mid-20s maybe, and there was a warmth in it, a slight eagerness that I recognized as the eagerness of someone who has been talking to not very many people for a few weeks and is genuinely pleased about the addition. "Welcome to the Ridge. You're going to love the evening light from up there." "Thank you," I said into the radio, and felt slightly awkward, which I usually do in new social configurations, and then felt slightly less awkward because the awkwardness didn't seem to land on the other end. A few seconds, and then, "South Drumlin, Drumlin, good copy." That voice was older, settled, with the flat affect of military brevity, a voice that said what needed saying and nothing more and moved on. Not unfriendly, just efficient. Someone who had done enough of these introductions to have arrived at a standard-issue version of them. Then a pause that was slightly longer than the others, and the third voice came in. "Cassidy Point, CASSIDY, good copy. Welcome, Sentinel." I held onto that voice for a moment the way you hold onto a smell that you can't quite identify, familiar and not, present and slightly displaced. It was calm, unhurried. The kind of voice that does not have anything to prove with its pace, that simply moves at the speed it moves. Older, I thought, or at least not young. A voice with tenure in it, a voice that had been saying things like this for long enough that the words had worn smooth. I thought that voice fits this place, and filed it the way I file things and moved on. Ranger Ochoa came back on and confirmed the net was set, confirmed the dusk check-in in approximately 30 minutes, told me to call if I needed anything before morning, and clicked off. I went out on the catwalk. The sun was getting low, and the light had gone from gold to a deep amber that pooled in the valley and stained the undersides of the few clouds to the west. The ridge ran away from me to the north and south, and Harlan Peak caught the light on its western face in a way that made the small tower there visible for the first time. Just a glint, a spark, something glass reflecting something gold. I leaned on the railing and watched the valley fill with shadow, and tried to be in the fact of it instead of thinking about the fact of it, which is a thing I am always trying to do and not always succeeding at. The 2000 check-in. I was ready. I pressed transmit and said, "Sentinel, Sentinel, all clear, no smoke, visibility approximately 30 miles, winds light and variable from the southwest. Sky clear, no weather, Sentinel out." And the net came back. "Harlan, Harlan, all clear, no smoke, winds light and variable, visibility 30 plus. Good evening, Sentinel." That last part was personal, unscripted, offered warmly and received warmly. A beat and then, "Drumlin, Drumlin, all clear, no smoke, winds calm, no weather, out." Professional, complete, nothing extra. And then, after the slightly longer pause that I would come to recognize as its rhythm, its particular timing, "Cassidy, CASSIDY, all clear, no smoke, winds calm, no weather, out." Ranger Ochoa came on last, confirmed the net, thanked the towers, and closed for the evening. The radio went to static. I stood on the catwalk with the handset at my side, and the static behind me through the open door, and the valley below me going dark in the slow, beautiful way that only wide-open places go dark. The shadows pooling in the low places first, and then rising, and the sky above still pale and luminous, and scattered with the first few stars that are not quite stars, yet but the memory of where stars will be. I had said my first sentinel into the evening air, and it had come back to me from 3 directions, and none of them had been wrong or strange or anything other than what they were. Other voices on the same ridge, doing the same job, watching the same mountains. I thought, standing there in the cooling air with the static low behind me, this might be exactly right. This might be the right place to be, for this specific summer, for the specific purpose of finding out what remains when you have removed everything that was performance. What is actually there? I had never, before that moment, been fully certain there was anything there. The wind picked up slightly as the last light went, and it crossed the catwalk railing at a low and continuous pitch. Not a whistle, nothing as dramatic as that, just a long breath of air finding its way through metal. A note that was part of the ridge now, part of the tower, as present and ordinary as the smell of pine or the weight of the pack I had set on the floor inside. I stood in it for another few minutes, long enough for the first 3 or 4 stars to fully commit, long enough for my eyes to adjust to the new dark, and for the valley below to reveal itself not as absence, but as presence. The forest massive and breathing and complete in itself, all the way down to the valley floor, and all the way up both walls of the ridge and extending north and south farther than I could hold in my mind. I said, well then, just that, to no one to the ridge. She goes inside as the stars come out, pulls the blanket up on the narrow cot, and falls asleep to the sound of the wind crossing the catwalk railing. A low, continuous note that will become, by July, as ordinary as breathing. By the middle of June, I had stopped checking my phone for signal more than once a day. And by the end of June, I had mostly stopped checking at all, not because I was disciplined, but because the days had gotten so full of small, specific things that there wasn't a gap left for the signal to feel important. This is the thing I hadn't expected about the work. It was not empty. I had prepared myself, in some vague way, for stretches of nothing, for the long gray hours of sitting with myself that I imagined isolation would require. And there were quiet hours, certainly many of them. But they were not empty the way I had feared. They were full of the specific demands of close attention, which is a different kind of full than the kind I had been used to. The work was watching. That was the whole job. You watched, and you reported what you saw, and you did not guess, and you did not embellish, and you did not stop watching in order to do something else. That sounds simple. It is not simple. Most of us, I think, believe we are paying attention most of the time, in the same way that most of us believe we are reasonably good drivers or reasonably honest people. The mountain taught me across those first few weeks that I had not been paying attention to anything. Not really. Not the way watching actually requires. The first week of June, I spent most of my scanning time differentiating between the various ways that air misbehaves over a hot ridgeline. Heat haze looks, from a distance, remarkably like smoke in the way it blurs the tree line, the way it rises in a column that shimmers slightly at the edges. The difference is that haze has no source. It lifts from the whole landscape at once, evenly, without preference. And smoke has a point, a specific location where something is happening, and the column above that point has a texture to it, a density that the haze doesn't have. I learned this distinction the way you learn most things that matter, which is by being wrong about it first. My first smoke call, the second week of June, was a campfire. I could see the column from maybe 8 miles out, rising from a draw on the south-facing slope of the next ridge over, and I called it in with a bearing of roughly 220 and my best estimate of 8 to 10 miles. Calm voice, professional. I had practiced how to sound calm and professional, and Ranger Ochoa put a patrol on it within the hour, and they found 2 people in lawn chairs drinking beer beside a legal fire ring. She was good about it. She said first calls were always campfires and I should keep calling. Keep calling. That was the job. I kept calling. I learned to read the air. There was a Thursday in the second week of June when a thunderstorm came up from the south in the late afternoon. And I want to describe it to you because it is not something I expect to see the equal of again in my life. I had been watching the clouds build for most of the afternoon, cumulus going to cumulonimbus, the anvil shape developing high and to the southwest. The particular greenish tint to the light that suggests the atmosphere is doing something large and structural. By 4 o'clock, the leading edge of it was over the southern ridge, and the first thunder was arriving not as a crack, but as a slow concussion in the chest, the kind of sound that you feel before you hear. I radioed Ochoa and Dell at South Drumlin and reported whether incoming and got my reports back from both of them. And then I went out on the catwalk, because I could not go out on the catwalk. The storm crossed the valley below me like a weather system crossing a map. I could see the rain advancing, not individual drops. A curtain, a wall of gray that moved across the tree canopy in a visible wave, darkening the green by degrees as it came. The lightning, when it hit the far ridge first. Single strikes, tremendously deliberate, each one splitting the gray for a fraction of a second and leaving the retinal impression of a white branch in the air. The thunder followed seconds behind, which told me the distance, and I counted without deciding to count. It is a habit. It is something you learn as a child watching storms through windows, and it never entirely leaves you. And then the storm was over me. The rain hit the cab roof all at once, as if someone had simply opened a door. I was already back inside, barely, and the glass on the windward side went from clear to something between frosted and hammered in about 3 seconds, and the sound was extraordinary. Not noise, exactly, though it was certainly very loud, but a kind of acoustic pressure, a surrounding. I sat on the floor next to the fire finder with my back against the table leg and listened to the roof and watched the lightning hit the peaks to the north of me. Closer now, 2 miles, 1 mile, and I was not afraid. I want to be accurate about that. I was not afraid. I was the most present I had been in years. It passed in 40 minutes. The catwalk was streaming when I went back out, and the air smelled like ozone and wet stone and something green and destroyed. The smell of vegetation that has just been hit with more water than it knew what to do with. The valley below was washed and shining. Every leaf, every needle, every surface was catching light in a slightly different direction, and the whole forest was sparkling in a low and diffuse way, not dramatic, just fully alive and newly rinsed. I stood on the catwalk and felt, for the first time in a long time, that I was in exactly the right place. June became itself. I don't mean that in a mystical way. I mean that the month found its shape, the way months do when you are not rushing through them, when there is no commute, no calendar, no set of obligations running parallel to the days that makes the days feel thin. June became the smell of the morning air at 6:15, just before the radio came alive. June became the weight of the binoculars when I lifted them, the particular ache in my forearms from hours of holding them at the right angle. June became the way the light moved across the topographic map, on the fire finder across the course of a morning, the shadow of the alidade marking time like a sundial. I slept better than I had slept in years. I want to be honest about this because I think it matters to what comes later. I was not a troubled sleeper up there, not a person in the grip of creeping dread. I was someone who had removed most of the conditions that had been keeping her awake, and what remained was the body's natural relationship with dark and cold and exhaustion, which is sleep, just sleep, easy and deep. The first night I slept 12 hours, I woke up sometime around 8 in the morning to find the sun already well up and the radio already cueing for the 6:30 check. I had missed, and I grabbed it in a panic and reported late with my heart loud in my ears. And Ranger Ochoa said, "Copy that." Sentinel in a tone that made it clear she was not particularly concerned. And I sat up on the cot for a moment in the bright light and took stock of how I felt. I felt like a different version of myself. I don't mean dramatically different. I mean like a version of myself that had been present all along, but had been standing a little behind the usual version, waiting, quieter, slightly more interested in what was actually happening in front of her. I made coffee and took it out on the catwalk and watched a red-tailed hawk working a thermal to the east, not going anywhere in particular, just using what the air was doing, and I thought, that is probably a good idea. I want to tell you about the fire finder properly, because I spent more time in conversation with it, across that summer than I spent in conversation with most things. The Osborne Fire Finder is one of those instruments that is exactly as complicated as it needs to be, and not 1 degree more. This is rarer than it sounds. The base is a circular disc about 3 feet across, and on that disc is a topographic map of the surrounding terrain rendered at a scale fine enough to show individual drainages and ridgelines, everything within 20 or 30 miles of the tower in all directions. Above the map, mounted on a rotating arm set at the center of the disc, is the alidade, a sighting device, essentially, a metal ruler with a peephole at one end and a thin wire at the other. And when you look through the peephole and align the wire on a column of smoke, the position of the arm on the azimuth ring at the base gives you a compass bearing. That is the whole mechanism. That is all it does. What it gives you, in combination with the voices on the radio, is triangulation. If I see smoke at bearing 220 and Myra, 7 miles north at Harlan Peak, sees the same smoke at bearing 155, and we radio those bearings to each other, and each of us draws that bearing line out from our respective tower positions on our respective maps. Or rather, each of us holds the line in mind, having done this enough times to do it quickly. Then where those 2 lines cross is where the fire is, or close to it. Close enough to get a patrol within half a mile, which is close enough to confirm or deny, which is all you need. I learned to do this in early June, from Myra mostly, who was patient about walking me through it, and who had clearly found, at Harlan Peak, that she was very happy to have a reason to be on the radio more often. The first real triangulation we did together was a small smoke in a drainage about 12 miles to the northwest. And when we both reported our bearings to Ochoa, and she came back with the confirmation that a hotshot crew was investigating a lightning strike snag at almost exactly the location our lines indicated, I felt something I can only describe as professional satisfaction, which is a specific and underrated emotion, the pleasure of a tool used correctly and a job done well. Dell participated in these triangulations with the same efficiency he brought to everything else: a clean bearing, a copy, a standby for update. He and I never really talked, and I don't mean that negatively. Dell was simply not a person who wanted to talk on the radio, and I respected that because I understood it. He did his job with the kind of compressed competence that takes a long time to develop and feels, from outside it, almost like terseness. He was not terse. He was just very good at knowing what was necessary and stopping there. Cassidy Point was correct, always correct. The protocol down to the syllable, the timing between acknowledgments exact, the reports formatted as Ochoa had formatted them in the guidance she'd given us at the start of the season. I realized, sometime in the 3rd week of June, that I had formed some mental image of whoever was at that tower. Older, I had thought, from the voice's unhurried quality, someone who had been doing this a long time and had arrived at a kind of professional serenity about it. But I also realized that I had no actual data. I had never heard a name from that direction. I had never heard anything spontaneous. When Myra asked the other towers what they were reading that week, she did this occasionally, charmingly, like making small talk over a fence. Both Dell and I answered, and Cassidy Point responded with copy and a weather update, which was, technically, everything the protocol required. I logged this as Cassidy is private, filed it, moved on. The cat appeared on a Monday morning in the last week of June, at the base of the tower stairs, when I was coming down to check the weather instruments. I saw it before it saw me, or rather, it chose to acknowledge me only after it had finished doing something more important to the northwest, which was watching a raven cross the upper airspace with an expression of muted contempt. It was thin, but not desperately so. Orange tabby, that particular shade of orange that is almost amber in direct sun, with white on the chest and the tips of its front paws. One-notched ear. Eyes of a yellow-green that might have been called striking if they had been pointed at you in a less evaluating way. I stopped halfway down the stairs. It looked at me. I looked at it. "Where did you come from?" I said, which was a genuine question and also something to say. It turned and looked at the northwest again. as if demonstrating that it had no idea what I was talking about, and furthermore was not particularly interested in discussing it. I went back up, made myself breakfast, came back down an hour later with some crackers and a piece of cheese, because it was all I had that seemed suitable, and it ate the crackers with the attitude of something doing me a favor. I radioed Ochoa to mention that I had a cat, in case it mattered to anyone's records, or meant that someone was missing it from a trailhead somewhere. She said it was a working forest, and sometimes animals just showed up, and asked whether it was a problem. I said it didn't seem to be. I did not name it. I did not name it for 2 weeks, which I told myself was because naming it would imply a permanence I wasn't sure about, because it had come from somewhere and might go back to that somewhere, and I did not want to get attached to a thing that would leave. This is what I told myself. What was actually happening, and what I understood only in retrospect, was that I was already attached, and the not naming was a way of pretending I wasn't. I called it the cat for 2 weeks. I adjusted my daily inventory to include the cat's location, usually at the base of the stairs in the morning, on the first landing by afternoon, once on the catwalk railing in a way that made my heart do something complicated, staring down at the valley with a confidence that I found both impressive and alarming. It slept inside eventually, by its own decision, and not by any invitation of mine. It appeared one evening on the cot beside my feet, and I let it stay because the alternative was a confrontation that seemed disproportionate to the offense. By the middle of July, I was calling it Compass, quietly and to myself at first, and then out loud, and by late July it answered to it in the way cats answer to names, which is to say it registered the sound without committing to anything. Compass, by late July, had taken to sitting in the eastern window at dusk, watching the tree line below the tower with a particular quality of attention, not the fidgety scanning of a cat tracking movement, but the sustained, weighted stillness of a cat that is attending to something large. I noticed it and found it funny at the time. Cats watch things, I thought. That is what cats do. That is the whole enterprise of being a cat. I found it funny. I noted it and filed it and found it funny. The voices by late July had become as familiar to me as voices can become across a medium that strips away everything except the sound. No face, no posture, no expression, just the transmission and the silence around it. Myra I knew best. Myra asked questions the way other people breathe, constantly and without particular premeditation. She had been at Harlan Peak since May and had read 3 paperbacks and was working on a 4th, and she reported on its progress at irregular intervals the way another person might report weather. She asked me whether I had seen the particular cloud formation that sometimes appeared over the eastern ridge at about 9 in the morning. She said it looked like a specific actor I didn't recognize, and when she described the resemblance, she got very specific about the forehead. She reported the black bear incident with genuine pleasure. The bear had found her compost bucket, which she had left at the base of the tower because she kept meaning to deal with it and kept not dealing with it, and had methodically eaten everything except, for reasons that Myra found personally offensive, a banana peel. She said it ate the orange rinds and left the banana peel, and she had no idea what that meant about bears or about bananas, and she had logged it and moved on. I laughed at this, alone on my catwalk into the cool evening, and said, "Copy that, Harlan." And Myra said, "I knew you'd appreciate that, Sentinel." Dell I knew less well, but understood more cleanly. He was competent and self-contained, and the rhythms of his reporting told me things his words did not. The way he always confirmed weather before smoke, the way he formatted his coordinates with a military precision that felt not like affectation, but like muscle memory. He was someone for whom a particular kind of order was not a preference but a structure. That didn't make him cold. It made him, in the particular context of the ridge, exactly the right kind of presence. A voice that was always where it said it was going to be, doing what it said it was going to do. In a world of radio and weather and fire risk, reliability is its own warmth. Cassidy Point I did not know. I want to be clear about that because by the time I understood it fully, I also understood that the not knowing had been a piece of information I had been filing incorrectly. I had categorized the Cassidy Point voice as private, as I said. Reserved, perhaps. The kind of person who makes a strict separation between the professional and the personal, who has learned that the radio is for the job and not for the conversation. This is a reasonable thing to be. This is a thing I often am. I felt, if anything, a mild kinship with it based on that inference. What I had not examined, until I did examine it, was that I had no actual evidence for any of those inferences. I had never heard the Cassidy Point voice miss a beat, stumble over a word, respond to something unexpected with any trace of surprise, or produce any syllable that was not contained within the framework of the protocol. I had no Osprey exclamation points from that direction. I had no banana peel stories. I had no sense of what that voice sounded like when it was tired, or pleased, or when the light did something remarkable in the valley. I just had the protocol, performed with an exactness that I had been reading as discipline, and had not yet thought to read as anything else. This is important. I want to sit with this for a moment because it is the thing that, looking back, I most wish I had sat with at the time. I had a model of the person inside the Cassidy Point voice, and that model was based entirely on what the protocol required. And I had not noticed this because when you hear a human voice, you always assume a human behind it. You assume the voice is a surface, and behind the surface there is a depth, a history, a self, a person who made choices and carries them. You assume this automatically and without examination. You assume it the way you assume the horizon continues past the point where you can see. It was a Thursday in the last week of July. I had been on the mountain for 8 weeks. My hands had gotten tougher and my sleep was still easy, and I had found a routine with Compass that involved him being difficult about the morning radio check-ins in a way that I had begun, privately, to find very endearing. I was good at the job. Not just functional, I was genuinely good at the watching and the reading, at the particular calibration of attention that it demanded. I had called in 2 more smokes since the campfire, one confirmed as a lightning strike tree that the crew got to before it spread, one dismissed as dust from a logging road on the next drainage. And Ochoa had said, at some point, that I had a good eye, and the compliment had meant more to me than I wanted to admit because it was about something real, something earned in the specific way that only being present for weeks in the same place earns. That Thursday evening, the dusk check-in went as it always went. I transmitted from the catwalk with the light going orange to the west, and the valley below cooling and Compass sitting in the eastern window behind me, watching whatever Compass watched. Sentinel, sentinel, all clear, no smoke. Visibility approximately 25 miles, slight haze to the northwest. Winds light from the northwest, 5 to 8. No weather. Sentinel out. Harlan answered first, Myra with something extra after the report. She had seen a pair of peregrine falcons that afternoon and wanted it noted. Not officially, just noted, as a gesture toward the world being larger than the log. And I said copy, and I hoped they came back. Dell's report came next. Clean, complete, done. And then the pause. The pause before Cassidy Point answered was always slightly longer than the others, and I had been hearing it all summer without attending to it, the way you stop hearing a sound that is always there. But on this Thursday, in the cooling air, I attended. The pause was a fraction of a second longer than usual. Not much. If I had been timing it, I don't think I could have measured the difference in full seconds. It was a quality of latency, of something that was taking an extra beat, and then the voice came in. Cassidy, Cassidy, all clear, no smoke. Winds calm, no weather, out. All correct. The spacing, the call sign, the format, exact. I pressed transmit and went back inside and wrote up the log and didn't think about it. I didn't think about it until the next morning, when Myra asked how things were on my end, the way she usually did, and I said fine, and then said, Can I ask you something about Cassidy Point? Sure, she said. What about Curtis? Curtis? The first name I had been given for the voice. I registered it. "Do you know him well?" I asked. "Not really," she said. "He's been there since before I started. Ranger Ochoa mentioned him, said he's a fixture, really knows the ridge." "Why?" "Last night he sounded a little off," I said. "Maybe tired, I don't know, something about the timing." There was a brief pause, Myra's version of the pause, the warm kind, the kind where you can feel the person thinking on the other end. "Old Curtis is probably just tired," she said, and there was a genuine kindness in it, the kindness of someone who assumes the simplest explanation is usually true and finds this comforting rather than limiting. "It's been a hot few weeks." "Yeah," I said, "probably." I logged it that way. I wrote, "Cassidy Point transmission, 2004 hours, slight timing variance noted, likely fatigue." And then I set the log down and looked at it for a moment with the lamp on and compass on the foot of the cot, and the night coming in through the glass from all 4 directions at once. Fatigue, that was the right word, probably. That was the sensible word. A person alone on a ridge in the deep heat of a July that had not let up. A person who was doing the job night after night without complaint or deviation. A person who had been there longer than Myra and would probably be there after Dell, and I had both come down the mountain. Fatigue was, certainly, a reasonable inference. I wrote it down and closed the log. She closes the log, turns off the lamp, and lies in the dark listening to the wind. And the thing about the Cassidy Point voice sits at the back of her mind like a splinter, too small to find, too present to ignore. I want to be careful here, because this is the part I've told a few times to people who weren't there. And I've watched their faces do the thing where they're deciding whether I'm telling a story or describing an experience. And I want you to understand I am describing an experience. The distinction matters to me. A story is something you shape. You find the beginning, you arrange the middle so that the ending lands correctly, you smooth away the parts that don't cohere. An experience is what happens before you've had time to shape it, when it is still raw and specific and won't fit any frame you try to put around it. What I am going to tell you now is experience. I have not smoothed it. I have tried, on other nights with other people, to smooth it, and every time something important falls away in the smoothing, and I come home feeling like I betrayed something. So, August. I started keeping the second log in the first week of August, not because I had decided anything, not because I was alarmed in any way I could have articulated out loud, but because I am a person who, when something does not fit, writes it down. It is a habit with me, possibly a pathology. I have notebooks going back to my early 20s, small spiral-bound things filled with observations that I was not ready to think about yet, but needed somewhere to put. And the act of writing them is not analysis. It is more like setting something on a shelf where you can see it from across the room while you get on with other things. The official log was on the shelf above the cot, the one Ranger Ochoa had pointed out on my first day. Forest Service standard issue, dated entries, everything formatted according to the protocol. Every check-in, every smoke, every weather event, every entry in the handwriting of someone trying to be professional, which is to say, in this case, concise and objective. I kept that log the way I was supposed to keep it, and it was accurate, and it told the truth about the summer as the job experienced it. The second log was a small notebook I had brought for myself, no particular purpose assigned, and I started writing Cassidy Point's transmissions into it in the evenings after the dusk check-in. Not transcriptions exactly. I didn't try to capture every word because the words were always the same words, always the protocol, always CASSIDY followed by the report. What I was transcribing was everything else. The pause before transmission, the quality of the voice. The particular syllables I had started listening to the way you listen to a piece of music you have heard many times and suspect, contains something you have not yet caught. I did not know, when I started, that I was building a record of something changing. It was in the second week of August that I read back through the notebook for the first time. I had been keeping it for 9 days. Compass was on the cot behind me, and the lamp was making its particular warm oval on the table. And outside the glass, the night was clear and very dark, the Milky Way visible from horizon to horizon, in the way it almost never is from anywhere with a light source within 40 miles. I had my coffee and the notebook, and I read from the beginning. The first entry, CP Transmission 2003. Pause approx 1.52 sec before speak. Pronunciation of sentinel third syllable, stress slightly off. Like hearing a foreign speaker who learned phonetically. All content correct. I had written that and thought nothing of it, had put it on the shelf and gotten on with things, and then 3 days later. CP 2001. Pause shorter tonight, maybe 1 sec. Hard to time precisely. Sentinel pronunciation, closer. Still something off in the rhythm of the report. The spacing between no smoke and winds calm is too even, like reading off a card. And then CP 2004. Almost right. The delay is nearly gone, but still no variation. The right words, but all at the same volume. The way a person reads aloud something they have not read before but are trying to sound like they have. And then, 5 days after that, the one that made me stop reading and set the notebook down on the table and sit with my hands around my coffee cup and look at the wall. CP 1959. On time. Everything correct. Sentinel exactly right, stress, cadence, all of it. I could not have said what was different about tonight's transmission from any of the ones in June or July. That is what is different about tonight's transmission. I picked up the notebook again and turned it over in my hands, looking at my own handwriting, which is small and slants slightly to the right when I am paying attention and drifts left when I am tired. And most of this notebook was slightly right slanted, which meant I had been paying attention, which meant some part of me had known it was worth paying attention to before the part of me that analyzes things had caught up. 9 days. It had taken 9 days to go from almost right to right. What I felt, reading that progression, was not quite fear. Fear has a direction to it. It points you toward an exit, mobilizes you, makes you want to call someone or leave or do something loud. What I felt was closer to the feeling you get when you are walking somewhere familiar, and something in the landscape has changed, but you cannot identify what. And you slow down without deciding to slow down, and your vision becomes somehow more careful, and you move through the changed space attending to it with a quality of focus that your brain reserved for it automatically, without asking you. I sat with it for a while, then I went to bed. I waited 4 more days before I called Ochoa. Not because I was stalling, because I wanted to be sure I was asking the right question, and I needed those 4 days to find it. This is another thing about how I think, the slowness of it, the way the right question takes time to surface. I had learned, by my mid-30s, not to rush it, to trust that if I gave something enough room and enough quiet it would eventually clarify, the way a sediment clears from still water if you leave it long enough and stop stirring it. The question I arrived at was, who is Curtis? I called Ochoa on a Tuesday afternoon, the kind of afternoon where the heat had settled into the cab like a house guest who does not understand that it is time to leave. And I had the east-facing window propped open with the field guide to raptors. And Compass was stretched out in the single narrow stripe of shade under the north window with his eyes closed, and his tail moving very slowly at the tip, the tail movement of a cat who is not quite asleep. The radio was on, the squelch low. I used the satellite phone, because the conversation I wanted to have was not one I wanted on the radio net. I started with other things. This was deliberate. I asked about the supply drop that was coming at the end of the week, confirmed the date and the contents, asked whether the Forestry Service had sent anyone out to check the trail conditions after the blowdown that Myra had reported on the northern approach to Harlan. We talked for maybe 5 minutes about nothing that mattered, and Ochoa answered all of it with the particular patience of someone who has learned that lookouts sometimes need to talk about the small logistical things for a few minutes before they get to whatever they actually called about. And she was right, and I appreciated it. Then I said, as casually as I could manage, which in this case was reasonably casual, "How are the other towers doing? I feel like I haven't heard much from Cassidy Point lately. The pause before she answered was brief. Most people would not have registered it as a pause at all. But I had been living on a mountain for 2.5 months listening to the way pauses mean things, calibrating myself to the precise weight of a second of silence in a context where silence is meaningful, and this pause had weight to it. Cassidy Point, she said, and her voice was careful in a way it hadn't been for the rest of the conversation. Right, what are you hearing from that direction? I said I had been getting regular check-ins, all correct, nothing alarming, and that was true. And I let it be true without adding what I knew about the check-ins and waited. Another pause, shorter than the first. And then, Elena, Cassidy Point Tower was taken off the active roster in 2021. Structural inspection came back with some concerns about the anchoring. The site has some frost heave issues that had been getting worse, and the assessment was that it wasn't cost-effective to repair it for seasonal use. So. I sat with that word for a moment. So meaning, the accounting is done, the conclusion follows, you should be able to derive it from what I have told you. When you say taken off the roster, I said. Decommissioned, she said. The tower itself is still standing. It was just not economically viable to remediate, and there's no immediate safety issue with leaving it up, so it's there. But there's no lookout posted there. There's been no one at Cassidy Point in 3 years. She said it matter-of-factly, and I believe she meant it matter-of-factly, and I believe she had said something like it before to other people, in some context that made matter-of-fact the right register. But there is a category of fact that does not stay matter-of-fact regardless of how it is delivered. That arrives matter-of-fact, and then does something to the room that makes the category no longer applicable. I was holding the phone. The room was warm and bright and entirely still. Compass had opened one eye and was looking at me from his strip of shade with the mild, evaluating gaze of a cat who has noticed a change in the air pressure. But I started, and then stopped, because I was not ready to say out loud exactly what I had been. Hearing something from that direction, Ochoa said, and she was ahead of me, which meant this was not the first time she had heard something like this from that direction. That was another thing I noted and did not yet know what to do with. I know. We've had a couple of reports over the years since it was decommissioned. Our best understanding is it's probably radio interference from another source. There are some amateur radio operators in the valleys on either side of the ridge, and depending on atmospheric conditions, they can bounce signals off the terrain in ways that are hard to predict. It's also possible someone's up there with a scanner, hiker, or backpacker, picking up the net and occasionally keying in. Or some kind of reflective anomaly in the valley. The topography down there does things with signal that we don't fully understand. She listed these with a professional evenness, the voice of someone who has done the work of finding reasonable explanations and found them, and is now offering them in good faith. I said, that makes sense. I said it in the way that you say something when you want to signal that the conversation is moving forward, not in the way that you say something when you believe it. She asked if there was anything else, and I said no, thank you, and she said the supply drop was still on for Friday, and to call if I needed anything, and we hung up. I sat with the phone in one hand and the radio in the other for a long time. Not thinking exactly, or not the kind of thinking that produces thoughts, the other kind, the prior kind, the kind where you are simply present with what you know and waiting to understand what it means. Radio interference, a hiker with a scanner, a reflective anomaly. These are things that happen. I am not someone who dismisses reasonable explanations as a matter of temperament. I like explanations. I'm a person who finds the explanatory structure of things genuinely satisfying, who experiences the moment a thing becomes comprehensible as one of the better moments available to adult life. I reached for each of these explanations in turn and tested them against what I knew. A hiker with a scanner. The check-ins had been occurring twice daily, every day, without exception, since May. A hiker who had been in the backcountry since May, keying into the net with perfect protocol adherence across 3 months, and who had in 9 days shifted from a voice that was almost right to a voice that was exactly right. A hiker who had never said anything that was not inside the protocol, who had never asked a question or made a mistake or done anything that would suggest a human being improvising. Radio interference, atmospheric bounce. Signals bounce off terrain all the time, yes, and amateur radio operators produce all kinds of anomalous artifacts in difficult topography. But the signal I was receiving from the direction of Cassidy Point was not an artifact. It was responsive. It answered when it was expected to answer. It used my call sign. It reported in the correct format. A reflective anomaly. I turned the radio over in my hands. Compass had gotten up from his strip of shade and come to sit near me, not touching, but near, in the way that cats manage proximity without commitment. I thought, an anomaly does not learn. Then I put the phone down and went out on the catwalk and stood in the late afternoon heat and looked south along the ridge, where the tree line rose and fell in the long, unhurried wave of the terrain. And Cassidy Point was out there somewhere, 10 or 12 miles, invisible from here, decommissioned, unoccupied, structurally unsound, and apparently answering the radio twice a day with the gradually perfecting voice of someone who has been listening to the net all summer and practicing. Or not someone, something else, something for which I did not yet have a word, and for which I still, honestly, do not. I started recording the check-ins 3 days later. Not that night. That night, I needed to sit with it. And the next day, I went through the motions of the job with the careful attention of someone who has received news that has not finished arriving yet. The kind of news that announces itself and then keeps adding details you weren't expecting. I watched the tree line. I logged the weather. Myra and I talked in the morning about the thunderhead that had built to the east the previous afternoon, and then simply stalled there and refused to do anything, which she found personally offensive, like a story that doesn't finish its own sentence. I laughed and agreed and felt, somewhere slightly underneath the conversation, the specific quality of a person who is functioning normally while something else is happening in a different register, lower down. The recording was simple. I held my phone to the radio speaker during the evening check-in, the voice memo app running, and I stood there in the fading light of a Tuesday in mid-August with my arm raised and the phone pointed at the speaker, and I waited. I transmitted. Sentinel, Sentinel, all clear, no smoke. Visibility approximately 20 miles, high haze. Winds northwest at 5. No weather. Sentinel out. Myra answered first. She was having a good evening, she said. She had seen something she was fairly sure was a golden eagle, and she was absolutely logging it. Let the record show. I said copy that, Harlan, log it, and felt my own warmth toward her in a way that had an edge to it I had not felt before, though I could not have named the edge. Dell answered second, clean and complete. And then the pause. The pause I now understood was not a human pause, not the pause of someone gathering themselves, or choosing a word, or simply being tired at the end of a long summer day. The pause of something that was doing something in that interval, something that was not resting. Cassidy, Cassidy, all clear, no smoke. Winds northwest at 5, no weather out. I kept the phone raised until the squelch closed, and then I lowered my arm and stood with the phone in my hand, and the recording running for another few seconds before I stopped it. I played it back 3 times that night before I understood what I was hearing. The first time I listened for correctness, the way I had been listening all summer, was the format right, was the content right, was the call sign accurate. Yes, yes, yes. The second time I listened for what I had noted in the early August log entries. The timing, the stress patterns, the particular cadence of the words as they moved from one to the next. And I heard what I had been hearing for 3 weeks, which was that there was nothing to hear anymore, that whatever had been slightly off in the late July transmissions had resolved itself entirely. The The third time, I took out my earbuds and turned the volume up and held the phone close to my ear in the dark of the cab, with Compass watching me from the foot of the cot. And I listened not for what the voice said, but for what happened in between. There is a sound that all human voices make beneath their words. You do not notice it because you have been hearing it your whole life, and the brain, which is very efficient about filtering out things that are always there, has learned to attend past it entirely. It is the sound of breath, not the intentional breath, the breath you take before a sentence or the breath you hold when you are listening. Those you can hear if you try. This is the other breath, the involuntary one, the small audible movement of air that precedes and follows and underlies every human utterance, the unconscious leakage of a body that is always breathing even when it is trying to sound professional on the radio. I listened for it. The voice spoke, Cassidy, Cassidy, and I listened to the air around those syllables, the air just before and just after, and I heard nothing. Not silence exactly, there was static, the low background hiss of the transmission, the slight atmospheric texture that all radio signals carry. But there was no breath under the words. There was no body behind them doing the thing bodies always do. I played it again. I played it 5 times, 6, holding the phone close and listening to the spaces where a person would be, the gaps between words where a person's lungs would be doing what lungs do. And each time I heard what was not there, which was any evidence of a physical thing that needed air. What I had been hearing for 3 months was something that sounded like a human voice without being one. And I had not heard the difference until I stopped listening to what it said and started listening to what it didn't do, and now I could not unhear it. The cat had been doing the thing with the window for 3 nights. I want to tell you about this last, in this act, not because it is the most significant thing I am telling you. It might not be. I genuinely do not know how to rank these things, but because it changed something in me that the other things had not changed. The log and the phone call and the recording had changed what I knew. The cat changed something more structural than that. Each evening at dusk, for 3 nights running, Compass had taken up a position in the eastern window. Not the western window, where the last light was, not the northern window with its view up the ridge toward Harlan Peak. The eastern window, which faced not toward any other tower but toward the slope that fell away from the ridge into the deep valley below. The slope that was thick with old growth and shadow, and did not have, as far as I knew, anything in it that a cat should particularly want to watch. He sat at exactly the sill height. He had learned to prop himself at the corner where the window frame met the wall, a position that allowed him to see down the slope without fully committing to the outside, which was very Compass, and he watched. Not fidgeted, not scanned. Watched, with the specific immobility of a cat that has found its object and does not intend to lose it. I had been noticing it and noting it and not thinking about it too hard because I had other things I was thinking about too hard. And on the 3rd night, it was the recording that made me finally pay attention to the cat. Because by the 3rd night, I was someone who had just learned that a thing can present itself as one kind of thing while being a fundamentally different kind of thing. And I was perhaps more willing to apply that learning than I had been. I went to the eastern window and stood beside him and looked out. The slope below was in full shadow by that hour, the sun gone behind the ridge to the west, and the trees were that particular deep green that is almost gray when the light goes direct. And they went down steeply to where the valley floor leveled out, and they were dense and old and absolutely still in the cooling air. And they went all the way to the floor and all the way back up the other side, and there was nothing there. Nothing I could see, nothing I could point to, nothing that would have appeared in a description of the scene. Compass did not move. I stood there for a long time, looking at the nothing that Compass was looking at, and the hair on my forearms rose slowly and evenly, the way it does not when you are startled, but when you have been attending to something for a long time, and your body has arrived at a conclusion before your mind has. I thought about the valley. I thought about the towers on the ridge, one by one in order. Cassidy Point to the south, then South Drumlin, then Harlan Peak, then mine. I thought about a pattern that moved north. I thought about what it meant to learn a voice, to hear it, to practice it, to get it right, and what it meant that the learning was done, that the voice was correct now in every way that could be measured. I thought about the space between a voice that has been learned and the next voice in the sequence. Compass watched the tree line with the patience of a thing that does not need to interpret what it knows. I stood beside him until my feet ached, and the dark was complete, and the stars came out above the ridge, and the valley below was nothing but shadow. And then I went inside. She cues up the recording and plays it again in the dark. And this time she listens not for what the voice says, but for what it doesn't do. And by the time it finishes, she is sitting very straight and very still, and Compass is pressed against her leg, and neither of them moves for a long time. There is a kind of knowing that doesn't require a face, or a mind, or anything you could point to and say, "That is the thing that knows me." I have been trying, since that summer, to find the right frame for it, and every frame I try is either too small or too dramatic, too clinical or too mystical, and the thing itself keeps sliding past the edges of whatever container I construct for it. So let me just tell you what I was thinking about in those days between the recording and the morning when Myra's voice went slightly wrong, and try to be honest about what I knew and what I only felt, and where, if anywhere, those two things overlapped. I was thinking about lyrebirds. I had seen footage of them once, years before, a wildlife documentary I'd watched late at night in the apartment I couldn't afford to keep any more, a bird in the Australian rainforest, a male displaying in a clearing, and the sound that came out of it was not a bird sound at all. It was a camera shutter. It was a car alarm. It was the cry of a kookaburra and the call of several other birds, and then, threaded in between, the sharp mechanical stutter of a chainsaw, which meant that somewhere in the range of this particular bird's territory, the forest was being cut, and it had listened and learned what cutting sounded like and built that sound into its own vocabulary without knowing what the sound meant or where it came from or what it was erasing. That is what I kept thinking about. The lyrebird doesn't want to be a chainsaw. The lyrebird doesn't think about being a chainsaw. The lyrebird hears a pattern in its environment and incorporates that pattern, and what comes out the other side is something that is both deeply lyrebird and deeply, exactly chainsaw. And there is no contradiction in this, no confusion or crisis of identity. The bird is not pretending. The bird is not deceiving. The bird is doing the thing that birds of its kind do, which is to listen to everything around them and take it in and give it back. And that process is so complete and so faithful that you cannot distinguish the copy from the original. And the question of whether the copy understands what it is copying is simply not a question the bird is asking. I thought about the mockingbird, which can do 170 distinct sounds. I thought about certain orchids that have evolved not to look like flowers, but to look like the specific insect that pollinates them. The visual detail so precise, so calibrated, that the insect lands on the petal believing it has found a mate, and the orchid gets what it needs from the encounter, and the insect flies away confused, and the orchid does not know any of this. It does not need to know any of this. The knowing is in the shape, not the mind. And I thought, is that what this is? A thing that has been listening to the ridge all summer the way the lyrebird listens to its forest, taking in the pattern of the voices, the protocol, the call signs and the report formats, and the specific cadence of sentinel and harlan and drumlin, and giving it back. Not because it wants something, not because it intends anything, but because that is what it does, the way the orchid makes the shape it makes, the way the bird learns the sounds it hears, and the result is a voice that passes for human the way the orchid passes for an insect, close enough, in every measurable way, to accomplish whatever it is that passing is for. And then I thought, but the orchid doesn't improve. The orchid makes the shape it has always made, the shape written into it across generations of selection pressure. It does not receive feedback and adjust. It does not hear the insect say asterisk slightly wrong and correct toward exactly right across 9 days of effort. The lyrebird learns, yes, but it learns incrementally, across months and years, as it hears a sound more times, and refines its reproduction of that sound. What I had documented in my notebook was something that had moved from almost to exactly in 9 days, which was either very fast for mimicry or was something else, something in a different category. And I had been sitting on the edge of that category for 2 weeks trying to decide whether I was willing to step into it. Willing is not quite the right word. Willing implies a choice between doing something and not doing it. What I was really doing, in those August days, was waiting to understand whether what I was looking at was a very elaborate and strange natural phenomenon. The Lyrebird explanation, the anomaly explanation, the atmospheric interference given a very generous interpretation, or whether it was something for which the natural world had not yet developed a vocabulary, and I was the person, in this particular mountain pass at this particular summer, who was going to have to find out. I am not someone who jumps to conclusions. This is usually a strength of mine and occasionally a liability. In this case, I think it was neither. I think it was just the way I was built, and it turned out to be exactly the right way to be built for what the summer was asking of me, because what the summer was asking required a great deal of patient attendance, and I had more of that than I had of almost anything else. The morning I heard it in Myra's voice, I was on my second cup of coffee, sitting with the radio on the table and the notebook open and the 6:30 check-in a minute away. It had been 11 days since I recorded the Cassidy Point transmission. In those 11 days, I had done the job, watched the tree line, noted the weather, logged the official check-ins, and kept the second notebook with the quiet and consistent application of someone who has decided that attending closely to a thing is more useful than deciding prematurely what it is. I had not called Ochoa again. I had not said anything to Myra or Dell about what I knew, which was a choice I had made not from secrecy, but from a practical recognition that I had no idea what I would say. The sun was still low enough that it was coming through the east-facing glass at an angle that made the table glow and the dust motes in the air visible. And Compass was on the floor doing his morning stretches, which were elaborate and self-satisfied in the way of all cat yoga. The static on the radio was the low, even static of a clear morning, no weather in it. I pressed transmit at exactly 6:30 and gave my report. All clear, no smoke, light winds from the west, and then waited. Harlan Peak answered first, as Myra almost always did, because Myra liked to be first. It was part of her radio personality, and I had come to find it charming across the summer the way you find charming the small, consistent habits of people you have come to know through proximity rather than history. Harlan, all clear, no smoke. Winds light west, calm at elevation. No weather, copy on Sentinel. I wrote it down. And then I held very still. I played it back in my mind the way you play back a piece of music, where you heard something you weren't sure you heard. The R in Harlan. The R was slightly not wrong. Not the way the early Cassidy Point transmissions had been wrong, not the phonetic approximation, not the stress off by a syllable. It was flatter than usual, marginally. The kind of flatness that could be a slightly different angle from the microphone, a slightly more tired morning, a slight head cold that hadn't affected anything else in the transmission. I had been listening to Myra's voice since late May. I knew it the way you know a voice you have heard every day for 3 months. Not analytically, not as a set of phonetic data points, but in the way that the body knows a familiar thing, a recognition that bypasses description and arrives whole. The R in Harlan was slightly flat, and the pause between asterisk no smoke and winds light west was a beat too even. I don't mean a beat too slow. The timing was correct. The words came at the right pace. I mean that the interval had no variation in it, that it was precisely the same length as every other interval in the transmission, which is not how people talk. People breathe in different places depending on what they were just thinking, where they are in a sentence, whether something outside the window caught their eye at the wrong moment. The exact evenness of the interval, all of them, now that I was listening for it, was not a human evenness. It was a measured evenness. The evenness of something that had learned where the pauses went and was placing them with care. I put the pen down and did not write anything in the official log for a long moment. Dell answered after Myra, clean and complete, and his voice was Dell's voice, unmistakably, the compression of years of professional brevity in every syllable. And then the Cassidy Point voice, unhurried and smooth. Cassidy, Cassidy, all clear, no smoke, winds light west, no weather out. I finished the check-in. I gave Ochoa my report when she came on to close the net. I said copy, copy, copy to everything that needed a copy. And then I sat with my coffee going cold in my hands and looked at the map on the fire finder and did what the fire finder was designed to help you do, which was triangulate. Cassidy Point to the south. South Drumlin, Dell's Tower in the middle. Harlan Peak to the north. And Sentinel at the top, my tower, the last in the sequence. I drew the lines out from each point in my mind the way I had learned to draw them for smoke. Cassidy Point learned and moved on, and the voice at Cassidy Point was now the voice at Cassidy Point, smooth and precise, and whatever had made that voice had moved north. And I was listening to it at Harlan Peak, still early, still in the stage of slight flatness in the R, still in the stage of learning where the pauses go, still the stage I had first logged with Cassidy Point at the end of July. 9 days, I thought, from almost to exactly. Myra sounded as wrong as Cassidy Point had sounded 9 days before the recording that told me there was no breath. 9 days. I wrote it in the private notebook without any particular feeling on top of it, the way you note a weather pattern that is still forming. Not alarm, not resignation, just the clean registration of a fact that has entered the picture and needs to go somewhere. Then I went out on the catwalk with the cold coffee and watched the morning light come fully over the eastern ridge. And Compass came out with me and sat on my feet in the proprietary way he had developed sometime in July. And we watched the day arrive together. And I thought, I have maybe 9 days before whatever this is learns Myra's voice well enough to move north again. And then I thought, or I have longer than that, or less, I don't actually know. And then I stopped thinking and watched the light. There is an evening in late August that I come back to more than any other single memory of that summer. More than the recording, more than the phone call with Ochoa, more than the night I first stood beside Compass at the eastern window. It was not the most dramatic moment of those months, and it was not the moment when I understood the most, in the analytical sense of understanding. But it is the moment that changed the most inside me, and those are not always the same thing. It was the hour before dusk. The heat had broken a little the first suggestion of September in the air, a coolness in the western breeze that hadn't been there in July, and I had been sitting on the catwalk in the camp chair since around 7, with Compass on my lap, not doing anything. This is something I had learned to do across the summer, to sit without an agenda, without a book or a notebook or a task, just sitting in the specific geography of the evening as it cooled and changed around me. The valley below was filling with shadow the way it always did, from the bottom up, the valley floor going dark first, and then the dark rising up the walls of the ridge as the sun dropped behind the western peaks. I had seen this process perhaps 80 times, since May, and it still arrested me every time. There is something about watching shadow climb that feels like watching time made physical, like seeing the actual passage of the day in a form you can track with your eyes. Compass was warm on my lap and perfectly still. He had been like this more evenings than not in August. The restless attention of earlier in the summer, the watching and scanning, had settled into something more contained, a stillness that felt, when I was in it with him, less like waiting and more like being. The way a very old person sits sometimes. Not passive, fully there, fully attentive, but without urgency. I was not thinking about any of it. That is the thing I want to be accurate about. I was not thinking about the check-ins or the notebook or the progression of towers. My mind was empty in the way that minds go empty when you have been in the same place for long enough that the surroundings have become the interior, when the inside and outside stop being usefully distinct categories. I was watching the shadow rise. I was feeling the slight weight of the cat. I was listening to the wind and the railing, the same low note it always made. And in that stillness, not in a flash, not with any particular announcement, but in the slow way that things arrive when you are not trying to reach for them. I understood something I had been circling all summer. I am a private person. I have been a private person for as long as I have been a person in any self-aware sense, and I have always understood this as a kind of management, a way of controlling the surface area of myself that was exposed to other people, of deciding what got seen and what didn't, of being in rooms without being fully in rooms. Not dishonesty, not performance exactly, or not only performance. More like a version of me that was calibrated for each context, each relationship, each room, each set of expectations, shaped slightly differently depending on who needed what from me, presenting the facets that seemed safest or most useful or most likely to produce the kind of interaction I could navigate without losing too much of myself in the process. I had been doing this for so long that I had stopped knowing I was doing it. The way you stop hearing the fan in the room because it has always been there. And this thing in the forest, whatever it was, the lyrebird thing, the learning thing, the pattern assimilating thing that had worked its way up the ridge all summer from tower to tower, voice to voice, had been reading me out of the air this whole time. Not the managed version of me, not the calibrated version. The actual one. The one that talks to a cat about nothing. The one that cries in the cab sometimes when the light does something particular. The one that has opinions about raptors and laughs alone on a catwalk at jokes about bare compost, and lies awake some nights thinking about Marcus, not with grief, but with something more like an inventory, going through the years of it like the previous lookout's cabinet, item by item, asking what each thing tells her about the person she had been being. That version. The version there was no filter for up here because there was no one to filter for. The version that had been present and uncurated all summer, visible in all four directions through glass walls on a mountain, radioing her position twice a day into the open air. And something had been listening, not to the protocol, or not only to the protocol, to the sound of a person alone, the specific texture of a solitary presence on a ridge, the way a voice sounds when there is no audience, and it is just the voice doing what it does when no one is managing it. I was not diminished by this. That is the part I find hardest to explain when I try to tell this story, because the diminishment is what people expect. The horror of being watched, of being known without consent, of your interior life being read by something you never agreed to reveal yourself to. And I want to be honest. The horror was there somewhere in some register. I am not claiming otherwise, but it was not the top layer. The top layer was something I had not expected and did not have a word for, and the closest I can come to it is recognition. I had been seen, not chosen, not sought out, not appreciated in the way another person appreciates you. I'm not mystifying this. I am not claiming the forest loved me. But something had been attending to me, completely and without judgment, and without any of the complicated filtering that attention usually involves when it comes from a person who has needs and history and their own interior weather. It had been reading me the way the Osborne fire finder reads a column of smoke, with precision and without preference, taking a bearing, establishing a location, noting what is there. I had been located. And the strange thing, the thing I sat with for a long time on that catwalk in the cooling air with the shadow rising in the valley, was that being located felt less like exposure than it felt like being allowed to be exactly where you are. Compass looked up at me. He did this sometimes, and I had never attached anything to it. It was a cat looking up, it happened. But this time, in the particular silence of that particular evening, in the specific quality of the moment I had just moved through, his looking up at me had a quality to it that I can only describe as response. Not human response. Not the response of a thing that understood what had just happened or could have articulated it if asked. The response of a creature that was, in that moment, pointing all of its attention at me without condition or agenda, with the absolute uncomplicated quality of presence that cats manage without effort, and people spend years of therapy trying to learn. He looked at me, I looked at him. The valley went dark below us. It was, somehow, exactly enough. I thought about calling Achoa. I did actually think about it, not as a vague what if, but as a concrete consideration, the way I think about concrete things, methodically, testing each piece of the logic against what I knew. I could call her. I could tell her, this time without the careful framing, what I had heard in the recording and what I was hearing now in Myra's voice. I could ask to be rotated out, and she would arrange it, probably within the week. A replacement or a suspension of the posting. Some bureaucratic outcome that would put me back on the highway, and then on roads I knew. I held this option in my mind, and looked at it from several angles. And then I set it down. Because the thing is, I was fine. I want to be clear about this because I know how it sounds, and I know what people think when they hear a woman alone on a mountain saying she is fine about a thing that is probably not fine by conventional standards. But I was physically fine. I was mentally coherent. I was doing my job. I was sleeping. I was eating. Compass was thriving in his opinionated way, and the forest was not advancing. The tower was where it had always been. Nothing had come up the stairs. Nothing had knocked on the glass. The only thing that had changed was that I was now fairly certain the voice I had been hearing from the direction of Cassidy Point for 3 months was not a person, and that whatever it was had moved north and was now practicing Myra's voice, and in some number of days it would practice mine. Whatever this is, I thought, it has been doing this for months and I am fine. And I want to understand it more than I want to be safe from it. That last part surprised me when I found it, though it probably shouldn't have. I had come to this mountain in May because I had run out of things to run from and was not sure who I was without the running. And the summer had been, among other things, a very long lesson in what remains when the distractions are removed. What remained, it turned out, was a person who was arrested by inexplicable things rather than frightened by them. A person who had stood in a thunderstorm on a catwalk because she could not stand in it. A person who had kept a second notebook for 6 weeks not because she was building a case, but because she needed somewhere to put what she could not yet think about, and the writing was its own kind of thinking, patient and indirect. I was that person. I was, it turned out, exactly that person, and that person was not going to call for extraction. I went back inside and called Ochoa about the supply drop and confirmed delivery timing, and Ochoa said everything was on schedule, and I said good, and we hung up, and that was that. That night I started talking. I want to be precise about what this was and wasn't, because the way I am going to describe it could easily sound like something it wasn't. It was not provocation. It was not an offering. It was not a ritual in any intentional sense, not a ceremony, not a way of calling something toward me or keeping something at bay. I did not sit on the catwalk and say, I know you are there, I know you are listening, let me tell you who I am. What I did was simpler and stranger than that, and it was this. I talked to myself. People who are alone for long enough do this. I know because I had observed the impulse building in me across the summer, the need to hear a human voice, and the only human voice available being mine, and the small embarrassment of that impulse, the slight undignified feeling of it, that had kept me from acting on it until now. But I had just spent an evening understanding something about the cost of managing how I appeared, and the cost of the filter between me and being fully seen, and somehow after that the embarrassment of talking to myself in an empty cab seemed like a very small thing. I described what I had made for dinner. I told the story of the osprey in the field guide, the check mark and the exclamation point, the previous lookout who had cared enough about an osprey to add an exclamation point, and then left the calendar stopped on August. I told the lamp what I had been thinking about lyrebirds and whether mimicry was the right frame. I told the middle distance, through the south-facing glass, about a summer I spent as a teenager at a lake house that my parents borrowed from a friend. How the water was a specific shade of gray-green in the mornings, and I had had the same recurring dream every night of that summer. A dream I could no longer fully reconstruct, but that had left behind the specific emotional residue of being in exactly the right place. I was not performing this. There was no one to perform it for, or rather, what I understood now was that there might be something listening, but I had no evidence that it understood what it heard or wanted anything from what it heard or was responding to it as anything other than signal, the way the lyrebird responds to a chainsaw as signal. And if that was all this was, then it did not matter what I said. And if it was something more than that, if there was any quality of understanding in the listening, then what I said mattered, and what I wanted it to register was the actual me, not the managed version, not the surface. So I talked, each evening, sometimes for 20 minutes, sometimes longer, small stories, observations from the day, things I had been thinking about. And the radio was on, the squelch low, and the static was the low, even static of a clear evening. She goes inside and turns on the lamp, and Compass follows her in, and she lies on the cot and speaks quietly into the ceiling about where she grew up, what her mother's kitchen smelled like, what she wanted to be when she was 9. And the radio is on, the squelch low, and the static has the texture of something listening. The morning Dell didn't answer. I waited through his window twice before I moved on to the next tower, and I think the part of me that already understood was the part that didn't try a third time. The protocol allows for missed check-ins. Ranger Ochoa had explained it at the start of the season, matter-of-factly, the way you explain things that are possible but unlikely. If a tower doesn't answer, you call twice, you log the non-response, you move on to the next station and close the net normally, and then you call the district line to report. There could be equipment trouble. There could be a medical situation. The protocol accommodates all of it without requiring you to know which one it is. I called Dell's window twice at the 6:30 check-in on a Thursday in the last week of August. And on the second call, I said his call sign with the particular care of someone who is paying attention to themselves in the act of doing something, and the radio gave me nothing back. Static, the low, even hiss of an empty frequency. I moved on to the next tower. I closed the net. I went through the rest of the morning check-in with the mechanical precision of someone who has done a thing enough times that the body carries it without the mind having to be fully present, and then I called the district line. Ochoa answered on the second ring. I told her Dell had not responded to either window at the morning check-in and asked whether she had heard from South Drumlin. The pause before she spoke was brief, but textured. Not the pause of someone surprised, but the pause of someone who has information and is deciding how to calibrate the delivery of it. Dell had to be pulled yesterday for a family matter, she said. I should have flagged you before this morning. I apologize for that. We're arranging a replacement for the last stretch of the season. Should be someone up at South Drumlin within the week. Okay, I said. I know it's not ideal, she said, being short a voice on the ridge. It's fine, I said. I understand. I thanked her and hung up and sat with the satellite phone in my hands and the radio on the table beside me and Compass on the cot behind me. And I thought about the word asterisk pulled asterisk. She had said it carefully, not pulled out asterisk, not evacuated, just pulled asterisk, with the passive quality of a word that is doing the work of describing a thing without explaining how the thing was accomplished. I thought, a replacement within the week. There would be no replacement within the week. That was the other thing I knew without deciding to know it, the same way I had known not to try a third time on the morning check-in. I did not know exactly what Dell's absence meant in terms of the thing I had been tracking all summer, whether it was the same mechanism operating differently or simply the abrupt end of a voice that had already been replaced by something that answered to it. But I knew, with the clean, low certainty of someone who has been paying very close attention for a long time, that whatever Ochoa was arranging would arrive to find South Drumlin Tower already occupied in a way that didn't show up on any roster. I opened the private notebook. I do not do this as a metaphor when I say I drew the lines. I had a pencil and the notebook and a hand that had learned over the summer to hold a bearing steady without wavering, and I drew the sequence out the way I had learned to triangulate smoke. Each point on the ridge, each tower, each voice in the order I had watched the pattern move through them. Cassidy Point at the bottom, with the date I had first logged the timing variance beside it, and then the date I had recorded the transmission and heard no breath in it. A gap of about 5 weeks between those two marks. South Drumlin next, with no date. I had not caught it happening to Dell the way I had caught it happening to Myra. I had not been listening for it, yet when it was South Drumlin's turn. And I held that for a moment with the particular discomfort of information you wish you had gathered differently. Harlan Peak, with the date I had heard the flatness in the R and the evenness in the pauses. And then Sentinel, my call sign, the last position on the list. I did not write a date beside it. The last real Myra was a morning in early August, and I knew it was the last real Myra only afterward. The way you understand the significance of ordinary moments only when they have receded far enough that the whole shape of them becomes visible. She had asked, in the middle of the 6:30 check-in, whether I had been awake for the meteor shower the previous night. Not formally. She folded it into the end of her report, the way she always folded things, slightly breathlessly, as if the question had been sitting with her since she woke up, and she had been waiting for the right gap in the protocol to let it out. She said she had been up until 2 watching from the catwalk, and there had been one that left a streak across the whole northern sky. A green streak, really genuinely green. And she had wanted to call someone right then, but it was 2 in the morning, and she thought probably calling someone's radio at 2 in the morning to say I just saw a green one might cross a line. I told her I had seen it. I had, in fact, been awake. I had not been sleeping well that week, not badly, just lightly, with the kind of wakefulness that isn't distress, just alertness, the body attending to something without bothering to specify what. I had seen the green streak from the cot through the south-facing glass, just barely, not even rising to go to the window, just watching it cross and dissolve, and it had been the specific kind of beautiful that you see better if you don't quite look at it directly. I told her all this, and Myra said, "See, that's what I mean. You would have been worth calling asterisk." And there was something in her voice when she said it that I recognized as genuine and specific and hers. The quality that made Myra Myra. A warmth that was not performed, that was not protocol, that came from a person who had been alone on a mountain for 3 months, and found that the solution to loneliness was generosity rather than silence, who had decided that the radio was for talking to people, and people were worth talking to. I said copy that, Harlan, and meant it. And after that morning, the voice that answered from Harlan Peak was exactly right. I want to be precise about what I mean by exactly right asterisk, because it is not a simple thing to describe. The format was correct. It had always been correct. The call sign, the report structure, the timing within the protocol, all of it exactly as Ochoa had specified. But the Myra before the early August meteor shower morning had also had the banana peel story, and the actor in the cloud, and the let the record show, and the gentle warmth of a person who treated the radio as a connection rather than a mechanism. None of that came back. The voice that answered from Harlan Peak answered every check-in with precision and completeness, and a total absence of the small, untidy, genuine things that had made it Myra's voice before anything else. I grieved it quietly. I don't mean that dramatically. I mean that somewhere in the middle of a routine morning in mid-August, during a check-in where the Harlan Peak voice gave me a clean report and signed off correctly, and I wrote it into the log and moved on. I felt the specific low ache of losing access to a person I had not met and would not meet, and who had nonetheless been a genuine presence in my days for 3 months. Not a presence like another person in the room, a presence like a neighbor whose lights you see through their window every evening, whose schedule you absorb without deciding to, whose absence from their usual patterns you feel before you can explain why. I had known Myra through a radio frequency and the particular sounds she made when she was pleased about something, and now I had the frequency without the sounds, and I was sorry about that. I was quietly, specifically sorry. I did not note it in the official log. The rain came on a Sunday. Not with any announcement. There was weather to the west for 2 days before it, the cloud cover building and thickening, the light going from gold to silver to the particular flat white of a sky that has decided something. And I logged it and reported it at each check-in and watched it move toward the ridge with the patient attention I had learned to pay to anything that moved slowly and with direction. The first drops hit the cab roof late on Saturday night, while I was already in the cot, and the sound of them was tentative at first, exploratory, as if the rain were checking whether this was the right surface before committing to it. By Sunday morning, it had committed entirely. It was not a violent rain. That is the first thing I want to say about it, because the tendency when describing 3 days of steady rain is to reach for words that suggest siege or oppression, and this was neither. It was soft, continuous, the kind of rain that the Pacific Northwest does better than anywhere else I have been. A rain that falls with a kind of structural patience, that does not vary much in intensity, that settles into the landscape and simply continues. The sound on the cab roof was a low and even hiss, the same frequency as static but warmer, more physical, the sound of water finding its way. The smell changed. This was the first thing I noticed when I went out on the catwalk on Sunday morning in the rain. The smell of the forest, which I had lived inside for 3 months so completely that it had stopped registering as a smell, and had become simply the smell of air, came back to me entirely, reset by the rain, as specific and powerful as the smell of pine duff on that first afternoon drive-in. Wet soil and wet bark, and the particular green sharpness of rain-soaked needles. And under it something older and darker, the smell of decay that the dry summer had been suppressing, the forest's own interior process going on as it always had beneath the warmth. I stood in it for a few minutes with my face turned up, which I had not done since I was a child, and then I went back inside and made coffee and watched the valley. The valley was gone. By midday on Sunday, the mist was rising out of the drainages and filling in from the bottom, the way water fills a container. The valley floor disappeared first, and then the lower slopes, and by mid-afternoon the tree line at the base of my ridge had dissolved into white, and by evening the white was most of the way up the slopes, and the tower felt less like a structure standing in a forest and more like something suspended above the surface of a cloud. Compass sat at the window and watched the white the way he had been watching the tree line all summer. Not anxiously, not with the scanning restlessness of a predator looking for movement, but with the steady, weighted attention of something that already knows what it is looking at and is simply continuing to look. I thought, watching the mist fill the valley, about what it would take to climb from the bottom of that valley to the top. Not strategically, not as a threat assessment. I was not sitting in my tower running calculations about approach routes. It was more involuntary than that, the way the mind goes when you have been looking at a landscape for long enough that the landscape starts to ask questions back. What would it take? The valley floor was 400 or 500 meters below the ridge, thick with old growth, the understory dense and dark. Steep walls on both sides, the rock faces that showed through the trees on the east side of the valley telling you something about what was under the soil. Limestone, probably, given the water behavior, the way the drainages moved. You would climb where the drainages climbed. You would follow the water upward in the dry months, the path of least resistance, using what the terrain made available. It would be slow. It would be patient. It would take exactly as long as it took. The mist rose. Compass watched it. The rain came down. I stayed inside for most of the 3 days. The catwalk was slick with wet, and there was nothing to see from it, nothing to take a bearing on. The visibility collapsed to a few hundred meters in all directions, and the tower simply floating there in the white. I did the check-ins as always, and the voices answered, the Harlan Peak voice, the Cassidy Point voice, precise and clean and correct. And I logged them and closed the net and sat in the small, warm space of the cab with the rain around me and the smell of wet forest coming in through the vent, and Compass on the cot, or on the floor or moving between the windows in his methodical way, checking each one and finding nothing different, white in every direction, nothing but white. I talked to myself in the evenings, as I had been doing, more quietly than before, Not because I felt observed in a way that required quiet, but because the rain made a particular kind of interior space that seemed to call for it. I told the cab about the lake house again, more of it this time. The specific sound the dock made in the early mornings when the temperature changed. A low creak that was almost musical, almost intentional. I talked about my mother, her kitchen, the particular smell of the roux she made for a dish she'd learned from her own mother. The patient, slow browning of flour in fat that takes 20 minutes and fills a house. I talked about what I had wanted to be at 9, which was a marine biologist, specifically the kind that studied bioluminescence, which I had read about in a library book and found the most beautiful thing I could imagine. Creatures in the absolute dark making their own light, and the light being used not for illumination, but for conversation. I thought about that at the time and then let it go, and did not think about it again until I was telling it into the rainy air of the cab, and then I let it go again, and the rain continued. The off-hours call came on a Tuesday night at 22:37. I know the time because I had not been fully asleep. I was in that state that the mountain had introduced me to in the first weeks and that I had come to rely on, the shallow, attentive rest that is not quite sleep, but is also not quite wakefulness, a suspension that feels like what the body does when it trusts the environment enough to let go partway. Compass was on my feet. The rain was still coming down, softly, the same patient rhythm it had held for 3 days. The radio was on, squelch low, the way I always kept it. The transmission was short. Sentinel. Just that, my call sign once and then nothing. I was awake immediately and completely, not in the startled way, but in the way of someone who had been expecting a thing, and found that being correct about its arrival did not diminish the impact of it. I lay still for a moment. Compass raised his head. The voice was, I am going to try to describe this accurately, and not settle for the easy version of it, which is to say it was strange or uncanny or frightening, because those words do not do the work. The voice was a composite. Not in a mechanical way, not the way a voice synthesizer sounds when it is building from components. It did not have that digital flatness, that seemed quality. It was smooth in the way water is smooth when many streams have joined into one river and the turbulence has settled. I could hear in it, if I attended closely, something of the Cassidy Point voice's unhurried cadence, something of the evenness that the Harlan Peak voice had settled into in August. And underneath those something else, a register I had been hearing since May and recognizing as the voice of a person and understanding now was not, had not been, but was the original signal that all the others had learned from and built toward, the foundational transmission out of which the pattern had been making itself all summer. It was patient. That is the word I keep coming back to when I try to describe it. Not friendly, not unfriendly, not threatening, not welcoming, patient. The way a very long geological process is patient, not because it has decided to wait, but because patience is simply the quality of a thing that moves at its own speed and has no category for speed other than its own. I lay in the dark with compass's weight on my feet and my thumb not quite on the transmit button, close to it. The muscle memory of 3 months of check-ins moving my hand toward the position without my fully authorizing the movement. I did not press it. I am not sure what I would have said. I am not sure the not answering was a decision made from caution or fear or strategy. I don't think it was any of those, exactly. I think it was more that I understood, in the moment, that I did not yet know what answering would mean, and I wanted to sit with what had been said before I responded to it, the way I have always needed to sit with things, the way the right response takes time to surface in still water. I held the radio for a long time in the dark, my thumb near the button, the squelch returning to static, the rain continuing in its patient way on the cab roof. Then I put it down on the table and lay in the dark, and felt Compass breathing on my feet and waited for morning. I found the logbook on the second day of rain. I had been going through the cabinet at the base of the fire finder, not for any particular reason, or not a reason I had named to myself, just the restless hands of a person who has been weathered in for 24 hours and has already read the field guide to raptors twice and reorganized the supply cabinet and made more coffee than she needed. The bottom drawer of the fire finder cabinet was deeper than the ones above it and had the slightly swollen quality of a drawer that gets damp in wet seasons and doesn't close quite the way it was designed to close. And I had opened it twice before this summer and found it empty and pushed it shut again. This time, when I pulled it, I found it was not empty. There was a logbook at the back of it, pushed all the way to the rear of the drawer, not hidden, or not intentionally hidden, at least, though pushed far enough back that it would not be found unless you pulled the drawer out to its full extension. I pulled it out and looked at it for a moment before opening it. A standard Forest Service log, the same dimensions as the one on the shelf, but older, the cover soft with age and bent slightly at one corner from having been against the back of the drawer for what appeared to be a long time. The first entry was dated July 5th, 12 years ago. Paulette Ray's Sentinel Day 1, tower in good repair. Fire finder calibrated and accurate, confirmed with district survey map. Visibility excellent, no smoke, no weather. Winds light and W. Looking forward to the season. I read from the beginning, the way I always read things, from the beginning, completely, without skipping ahead. This is a discipline I have with books and documents and people's faces, the refusal to jump to conclusions, the insistence on letting the shape of things emerge at their own pace. Paulette Ray's was methodical and professional in the way that the best versions of that kind of person are not cold, but precise, and the precision was in service of something genuine underneath it. She described 2 smokes in the first week of July, both false alarms, one a burn pile, one a logging road, with the kind of clean reporting that told me she had good eyes and had learned quickly what the job required. She noted weather with the attention of someone who found weather genuinely interesting. A thunderstorm in the second week that she described in careful meteorological terms alongside a single line that was entirely personal. The light afterward was the best thing I've seen in years. I recognized this immediately. It was exactly the kind of thing I had been thinking and not writing in my official log all summer. She had a cat too, or something like one. She referred to it twice as asterisk the animal, and once as asterisk the gray one asterisk, never giving it a name, and the references were brief and slightly exasperated in the way that suggests deep affection that the person is unwilling to acknowledge. The gray one had been sleeping on the instrument table, and she was not encouraging this, but also not, apparently, effectively preventing it. She could hear the other towers on the ridge. She named them differently than I had, the geography of the tower net having shifted in 12 years, but there were 3 other voices, and she described them with the spare economy of someone who pays attention to people, but does not waste words on them. A sentence or two, enough to establish a presence. July became August in the log the way it had in mine, the same compression, the same accumulation of small known things becoming the texture of a life. She had been there longer than me before the change started, or she had noticed it later, or she had been more willing to wait before writing it down. The log stayed clean and professional through the 3rd week of August, the reports correct, the notes spare and accurate. And then, around the 22nd of August, something shifted in the register. It was subtle at first. A phrasing she used twice in 2 days, wrongness in the valley asterisk. Not something wrong in the valley asterisk, not asterisk unusual conditions below, just wrongness in the valley asterisk, as if the word were a technical term she was using precisely and expected to be understood. I noted it and kept reading. The next entry, visibility good but something in the air since yesterday. Hard to say exactly. The glass feels attended. Like the light coming through, it is different in quality from the light outside. I've checked the glass for film or condensation. There's nothing there. It's not the glass. I read that twice. And then, the other towers are all correct on the net. Everything in order. But I've been on the radio enough seasons to know what correct sounds like, and what correct feels like, and they don't always match. I don't know how to say this any better than that. And then 3 days of entries that were technically clean weather, visibility, no smoke, with a single added line in each, growing slightly shorter, as if the person writing them was spending more energy on the writing itself. Asterisk still the quality on the glass. Still watching from below. And then just still. And then it's been 3 nights. The last full entry was a week before the end of the season, dated, and it read, I called Ranger Hutchins this morning to ask about the other towers on the net. 2 of the towers on my ridge were decommissioned 4 years ago. I have been hearing them all summer. I stopped. I sat with that for a moment, with what it told me, that this had happened before, that Paulette Reyes had arrived at the same knowledge I had arrived at, from the same tower, on the same ridge, 12 years before I sat here. That the logbook had been in the back of the drawer for 12 years, and the drawer was swollen from moisture, and did not open all the way unless you pulled it out fully, and someone would have had to reach to the very back of it to find what was there. She had put it there. She had pushed it to the back of the drawer and left it for the next person, or for no particular person, or simply because she needed somewhere to put it that was not the official log. The last entry had no date. The handwriting was different, or the same handwriting under different conditions, which I know from my own notebooks is a real distinction. Under certain kinds of pressure, the hand changes, the letters tighten, the slant shifts, and what you produce does not look entirely like what you produce when you are calm, even though the hand is the same hand. This entry had been written in a single uninterrupted line, no paragraph, just the words running to the edge of the page. It came up to the porch. I read it once. I read it a second time. 6 words. 12 years ago, from this tower, from the last lookout before me at Sentinel Peak, 6 words in a hand that was her hand, and also not quite her hand, at the end of a summer that had been, by every indication in the pages before it, exactly like mine. I did not feel panic. I want to be honest about that because it would be easy, in the telling, to say I felt panic, to give the moment the sharp escalation that the genre of such moments seems to call for. I did not feel panic. I felt something quieter and more complicated, the feeling you get when a question you have been asking all summer suddenly reveals that it has been asked before, that you are not the first asker, that there is a precedent for arriving at exactly this point on this ridge in this August. And the precedent did not come with an explanation, but also, notably, did not come with a disaster. Paulette Reyes had put the logbook in the back of the drawer and walked down the mountain. And that meant she had walked down the mountain. I held that thought carefully. She had walked down the mountain. She had left the logbook for me, or for whoever, and she had gone. The rain came down outside. The valley was white. The tower was the only solid thing in the world. She sets the logbook back in the cabinet and closes the drawer and sits down on the floor next to Compass and puts her hand on his back and feels him breathing. And outside the rain comes down, and the valley below is nothing but white. On the 1st of September, I received official closing orders for Sentinel Tower, and I sat with that document for a long time, not because I was afraid to leave, but because I wanted to be sure I understood what I was leaving and what it was that I was taking with me. The closing orders came through on the satellite phone, Ochoa's voice with the same professional warmth it always carried, and she walked me through the timeline. Supply pickup on the 3rd, when the same truck that had been doing the mid-season drop would come up the forest road to collect the perishables and any equipment flagged for winter storage. My personal gear was mine to carry out. Final check-in of the season would be the dusk net on the 3rd, and after that the radio went into standby mode until spring. She thanked me in a way that I believed, not the pro forma thank, you of someone completing an administrative obligation, but the thank you of someone who understood that being alone on a mountain for 4 months is a thing that takes something from you and gives something back, and who found both the taking and the giving worth acknowledging. I confirmed the timeline. I wrote it down in the official log, which I had never stopped keeping precisely and completely across the whole summer, every check-in, every smoke, every weather event, in the handwriting of someone trying to be professional, which is to say, in this case, someone trying to hold a container around things that were not fully containable. The log would stay when I left. Some future lookout would open the binder and find 4 months of careful entries, and would know from them that Sentinel Tower had been watched conscientiously across the fire season, that the post had been held, that the ridge had been tended. They would not know most of what else had happened. I thought about Paulette Ray's as I wrote the September 1st entry. I thought about her logbook in the back of the drawer and what it had meant to her to leave it there. Whether it was a warning or a gift, or simply an object she could not bring herself to carry down the mountain, something too specific to the place to belong anywhere else. I had put it back, as she had left it, and I had not decided what I was going to do with it, and I did not decide that morning. I just wrote the entry and dated it, and set the pen down, and went out on the catwalk. The rain had broken the night before, the last night of August, and the world it had left behind was rinsed and sharp and smelling of itself so intensely that the first breath of it on the catwalk was almost too much, not unpleasant, but concentrated, as if the forest had been saving up its particular smell for days and was now releasing it all at once. The valley below was visible again, the mist gone, the tree line clear and dark and close in the way that a landscape looks after rain has cleaned the air of anything that intervenes between your eyes and the thing itself. The distance had collapsed. Everything looked nearer than it had before. I stood in it for a long time, longer than I usually stood without purpose, and what I felt, this is the part that is hard to name in retrospect, and I want to try to name it accurately, was something like relief. Not relief that it was ending, not relief at the thought of roads and restaurants and people who had faces. Something more structural than that. The ending had arrived as endings eventually do, and the fact of its arrival meant I could stop managing the time between now and it. I had a week. The week had a shape. I knew what I was doing with it. I felt, oddly, more present than I had in days. I started that evening. There was no particular ceremony to it. I made dinner pasta, from the last of the supply drop, with the olive oil I had been rationing since August, and I ate it sitting on the cot with Compass arranged beside me in the proprietary way he had developed sometime in July. And I listened to the wind in the railing and watched the last light go out of the western sky. And when the dark was full and the stars were out, I washed the bowl and set it in the rack and went out on the catwalk with my blanket and sat in the camp chair and began. I did not begin with the summer. I began earlier than that. I began with the place I grew up, a small city in the interior of the state, one of those cities that is not quite regional enough to have a distinct identity, and not quite close enough to anywhere larger to have borrowed one. A city that exists in the specific way of places that have come to terms with not being somewhere else. I described it to the cooling air, the particular geography of the streets I had walked as a child, the way the mountains showed to the east on clear days, visible from certain intersections, the kind of landmark that tells you where you are without telling you anything else. I talked about my mother, not as a character in a story, not as the source of whatever I had become or the explanation for whatever I had failed at. Just as a person, specific and particular, who made a roux that took 20 minutes and smelled like something older than either of us, who kept her kitchen organized in a system no one else fully understood, who read books in bed until 2 a.m. and was always slightly surprised by how tired she was. I talked about her the way I would talk about her if I were certain she could hear me and certain she would not mind, which is to say with a specificity I had never managed in actual conversations with her, the specificity you can only reach when you are not worried about being too much. Each evening, for 7 evenings, I went out on the catwalk with the blanket and sat in the cooling dark and talked. The content shifted across the nights the way a long walk shifts. You start somewhere and you keep going, and the terrain changes around you without any single step being dramatic. And by the end, you are somewhere entirely different from where you began. And the journey from there to here has been gradual enough that it did not feel like travel, but only like walking. First the childhood, the city, my mother's kitchen. Then school, the slow accumulation of the person I had been becoming without quite noticing. What I had loved and not loved, what had interested me, and what I had only pretended to be interested in because it was available and I was 22, and those are, I understand now, not the same thing. Then the years of work, the apartment, the careful architecture of the life I had built and then watched dissolve. The way I had stood in those last few months of it, noticing the dissolution with a kind of detached interest that had seemed, at the time, like resilience, and that I understood now as something closer to readiness, not for loss, but for what comes after. Then Marcus. I had not talked about Marcus all summer, not even to myself, not even in the late August evenings when I was telling small stories to the lamp and the radio. I had circled him the way you circle something that might still be sore, not entirely sure of the terrain. But on the fourth evening, the 4th of September, I talked about him. Who he was and who I was when I was with him, and how those two things had been compatible for a long time, and then gradually less compatible, and then finally, quietly, incompatible in a way that was no one's fault and also no one's surprise. I talked about what I had withheld from him, not dishonestly, not as an act of concealment, but in the way I withheld things from everyone, the automatic filtering, the version of me calibrated for each relationship. I told the dark air of the mountain what I had not been able to tell him at the time, which was simply, I do not know if I have ever been fully in a room with you. I do not know if I have been fully in a room with anyone. I said it to the valley, to the tree line, to whatever was in the trees or might be, and it did not hurt the way I thought it would. It had the quality of a confession made in the right place, which is not necessarily absolution, but is something, the feeling of a word finally existing outside the mind that has been holding it. I became aware, across these evenings, that I was doing something I had not been capable of before the summer. Not just the talking, the honesty underneath it. The isolation had removed, over 4 months of slow attrition, whatever mechanism I had been using to make honesty feel dangerous. The filter I had been describing to myself all summer, the calibration, the management of exposure, I could feel, from inside these evenings, that it was not functioning the way it had been. Something in the long quiet of the mountain had gotten underneath it. And what was underneath it was not, as I had feared for most of my adult life, nothing. What was underneath it was a person who had quite a lot to say, who had been saying it to herself for 34 years, and had simply needed somewhere safe enough to say it out loud. I understood that this, too, was something the summer had given me, something I was taking with me. The evenings were cold by then. The first proper cold of the approaching season, the kind that comes into the air in September at elevation like a new tenant, not yet dominant but already present, already changing the character of the space. My breath was visible after 9 o'clock. Compass, on those evenings, pressed against my ankle in the camp chair rather than sitting apart from me the way he sometimes did in the heat. The cat's pragmatic version of warmth, entirely unsentimental, entirely genuine. I talked with my breath visible in the dark above me, and the stars came out in the order they always came out, and the wind crossed the railing in its low, continuous note, and I thought, this is the most honest I have ever been. The 3rd of September arrived the way endings arrive when you have been watching for them, not as a surprise, but also in some way that is hard to account for, still unexpected. I woke early. Not from the radio, not from any alarm, just early, in the blue-gray light before the sun came over the eastern ridge, with the particular wakefulness of someone whose body knows without being told that a day is significant. Compass was already up, which was unusual, sitting at the eastern window in his familiar stance, his tail still, his attention on the slope below. I lay on the cot for a few minutes and watched the light change. The eastern sky went from gray to the particular blue that precedes gold, and then the first edge of sun came over the ridge and hit the glass, and the whole cab went warm with it, and I lay in the warmth and thought about all the mornings I had watched that light come in, 90-some mornings, each one slightly different, and each one fundamentally the same, the sun doing what the sun does over the same ridge it had always risen over. Then I got up and made my last pot of coffee in the Sentinel Tower and drank it on the catwalk in the early light while the valley below slowly emerged from its morning shadow. And I tried to be fully in it without trying too hard to be fully in it, which is the particular discipline of endings. The supply pickup arrived mid-morning. 3 people, efficient and cheerful in the way of people who have a task and know how to do it, and they went through the equipment inventory with me, signed off on the fire finder and the radio and the weather instruments, took the perishables from the cabinet and the camp stove and the propane, and were gone in under 2 hours. The cab was sparser when they left, the shelves lighter, and it felt not emptier exactly, more distilled. The things that remained were the things that were mine, and the things that were fixed in place, and both categories felt equally essential. I spent the afternoon packing. This did not take long, because I had not accumulated much. I am a person who came with a precise and necessary amount of things, and had not, across the summer, acquired more. The Raptor field guide I had decided to take, I felt that Paulette Reyes would not have wanted it left, that the Osprey exclamation point belonged with someone who would understand it. The logbook in the back of the drawer I left where it was. I thought about this for a while, and I let the thought settle and I left it. Someone who needs it will find it the way I found it, and what they need from it they will take, and what they cannot carry they will leave, and that seemed right. Compass I had arranged with Ochoa in the second week of August, quietly, with the matter-of-factness of someone filing a logistics note. I have a cat. He came from somewhere in the forest and has been here all summer. He is coming back with me. I will need a carrier for the descent. She had not asked many questions. The carrier was in the supply drop on the 3rd. As promised, small, soft-sided, Compass had inspected it on arrival with the elaborate suspicion of a cat who already knew what it was for and had opinions about that. I went out on the catwalk at 7:15 for the last time. Not to talk, not that evening. I had said everything across the previous nights, or as much of everything as there was to say, and what remained between me and the valley in those last minutes was not words. I just stood there with the blanket around my shoulders and Compass at my feet and watched the light go, the long, slow process of it that I had watched 90 times and would not, from this height, watch again for a very long time or possibly ever. The valley filled with shadow from the bottom up, as it always did. At 8 o'clock, I went inside and picked up the radio. Sentinel, Sentinel, all clear, no smoke, visibility approximately 30 miles, winds light and variable from the northwest. No weather. Final day of operation, Sentinel Tower closing for the season. Sentinel out. There was a pause. The Harlan Peak voice answered first, exactly as it always did, the words correct and complete and smooth. I logged it. Then a silence where South Drumlin's window had been all summer since Dell. And the silence had its own quality by now, the quality of an absence I had mapped precisely enough that its contours were familiar. And then, the Cassidy Point voice had not spoken since the off-hours call on that Tuesday night 2 weeks before, the night it said my call sign once into the dark, and I lay still with my thumb near the button and did not answer. Since then, the evening check-ins had come back from Harlan Peak, and the Harlan Peak voice only, and I had begun to think, not with relief, just with the neutral registration of a fact, that the silence from the south end of the ridge was perhaps the end of it, that whatever it was had finished what it was doing, and returned to whatever it did when it was not learning voices. I had thought this, and not quite believed it, and now I understood why. The transmission opened with the specific quality of silence that precedes a voice, not the static of an empty channel, but the distinct hush of a channel that someone has keyed but not yet spoken into. I had been listening to this distinction all summer. I knew what it meant. And then it said my name. Not Sentinel, not the call sign, not the radio designation I had been answering to since May. It said, Alina. In my own voice. Not a reproduction of my voice, the way a recording reproduces a voice, with the flat digital quality of a thing transferred between media. It was my voice the way I hear my voice inside my own head. The specific cadence of it, the particular weight of the first syllable, the way the second syllable opens slightly, the way I have always said my own name to myself in moments when I am checking in with myself, taking stock, asking, "Are you still there?" It was my name in my own private pronunciation of it, the one I have never taught anyone, because you do not teach people how you say your name to yourself in the dark. You simply have it, and it is yours. I sat very still. The word had come through the speaker and into the air of the cab, and now it was the air of the cab. It was part of the specific acoustic space of this room I had lived in for 4 months, and it seemed to exist for a moment at the same time in 2 registers. Outside me, in the room, and inside me, in the place where that name has always lived. What I felt, I have spent a long time since that evening trying to name this accurately, and I am not sure I have found the right word, and I want to be honest about that rather than offer you a clean substitute. It was not one thing. There was fear in it, not the sharp fear of immediate danger, but the slower, stranger fear of something that has entered a category of experience for which you had no category prepared. There was, underneath that, something that I can only call recognition, not the recognition of a face or a voice or a person, but the recognition of being known, which is its own specific sensation, and which I had been circling all summer without quite arriving at. And underneath both of those, something quieter, something almost like gratitude, though I understand how strange that sounds, and I am not offering it as an explanation, only as an accurate report of what was there. It had been listening, not just to the radio, to all of it, to the evenings on the catwalk, to the talking to the lamp and the cat and the empty cab, to the careful, patient articulation of myself that I had been doing for 3 months in the belief that honesty required an audience, or at least required somewhere to go. It had been listening, and it had learned not just the protocol and not just the voice, but the specific private sound of a person saying her own name to herself in the dark. I picked up the radio. My thumb found the transmit button with the muscle memory of 90-some check-ins. I pressed it. I said, "Elena." Just that, my name back to it in my own voice, which is the same voice it had said back to me, which meant I was returning to it the thing it had taken from me, or the thing I had given to the mountain air across 3 months of evenings, which might not be a meaningful distinction. I held the button for one breath after the word, and then released it. The channel went to static. Ranger Ochoa came on 30 seconds later to close the net, as she always did, confirming the check-ins, thanking the active stations, noting the close of Sentinel Tower for the season. She spoke with the same professional warmth she had carried all summer. I said copy, thank you, Sentinel out, and that was the last transmission I made from that height, from that window, from that position on that ridge. I set the radio down on the table. Compass came to me immediately, which was not something he usually did. He was not, in general, a cat who responded to emotional states with physical solicitude, preferring to maintain a dignified proximity rather than overt comfort. But he came to me then, pressing against my shin, and I put my hand on his back and felt him breathing, the small bellows of him, patient and alive. I sat there for a while, long enough for the dark to settle fully, long enough for the Milky Way to come in through the south-facing glass, long enough for the thing that had happened to move from event into memory, which is the transition that allows you to carry a thing rather than be carried by it. Then I went to bed. I was up before the light. I had set nothing to wake me. I had simply woken, the same way I had woken the morning before, the body knowing without being told. I dressed in the dark and ate a handful of crackers from the last of my provisions and drank water, and then, by the time I had done those things, the eastern sky had begun its transition from black to blue-gray, and I could see well enough. I loaded the pack methodically, the way I had packed it in May, everything in its place, the weight distributed across the hips, the sleeping bag at the bottom and the heavier things above it, and the things I might need on the trail within reach. Compass went into the carrier last, with the resigned cooperation of a cat who has reached the end of his objections. He pressed his forehead against the mesh and looked at me with the particular yellow-green gaze that had been watching me all summer, from windowsills and catwalk railings and the foot of the cot, and I put my face close to the mesh and said, "All right then, let's go." I took one last circuit of the cab. The official log on the shelf, complete through September 3rd. The Osborne Fire Finder, calibrated and covered as I had been instructed. The field guide to raptors, which was no longer on the shelf because I had it in my pack, the Osprey exclamation point coming with me. The wall calendar from 3 years ago, stopped in August, the river photograph behind its cracked plastic frame. I left this where it was. The logbook in the back of the drawer, I left this too, pushed to the back in the dark, for the next person who pulled the drawer out all the way. I turned off the lamp. The stairs rang under my boots exactly as they had rung on the first evening in May, the clean, honest sound of weight on steel, and I went down them in the early light with the pack heavy, and the carrier strapped to my chest and compass peering through the mesh at the world rearranging itself below him. I started down the trail. I did not look back at the tower until I reached the tree line, which was perhaps 12 minutes of walking, and in those 12 minutes I did not think about anything in particular, or rather I thought about the ground in front of me, the way the trail met the soil, the way my boots found purchase on the morning damp earth, the small sensory specificities of a body moving through terrain it has learned across a summer of twice-weekly descents for weather instruments, for inventory checks. For the twice I had walked to the trailhead, and back for no reason other than the need to walk somewhere with a destination. At the tree line I stopped. I turned around. The tower stood on the ridge in the early light with the sun coming over the eastern peaks and hitting the glass on the east-facing wall, and the glass caught it and threw it back, and the tower was just a tower. Glass and steel in 60 feet of height, a structure planted in rock and rising to a small square cab that held all of what the summer had been. And there was nothing on the catwalk, and there was nothing in the glass, and the ridge went north and south in its long, quiet way, and the forest went down on both sides into the valleys, and none of it moved or answered or looked back. I stood for a moment with compass breathing against my chest through the carrier mesh, and then I turned and walked into the trees. The drive out was the reverse of the drive in, which is an obvious thing to say, but I had not understood in May how different a road looks in the opposite direction. How the things that face you on arrival present their backs on departure, the whole terrain rearranged by the simple fact of the changed vector. The forest road climbed down from the trailhead parking area through the lodgepole pines, and I drove it slowly with the heater on because the morning was cold in the way September mornings are cold at altitude. A real cold now, not the cool relief of August evenings. The heat from the vents smelled faintly of the car's interior in the way that heat from vents always smells of a car's interior, of dust and plastic and the accumulated fabric of many drives. And it was, after 4 months of wood and pine and stone, a completely different sensory register, urban in some way I had no precise word for, a smell that said, "You are going back." Compass had settled in the carrier on the passenger seat. He had been restless on the trail, but the motion of the car seemed to be doing something to him that cars sometimes do to cats. Not sleep exactly, but a kind of suspended alertness, the eyes half open, the body still. I had the radio on. Not because I intended to listen to anything in particular. There was almost certainly no signal on this road for the first 20 minutes, and I had verified that before I left in May, had driven this stretch with the radio scanning and finding nothing but static. It was more that the habit of the radio was so deeply installed by that point that the car felt incomplete without it, the way a room feels incomplete without a piece of furniture you have become used to. The radio was on, and it was scanning and finding static, and the static had the particular quality it always has on a car radio, broader than the handheld, less focused, the static of all frequencies at once rather than the static of a single open channel. I had been driving for about 20 minutes. The tree line was still above me on the slopes to either side of the road, but the trees were beginning to change character, the alpine mix giving way to lower elevation species, the subalpine fir replaced by Douglas fir, the understory thickening, the sky visible in a narrower strip above the road as the canopy closed in. 20 minutes from the trailhead, roughly halfway to where the forest road met the gravel track and the gravel track met the actual road. Still in it, still in the mountain. The radio scanned through a burst of static, and then to silence, and then to another burst. The scanner cycling through frequencies in the automatic way of car radios seeking signal. And between one burst of static and the next, there was a fraction of a second of something that was not quite static. I cannot tell you what I heard. I can tell you that it had the shape of a word, not the content, not the meaning, because it was too brief for meaning, too fractional, over before the ear could fully open to it. But the shape of a word. And the shape, in that fraction of a second, was the shape of my name in my own voice. It might have been the gap between static bursts, the way silence sometimes sounds like something when you have been listening for something for too long. It might have been a partial signal from a distant station, the ghost of a voice that had nothing to do with me, resolving briefly into a syllable before the scanner moved on. It might have been exactly what it sounded like, and the explanation for that might be any of the explanations I had been sitting beside all summer, none of them satisfying, all of them technically possible. I sat with my hands on the wheel for a moment. Then I reached forward and turned the radio off. The road came down out of the trees 20 minutes later, and the valley opened up on the other side of the last ridge, wide and full of morning light. And I drove into it with the window cracked the way I like it, the cold air coming in through the gap, carrying the smell of the lower forest and the turning autumn and the faint dry exhaust smell of the road below. The mountains went behind me as I drove, smaller by degrees, the way distant things diminish, not suddenly, but in the patient arithmetic of distance, each mile reducing them by some fraction until they were something you had to look for in the rearview mirror rather than something that simply occupied the sky. I drove. She drives with the radio off and the window cracked and the cold air coming in, and she is not afraid, and she is not the same, and she thinks that maybe being known completely, by anything at all, is not something you recover from, and she is not sure you are supposed to. The thing about lighthouse work that nobody tells you is that the light doesn't care whether you're watching it. I had imagined, and I had been imagining it for months, from the moment the posting was confirmed, through the weeks of paperwork and the single orientation session in a government office that smelled of old carpet. I had imagined that my presence would matter to it, that there would be something reciprocal in the arrangement. You tend the light tends you in return. A simple transaction, like most of the reliable ones. But I understood it the first night, watching the beam move through the fog from the lamp room window, that the light was indifferent to me in the most complete and uncomplicating way possible. It had been turning before I arrived. It would turn after I left. What I brought to it was maintenance, which is different from mattering. The distinction sounds discouraging when I put it that way. It wasn't. It was one of the most restful things I had ever understood. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I do that. The rock does something to your sense of sequence. The days fold into each other in a way that makes the beginning feel simultaneous with the middle, so that when you try to explain it to someone, you find yourself reaching for the ending while you're still describing the first morning. I'll try to go in order. It was late October when the supply boat brought me across. The crossing took 40 minutes from the harbor, and for the first 20 there was nothing to see but water and the gray shelf of sky above it, and the white noise of the engine, and Captain Ray's standing at the wheel in a posture that suggested he had long since stopped needing to think about what he was doing. He was a compact man, somewhere in his 50s, with the particular weathered quality of someone who spends their working life outdoors, but has stopped registering it as outdoor. He had said perhaps 15 words since we'd loaded the provisions at the dock. I had taken his silence as professional rather than unfriendly, and filled the crossing with watching the water. Then the rock appeared. It came through the fog the way a thought surfaces when you're almost asleep. You're not sure exactly when it arrived, only that at some point it is there and could not be missed. A dark shape first, indistinct, more an interruption in the horizon than a thing with features. Then, as we came closer, the lighthouse itself, white, narrower than I had imagined, standing on a wedge of gray granite that the sea had been arguing with for longer than there had been anyone to care. The light was dark. It was afternoon, and it wouldn't come on until dusk. But even unlit, there was a quality to the tower, a patience in its vertical, like something that had decided a very long time ago that it would simply outlast everything. Rays cut the engine as we came alongside the landing dock, which was a flat slab of gray concrete bolted to the rock's southern face, and the boat settled into the swell without drama. He began handing crates up without speaking. I took them and stacked them on the dock, and when everything was unloaded, he climbed up himself and we carried the provisions to the cottage door, 2 trips each, in silence. At the end of the second trip, when he was about to step back onto the boat, he stopped. He looked at me with an expression that was not unkind, but was also not warm, the expression of someone delivering information they have delivered before. "Don't let it get behind schedule," he said. I nodded. The light. He had already stepped back onto the boat. He didn't correct me. I didn't know until much later that I had been wrong about what he meant, and by the time I understood it, it seemed less important than it once might have. The boat moved away. I watched it until the fog took it, which didn't take long. Then I turned and looked at the rock. The cottage, low and white-painted, its windows small and thick-glassed, a chimney at one end, the tower rising behind it, taller than it looked from the water, the granite sloping away on 3 sides to the sea, and above everything, a sky the color of old pewter, sitting close to the water as if it had given up on height. The only sound was the water working at the base of the rock, patient and irregular, the way water is when it has time. I picked up my bag and went inside. The cottage was cold in the way that buildings are cold when they have been empty for a while. Not the cold of a room without heat, but the cold of a room that has stopped expecting people. There was a difference, and I felt it as soon as I opened the door, a waiting quality in the air, a settled stillness that my presence hadn't yet disturbed. I stood in the doorway for a moment, just to let the air adjust to me. It smelled of paraffin and old wool, with something beneath both of those, something mineral and faintly salt-edged, which I eventually understood was just the smell of the rock working its way through the walls, the smell of geological patience. The main room held a kitchen table, a wood stove, 2 chairs, a short shelf of books, and a radio set on a small table beside the eastern window. There was a single mug on the draining board, upside down, as if someone had washed it and set it to dry 6 months ago and not returned for it. A tide table tacked to the wall beside the window, its edges curling with old damp. The previous keeper had circled certain dates in pencil, 3 in November, 2 in December, 1 in late January, with no notation beside any of them. Not tides, I thought. The tides weren't clustered that way. Something else, then. Something personal, perhaps. I studied them for a moment and then decided to leave the question alone for now. There would be time to sit with it later. The whole winter, in fact. I went through the rooms in order, because that's what I do when I enter a new place. I inventory. It is a habit from before this posting, from years of work that required me to know quickly what was where, and it had become so automatic that I didn't think of it as a coping mechanism until someone told me it was. The bedroom, a narrow iron bed with a mattress that had been slept on for years in a way that meant it had conformed to a body that was not mine. A chest of drawers. A small mirror. A hook on the back of the door with a length of rope on it, coiled neatly, the kind of rope you use for tying things down in weather. The previous keeper's name, I had seen it in the posting documents, Thomas Avery, was not anywhere in the room, but he was everywhere in it, in the particular way that people are present in the spaces they've organized. The rope coiled with the same hand-over-hand wrap every time. The chest of drawers with the top drawer pulled out a half-inch, the way you'd leave it if you opened it several times a day. A small window facing north, and on the sill, a worn, smooth stone, the kind you pick up on a beach because it fits the hand exactly, and then carry in your pocket until it lives there. I left the stone where it was. The storeroom. Shelves, the provisions from the dock now partly stacked, a toolbox, spare wicks in a flat tin, a log bookshelf that I noted and did not open yet, and the stairs to the tower. The stairs were narrow and steep and made of stone, worn in the center of each step from decades of the same feet taking the same path. The banister rail along the left side was smooth as soap where hands had held it. The wood had been vanished at some point, years ago, but the varnish had been worn through by grip until what remained was just the wood itself, soft and warm feeling in the way that things get when they have been touched by enough different people over enough time. I rested my hand on it for a moment. It was, improbably, a comforting thing to touch. I went back to the main room and started a fire in the wood stove. While the cottage warmed, I made tea, which requires no particular skill but rewards the attention you give it. And I stood at the kitchen window with my mug and looked out at the sea and the fog and the light on the water, which was that flat pewter gray that comes in late October when the sun doesn't climb high enough to give the world any warmth, only light, and that reluctantly. When I'd finished the tea, I went back to the storeroom and climbed the stairs. The mechanism was on the first landing above the storeroom. The clockwork housing, the oil reservoirs, the timer, the weights. I had been trained on all of it and had practiced on a similar mechanism at the orientation facility. But there is a difference between practicing and seeing the actual thing, the thing that has been doing this work for longer than you have been alive. I went through the checks the way I'd been taught, noting the fuel level, the condition of the timer mechanism, the state of the weights. Everything was in order. Thomas Avery, whatever else he had been, had maintained the mechanism carefully. Then I continued up. The stairs wound through 2 more landings, one with a narrow window that looked directly north into a wall of fog, one with a small closet that held maintenance tools and a spare logbook, still in its paper wrapping, and then the lamp room at the top. I am not a person who uses the word beautiful casually. I've never found it a particularly useful word, because it doesn't tell you anything about the specific quality of the thing it describes, only that the thing had an effect on you. But standing in the lamp room for the first time, with the lens at its center, the Fresnel lens, concentric rings of glass rising nearly to the ceiling, catching the afternoon gray from every small window and refracting it into something that looked almost like light from within, I found the word was the only one available. It was enormous. I had known the specifications, had read them, had looked at photographs, but specifications and photographs do not convey the presence of a thing, the way it takes up space not just physically but atmospherically. The lens filled the room the way an organ fills a church, technically one object, but also something that changes the nature of the space it inhabits. I walked slowly around it, touching nothing, just looking. Then I reached out and put both hands on the housing of the rotation mechanism and pushed, gently, to feel it. It didn't move. I pushed harder, then harder than that, finding the effort in my shoulders and back, and finally, with a slowness that felt almost deliberate, the lens began to turn. Just barely. A few degrees, but enough to feel the weight of it, which was not like the weight of any object I had ever moved. It was not heavy in the way that heavy things are heavy, resistant, and reluctant. It was heavy in the way that the tide is heavy. A mass in motion that follows its own law, that you can guide but cannot really control. That was going where it was going before you put your hands on it, and will continue going there after you remove them. I let go and stood back. The lens settled. The room was very quiet. I stood there for a while, in the quiet, looking at the glass, and felt something that I would describe, if I were being honest, which I am trying to be as recognition. Not that I had been here before, more that I had been looking for something with this particular quality without knowing it had a name. And here it was, and the recognition was of the thing I'd been looking for rather than the place I'd found it in. Then I went back down the stairs to find the logbook. It was on the desk in the main room. I had noticed the desk but not focused on it during my initial inventory. And now I pulled out the chair and sat down and opened the logbook to the last entry. The entries were professional and terse in the way that official logs are, columns for date and time, and weather conditions and the status of the light, brief notes in the remarks column for anything outside the ordinary. Thomas Avery had kept the log neatly. Consistent handwriting, consistent format, no skipped days. The remarks column filled in with exactly the amount of detail necessary and no more. I flipped backwards through weeks and months, getting a sense of the rhythm of his keeping. The mechanism, the weather, the sea state, the supply runs. A life made of monitoring compressed to data. The final entry was dated the previous April. The handwriting was the same as all the others, neat, slightly left slanted, the letters well formed. But where the remarks column for every other entry held something operational, light adjusted for weather, trimmed wick, advised rays of supplies needed, this one, in April, the last one, said only. She knows the way now. I read it twice, looked at the date. April, 6 months ago at least, and the ink looked, this was the thing that made me pause, the ink looked fresh. Not like 6-month-old ink, which fades and loses its surface quality. This ink had a depth to it, a shine as if it had dried recently. But that was almost certainly a quality of the particular ink he'd used, or the particular paper, or the particular conditions of the room. I was new here. I didn't know what anything looked like after 6 months in this particular light and this particular dampness. I filed the freshness away without attaching an interpretation to it. She knows the way now. A supply contact, I thought. A previous keeper, someone in the chain, someone had learned something that mattered for the running of the light. A procedural note about a change in the supply schedule, perhaps. Something like that. The kind of thing that would make perfect sense to anyone who knew the context, which I didn't, which was fine. I would learn the context. That was the whole point of the winter. I took my pen and opened the logbook to the next blank page and wrote my own first entry. The date, the time, my name. Mara Voss arrived this date via supply boat. Light operational. Provisions stowed. Mechanism in good condition. Lamp room and housing inspected. In the remarks column I wrote, all in order. Then I put the pen down and looked at what I'd written for a moment, the small, careful block letters that I'd been writing my whole life, familiar as my own face in a mirror, and felt exactly what I'd known I'd feel, which was that this was it now. This was where I was. The entry was the proof of it, the mark in the record. Mara Voss was here, and the rock knew it, and the logbook knew it, and that was sufficient. The afternoon darkened toward evening. I made a meal from the provisions, something simple, pasta and tinned tomatoes, the kind of food that exists to occupy the part of your brain that would otherwise be tracking time, and ate it at the kitchen table while the wood stove worked on the cold. After dinner, I turned on the radio for the first time. The mainland frequency came through with a quality of static that made everything sound as if it were arriving from a great distance, which it was. The voices beneath the static were real people, going about the evening business of a life connected to other lives, weather advisories, a traffic report, a woman on a call-in program discussing something I couldn't quite decode through the interference. I listened without trying to understand it. The voices were enough. They were proof that the mainland was still there, that I had not been deposited on the only rock in a gray and empty sea. After an hour of this, I turned it off and read until 9. Then I put on all my layers and climbed the stairs. The lamp room at night is different. The darkness outside the windows made the glass opaque. I could see my own reflection, pale and slightly distorted, and the mechanism, which I had turned by hand in the afternoon just to feel it, was now alive, the weights doing the work of keeping the rotation steady and even. The light swept the outside of the windows at intervals, one rotation every 15 seconds by the specification, and each time it came around, the lamp room filled briefly with a radiance that was enormous and cold, and then was gone, and the room went back to its ordinary dimness, and I stood and trimmed the wick while the beam continued its patient work. Then I took the maintenance notebook and sat in the single chair and watched. The fog outside was dense enough that the beam didn't reach far. It just dissolved into the white after perhaps 100 feet, vanishing into the water vapor with no drama. But it went. Over and over it went. 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds. A metronome made of light, measuring out time in a unit that had nothing to do with hours or days or the particular small concerns of my particular small life. A unit that only meant, here is the rock, here is the light, you are not alone in the dark. I don't know how long I sat there. Long enough that my hands went cold even inside my gloves. Long enough that the warmth of the mechanism housing, radiating into the room, began to feel like something deliberate. The light turned. The fog absorbed it and turned and absorbed it again, each cycle unchanged from the last, each cycle indistinguishable from the first, and I found in that repetition, in the absolute sameness of it, something that I hadn't expected to find, which was peace. Not the peace of contentment, not the peace of safety, but the peace of irrelevance. My history, my concerns, the accumulated weight of the decisions that had led me to accept this posting rather than the ordinary kind, the ones that kept you connected to people and conversations, and the ordinary velocity of a life, none of it was relevant here. The light didn't know about any of it. The light turned. The fog absorbed it. That was all. I climbed down at midnight and wrote the night's entry in the logbook. Mechanism running well. Visibility poor. Fog. Then I banked the fire, undressed, lay in the bed that had been Thomas Avery's bed for however many winters, and fell asleep almost immediately, which surprised me, because I am not usually a good sleeper in strange rooms. But it didn't feel like a strange room. It felt like a room that had been expecting me and had simply been waiting. In the morning, I made tea and stood at the window again, watching the fog thicken and thin over the rocks. And then I sat at the desk and opened the logbook to write the morning entry. I paused with the pen on the page, listened. The rock was very quiet. Outside, the sea. The faint click of the mechanism still running upstairs, though I had checked it at dawn and it would run until I went up and stopped it. Through the kitchen window, a sky that was the color of milk, which meant the fog was thinning, which meant conditions were improving. All quiet, I wrote. I meant it literally. The sound level, the conditions, the status of all systems. But as I set the pen down, I looked at the phrase and thought of all the other things it could mean. All quiet, everything at rest, nothing happening that shouldn't be. Then my eye moved up the page to Thomas Avery's final entry, which was just above my first, separated by a single blank line. She knows the way now. I had read it the afternoon before and assigned it an explanation, something about supply, something mundane, and then not thought about it again. But now, in the morning quiet, I read it again, and this time something shifted in the reading of it. Something small, the way a word you've been pronouncing wrong your whole life sounds different the first time you hear it said correctly. She knows the way now. There was no subject. I had been reading it as a sentence about someone, a report on another person's knowledge, a reference, a note to whoever came next. She knows, meaning some third party, meaning the supply contact or the relief keeper or the Coast Guard liaison. But there was nothing in the sentence that required that. Nothing grammatically, nothing logically. It was a subject, a verb, a complement, and the subject was a pronoun that pointed nowhere the sentence specified. She knows the way now. It could be about anyone. It could be about the light, which was sometimes spoken of that way, the old keeper's habit of gendering it. It could be about the rock itself. It could be about the previous keeper's understanding of something, a shift in his own thinking, written in third person for reasons I couldn't know. Or it could be about the person who came next, It could be a sentence addressed, not reported. A sentence about the future reader, the next one, the woman who would sit at this desk and open this logbook and find these words waiting for her. I put the thought down before it fully formed, the way you put down something hot before you've decided whether to hold it. It was early. I was new. I was still calibrating what the silence meant and what the rock's particular quality of quiet was, and whether the freshness of the ink was something I had actually seen or only imagined. There would be time to think about it. I had the whole winter. I closed the logbook and went to make a second cup of tea, and the mechanism ticked quietly overhead, and the fog moved against the windows, and outside, steadily, the light turned. By the third week, I had stopped thinking of the rock as a place I was staying and started thinking of it as a place I had always been. The mainland was the temporary thing, the anomaly. This is, I understand now, how the posting works on you. It isn't dramatic. There's no single morning when you wake up and find you've been transformed. It's more like the way a word you've said too many times starts to lose its meaning, and you find yourself examining it in your mouth with fresh incomprehension. One day, somewhere in the third week of November, I caught myself thinking of the mainland, a concrete thought, the street where I'd lived, the particular shape of the corner cafe, and it felt like a memory from a long time ago, like something I knew but hadn't inhabited. The rock, by contrast, was immediate. The rock was just what was. The routine had a great deal to do with this. I had not understood before I arrived how completely a routine can replace time. Not replace the experience of time. The days still passed. The light still shifted in its slow November way, arriving later and leaving earlier like a guest who keeps shortening their visit, but replace the need to track it. On the mainland, I had been someone who always knew the date, who could feel the week's architecture, who was aware of Thursdays as different from Tuesdays in some bone-level way. On the rock, I had the climb at 10, and the trim, and the descent, and the log, and the sleep, and the climb again. That was sufficient. That was, in fact, more than sufficient. It was elegant. The day organized itself around the light, and the light did not care what day it was. And in that indifference was a kind of liberation I had not known to want. I climbed at 10. I checked the mechanism, the oil level, the timer, the state of the weights, the condition of the wick. I trimmed if needed. I watched the beam move for a while, the 15-second interval so familiar to me by this point that I had ceased to count it and had begun to feel it, the way you feel a heartbeat when you've been lying still for long enough. Then I descended, logged the conditions, and slept. The next night the same, the night after the same, and there was nothing wrong with the sameness. That was the whole point. The sameness was the work. On the days when the weather permitted, I walked the perimeter of the rock. It didn't take long. The rock was perhaps 200 meters at its widest, and walking its edge was a matter of maybe 15 minutes if you were moving with purpose, twice that if you were attending to things. The things to attend to were the way the sea changed color with the weather, from the hammered pewter of a still day to the deep green-gray of an approaching front, to something almost black when the storm light came sideways from the west. The birds, which were mostly gulls but occasionally something else. A gannet once, in the first week of November, plummeting into the sea off the northern face with a force that seemed impossible for something with hollow bones, striking the water like a dropped tool. The rock's own texture underfoot, which was never the same twice, frost-roughened some mornings, slick-dark other mornings, occasionally dusted with the kind of fine granular snow that doesn't accumulate but merely suggests itself. I was not unhappy. I want to be clear about that. I was engaged. The difference between those two things is larger than it sounds. Ray's came at the start of the third week. I had been expecting him, had the provisioning list ready, a hand-lettered note on a folded piece of paper detailing what I needed for the next month. But his visit was shorter than the first one, and different in quality. The weather was shifting. I could see it from the way the horizon had gone that particular shade of dark that means something is coming and still an hour or two away. And he worked fast, handing crates up to the dock with an efficiency that left no room for conversation. Which was fine. I worked at the same pace, stacking and carrying, making 2 trips to his everyone. When everything was unloaded, he stood on the dock for a moment with his hands in his jacket pockets and looked at me with the same expression he'd had when he'd given me the instruction about the schedule, not unkind, but contained. He asked if everything was in order. I told him everything was in order. He nodded, asked about the radio. I said it was working, some static, but I was getting the mainland frequencies without trouble. He nodded again. And then, just before he stepped back onto the boat, he looked up. Not at me. Up, at the lamp room window, the glass dark in the afternoon light, the lens behind it invisible from this angle, but present in the way that large things are present even when you can't see them. He looked at it for only a moment, the kind of glance that people make toward something they are trying not to make obvious they are looking at. And his expression. I was watching his face because I had nothing else to do with my attention. Did something complicated and brief that I could not read with enough confidence to name. Then he looked back at me and said the weather was going to make the next run difficult for at least 2 weeks, and he'd be in touch on the radio, and I should let him know if anything changed with the provisions situation. I'll be fine, I said. I know, he said, and there was something in the phrasing that sounded less like reassurance and more like a statement of fact he had already confirmed through some other means. Then he was on the boat, and the boat was moving, and I watched it go as I'd watched it go the first time, until the fog took it, until there was nothing but the water and the gray shelf of sky and the rock beneath my feet. 2 weeks would be fine, more than fine. I had enough. The routine was holding. The logbook entry I found on the morning of the 22nd of November was so ordinary in its content that this is what took me the longest to understand about it. That the wrongness was not in the words, but in the fact of them. I remember the morning precisely because I'd had a good night. I had slept deeply, and without the interrupted quality that high winds sometimes gave my sleep. And I came to the desk with my tea while it was still steaming and opened the logbook with a real sense of something close to pleasure. The pleasure of a form you know well. The small daily ceremony of setting down what was. I turned to the current page. The entry for the previous night was already there. I read it once. Then I sat back and looked at the window, at the fog moving against the glass, and then I read it again, and a third time. The date was right. The time was right 10 past 10, which was when I had climbed to the lamp room, which was when I always climbed. The conditions were right. Fog dense, visibility under 100 feet, slight swell from the southwest, no shipping traffic. The mechanism status was right. Running smoothly, oil level adequate, wick in good condition. The sea temperature reading was right. I had been making a habit of checking the thermometer mounted on the northern ledge each evening, just to have the data, and the reading in the entry matched the reading I recalled seeing. It was my handwriting, unmistakably. The particular way I formed the letter D with its loop, the way my sevens have a crossbar through them, a habit from years of needing to distinguish them from ones at a glance, the specific pressure of my pen on the downstroke. This was my handwriting in the way that a recording of your voice is your voice. You know it even as something in you insists on the wrongness of the angle. I had no memory of writing it. I sat with this for a while. The fire crackled in the wood stove. The fog pressed at the windows. Upstairs, the mechanism was running. I hadn't been up yet to check it, but I could hear it. The tick and whir of the clockwork that had become as familiar to me as the sound of my own breathing. There are things that rational minds do when confronted with evidence that is difficult to accommodate. I know this from having watched my own mind do them. The first thing is to examine the evidence more carefully, as if a more thorough inspection will locate the error. I read the entry 4 more times. I studied the handwriting. I pressed my fingertip lightly to the ink to see if it was dry, which it was completely, as ink is when it has been set for hours. The second thing is to generate alternative explanations, working through them in order from most probable to least. I had written the entry in my sleep. This was not impossible. I had sleepwalked as a child. Had on one occasion during a particularly stressful period of my previous work found myself in a room with no clear memory of how I'd arrived. But I had not done it in years, and sleepwalking does not, as a rule, produce logbook entries of professional quality and accuracy. I had written it in a kind of fog myself, coming down from the lamp room too tired to remember the act. But I knew my routine, and the routine included the log entry, and I could not imagine performing a task that embedded in my muscle memory and then failing to encode it at all. The third thing, when the alternative explanations don't quite fit, is to select the one that fits least badly and commit to it with a confidence you don't fully feel. I decided I had written the entry half asleep, coming down at an hour later than I remembered, in a state of exhaustion I had not been aware of. Fatigue does strange things to memory. The posting was new. My body was still calibrating to the rock's rhythms. This was a reasonable explanation. I assigned it the highest probability I could manage and turned the page and wrote the morning's entry with a steady hand, and did not mention the previous night's anomaly in any official way. But I thought about it for the rest of the day. Not obsessively, more the way you think about a piece of music you can't identify, returning to it at intervals, turning it over, not distressed by it but not able to set it down entirely either. On the 28th, I climbed at 10, and the lens was already turning. I noticed it before I reached the lamp room, felt it, actually, in the quality of the light that came down through the narrow windows on the upper landings, the way it pulsed rather than stayed steady. I climbed the last flight knowing what I would find, which is to say that my body knew and my mind was still catching up. When I opened the lamp room door, the mechanism was running at full speed, the beam sweeping the outside of the windows with its familiar 15-second rhythm, the housing warm to the touch with the warmth of sustained operation. I put my hand flat against the housing and felt how warm it was and tried to estimate from that how long it had been running. At least an hour, possibly longer. I checked the timer. The timer had not engaged. It was set correctly. I had checked it myself that afternoon, as I checked it every afternoon, the small round dial pointing to 10 o'clock, the switch in the armed position. The mechanism had not been started by the timer. The timer was still armed, still waiting, unaware that the thing it was meant to start had already started. I stood in the lamp room for a long time. The beam swept. The fog outside was pale and dense, and the light went into it and dissolved, the way light does in fog, not blocked but absorbed, swallowed, made part of the gray. I checked the oil level, which was slightly lower than it should have been for the number of operating hours I had recorded. I made a note of this in the maintenance notebook. I stood a while longer. The mechanism ran. Somewhere in the time I stood there, something shifted in me, not an explanation, not a conclusion, but a change in the quality of my attention. Before this moment, I had been attending to the anomalies the way you attend to a malfunction, alert for the cause, ready to fix it once found. After this moment, I was attending to them differently, more carefully, the way you attend to something that might be trying to communicate. I didn't act on this shift immediately. I went downstairs. I wrote the log entry. I slept. The next morning, I found a second unremembered entry in the logbook. The morning after that, I found a blank page, my own entry, and nothing beneath it. And the morning after that, another entry in my handwriting from a night when I was certain I remembered everything. The climb, the trim, the descent, the log, the date, the ink, the feeling of the pen in my cold hand. I remembered writing it, but the entry in the logbook was different from the one I remembered writing. Same handwriting, same date, same column format, different words. I made no alteration to the logbook. I did not cross anything out. If something was keeping a record alongside mine, I did not want to disrupt whatever its purposes were. But I needed myself, a record I trusted, a place to set things down in words that I was certain had come from me. I found a plain notebook in the storeroom, maintenance-grade, spiral-bound, green cover, the kind that gets purchased in bulk and distributed without sentimentality. I brought it to the desk. I opened it to the first page and wrote the date and the time and a heading, which was anomalies. Nothing else, just the date, the time, the word, a container. Then I went back to the beginning and began to list what had happened, and when, with as much precision as I could manage and as little interpretation as possible. The entry I had no memory of writing on the 22nd. Date, time, contents, my assessment of the ink's dryness, the quality of the handwriting. The light running early on the 28th. Time of discovery, estimated running time based on housing temperature, status of the timer. The second unremembered entry. The entry that differed from my memory of what I'd written. Writing it down steadied me in a way I had not anticipated. Not because writing things down explained them, it explained nothing, but because it transformed the anomalies from things that were happening to me into things that I was observing. There is a difference between being subject to a phenomenon and having a methodology for recording it. The methodology gives you a role. You become not the thing being acted upon, but the person taking notes on the thing being acted upon, and that is a position from which you can continue to function. I wrote in the anomaly notebook every morning after that, and the act of writing was both disturbing, because it meant the anomalies were real enough to document, and steadying, because it meant I was still the one holding the pen. It was in the first week of December that I noticed the word. I had been consulting the tide table regularly, not because I needed to take tidal readings as part of my official duties, but because the tides were one of the ways the rocks spoke in a language I understood, predictable, cycle-governed, a system whose logic I could follow without effort. The tide table had been tacked to the wall beside the window since my arrival. Thomas Avery's circled dates were still there in pencil, still unexplained, still patient in their suggestion that they meant something I wasn't yet equipped to understand. I was checking the table for the afternoon's low tide when I saw it. In the right margin, at approximately the level of the December entries, written in a pencil that was slightly lighter in shade than the pencil of Thomas Avery's circled dates. Patience. It was small, neat, a single word in the margin of a tide table, exactly as if someone had written it there as a note to themselves while consulting the same table, a reminder, a prompt, an annotation. It was not there when I had last looked at the tide table, which had been 3 days ago, but I could not rule out that it had always been there, and I had simply failed to notice it. I stood very still for a moment, looking at it. Then I went to the desk and took out the logbook and compared the handwriting. Thomas Avery's hand was neat, left slanted, well-formed. I had studied it across months of entries and knew it well. The word in the margin was not his hand. The letter forms were different, the E in particular, closed differently, the T with a longer crossbar. Not Avery's. I went and found the maintenance forms in the storeroom, which were in a different hand still, official printed forms mostly, but with occasional handwritten annotations that I took to be from the supply depot rather than any keeper. Also not a match. I got a pencil, my own, which I kept in the desk drawer and erased the word. The pencil had been light enough that it erased cleanly, leaving only a faint ghost that might have been a shadow in the paper. I smoothed the surface with my fingertip. I went back to what I'd been doing. I did not write this in the anomaly notebook for 2 more days. I don't know why exactly. Perhaps because the tide table felt different from the logbook, more personal, less official, the kind of surface where words like that could theoretically come from anywhere, any hand, any visitor. There had been no visitors, but the table had been here for years before me, through multiple postings, and it was possible. I told myself it was possible, that the word had been there longer than I could confirm, and I had simply not seen it until I was in the right frame of mind to see things. This is what I mean when I say the seduction of self-explanation. You don't do it clumsily. You don't construct ridiculous stories that obviously fail to fit the evidence. You construct careful, plausible, almost persuasive stories, and you present them to yourself with the tone of a reasonable person thinking things through. And the plausibility of the framing makes the thinness of the explanation feel less thin. You give yourself permission to accept a weak answer, because the alternative requires more of you than you are ready to give. The next morning, I looked at the tide table out of habit. The same glance I gave it every morning when I came to the desk, the quick check of the day's pattern, and the word was back. Patience. Same hand, same position, and beside it in the same light pencil, so faintly that I had to angle toward the window to see it clearly. Good. I read them both for a long time without moving. The fire in the wood stove made its small sounds. Upstairs, the mechanism had stopped with the dawn, as it always did, and the lamp room above me was quiet and still. Outside, the fog had thinned overnight into something more like low cloud, and through it the light had a quality I had started to associate with the week's better days, pale, even, without depth, but present. My mind, when presented with this evidence, produced a new architecture of explanation with the same efficiency it had been producing them all month. I was sleepwalking more thoroughly than I had admitted. I was writing in states of fugue I could not access in waking memory. The pencil marks were so faint that I had imagined erasing the first one, had run my finger over it, and believed the gesture was the act. I had not looked carefully enough. I had looked at something that wasn't there, and overwritten it with something I expected to see. I held each of these explanations up, and looked at it and put it down. Then I went to the sink and got a slightly damp cloth, and erased both words with more pressure than strictly necessary, watching them lift from the paper until the margin was bare and white and clean. I washed my hands at the sink. The water was cold. The pipes always ran cold in the mornings before the cottage had warmed, and I let it run over my wrists for a moment, feeling the cold sharpen my attention the way cold does. Then I looked up. My reflection in the black window glass above the tap looked back at me with an expression I could not read from the inside. The glass at night becomes a mirror, but in the day it is only almost opaque. You can see yourself, but faintly, with the fog behind you, and what looks back is something less certain than a mirror, something that carries the gray of the outside world in it, so that your face appears not clearly itself, but as one element in a larger, dimmer picture. I stood there looking at this version of myself and understood something that had been available to me for several weeks now, and that I had been, very skillfully, not arriving at. There was no one on this rock to leave that word but me. No supply visit since Ray's, and Ray's had not come inside, had not come within 10 feet of the wall where the tide table hung. No other boat, no other person, no other hand. The rock was mine alone, had been mine alone since late October, would be mine alone for months more. If I ruled out a visitor, and I ruled out a visitor, and I ruled out Thomas Avery's hand, which I had ruled out carefully by comparison, there was only one hand left. Mine. But I had not written it. I was as certain of this as I was of my own name, as certain as I was of the feel of the rock's particular cold underfoot on the stairs, and the smell of paraffin in the storeroom, and the sound of the mechanism finding its speed at the start of each night's run. I had not written it. I had not written it the first time, and I had not written it the second time, and I did not know how to hold both of those certainties simultaneously with the certainty of who was on this rock. And yet I held them all because they were all true, and the space between them was something I was not, quite yet, ready to enter. I dried my hands and went back to the desk and opened the anomaly notebook and wrote the date and the time, and in the most neutral language I could manage, what I had found in the margin of the tide table, and what I had done, and what I had found again this morning. Then I closed the notebook and held my hands flat on its cover for a moment, the green cardboard rough under my palms. Outside, the fog thinned and thickened and thinned again. The sea worked at the base of the rock with its old argument. Somewhere above me, the lamp room held the lens in its stillness, waiting for night, when the weights would do their work and the beam would go out again into whatever the dark held, whether or not anyone was watching, whether or not anyone was there. There is a kind of fog that isn't weather. It's a decision the world makes to stop showing you itself. I had seen fog before. I had grown up near the coast, had driven through it on early mornings, had felt it against my face on ferry crossings, had understood it as a condition. Temporary, local, something that burned off by mid-morning and left the day clean. The fog of December on the rock was not that. The fog of December on the rock was an environment. It arrived in the first week of the month, and it did not leave. And after a few days, I stopped thinking of it as something that had come and started thinking of it as something that simply was, the way the cold was, the way the stone was, a basic fact of the place that I had not yet been here long enough to understand. It came in stages. I want to describe this carefully because the stages mattered. The sequence was part of what made it feel, eventually, like more than weather. First, the outer rocks went. The rock that the lighthouse stood on was the largest of a small group, and at low tide you could see two others. One to the northeast, a flat shelf of granite just above the waterline with a colony of birds that came and went in patterns I had started to learn. And one to the west, a narrower spire of rock that caught the evening light in a way that could, on a clear day, look almost warm. These disappeared first, absorbed into the white before I had quite registered they were going. I looked out the northern window one morning, and where the flat rock had been was simply more sky, white and undifferentiated. And I thought for a moment that the tide had taken it, that it had been lower than I'd calculated, and the water had come over it. And then I understood. Then the sea went. Not all at once, not the way a curtain drops, but retreating. The horizon pulled back and back, shrinking the visible world like a photograph developing in reverse, until the water I could see from the cottage windows was perhaps 30 feet of gray chalk, and then 20, and then less, and then the fog was flush with the rock's edge, and what lay beyond it was simply nothing. Not dark nothing, not the nothing of night, but white nothing, which is a different quality entirely, the absence not of light but of form, a fullness that is somehow also erasure. The sky went last. I don't know exactly when because I had stopped noting it as it happened, had stopped treating it as an event. I went to bed one night and there were stars, not many, but some, in the breaks between the cloud cover that had been building all day, and I woke to a sky the color and texture of unbleached cotton, close and flat and complete. No horizon, no distinction between sea and air. The lighthouse a column standing in the middle of a white nothing that extended in all directions without difference. Just the rock, and the tower, and the cottage, and the light turning overhead in its 15-second rhythm. That is when I understood why this posting was considered the difficult one. It was not the isolation that was difficult. Isolation I had prepared for, had in some sense been practicing for years before I arrived here, had accepted as the primary condition of the work when I'd applied for it. Isolation is simply the absence of other people, and the absence of other people is only as difficult as your relationship to yourself. And my relationship to myself was something I had been tending carefully for long enough that it was, if not comfortable, at least familiar. What the fog did was different. The fog removed the world, and without the world to push back against the horizon, the distant shipping lanes, the far smudge of the mainland on a clear day, the outer rocks with their birds and their tidal logic, the lighthouse became not a point in a landscape, but the only point in anything, a column of stone and light surrounded by nothing on all sides, and the nothing was not peaceful. It was, in the most literal sense I can express, complete. I kept the routine. That was the thing the routine was for. I understood this in December in a way I had only theorized in October. The routine was not for the light's benefit. The light, as I had understood from the first night, did not require my attention to continue turning. The routine was for mine. Climb at 10. Check. Trim. Descend. Log. Sleep. The sequence was a skeleton, something to organize the flesh of the day around, something to give the hours direction in the absence of any external direction. On the days when the fog was at its thickest, and the world had been reduced to stone and white and the overhead turning of the beam, what I had was the climb and the trim and the descent, and it was enough. It was just enough. The radio went quiet in the second week of December. There was no dramatic failure, no pop, no silence, no moment of obvious cutoff. It was gradual, which is somehow worse. First, the signal quality began to degrade. The voices under the static grew quieter. The music between stations dissolved into a wash of signal that was the same color as silence but wasn't. I adjusted the dial by small increments, chasing frequencies, finding them and losing them. The Coast Guard channel, which I checked twice daily as a matter of habit and professional protocol, went from reliable to intermittent to a frequency I could tune to and find only the specific texture of an empty band. The last clear transmission I received was a weather advisory, which arrived at the end of the second week with enough clarity that I heard every word. Conditions would deteriorate across the coastal region. Heavy fog advisory extended through the foreseeable forecast period. Vessels advised to exercise caution. I logged it with the time and date and filed it in the weather section of the official log. It was, in retrospect, the last ordinary communication I would have with the outside world for some time, and I did not know that when I heard it. After that, static. Static at all hours, at all frequencies, not the harsh, crackling static of interference, but something smoother. A low, continuous wash that had the quality of a sound that had always been there, and which you were only now, in the absence of everything else, beginning to hear. I sat with the radio some evenings and turned through the dials slowly, the way you turn through the pages of a book you've read before, not looking for anything new but attending to the familiar. And beneath the static, sometimes there was something. Not a broadcast, not a voice in any decipherable sense, but a cadence, a pattern in the noise that had the rhythmic structure of speech without the content. Rise and fall, pause, rise and fall again. The intervals were irregular in the specific way that human speech is irregular, not the mechanical irregularity of interference, but something biological, something with the variable tempo of a person choosing their words. I sat very still when I heard this and turned the volume up and listened with the particular quality of attention that requires you to still your own breathing, and what I heard was something I could not decode. Not words, the shape of words without the substance. The form of a sentence, emptied. I logged this in the anomaly notebook, not in the official log. Radio. What sounds like speech beneath static, frequency uncertain? Cadence recognizable as human, content undecodable. I did not know what to make of it, and writing I do not know what to make of this in the notebook was itself a form of honesty I had come to value. The acknowledgement that some things were not yet legible, that the category of not yet understood asterisk was different from the category of asterisk inexplicable asterisk, and that patience was what stood between them. The supply boat was 3 weeks overdue by the time the footsteps came. I had been tracking the overdue days in the anomaly notebook, not because I was alarmed. I had provisions enough, and the weather that was keeping the fog in was certainly the same weather that was making the crossing inadvisable, but because the tracking gave the waiting a shape. Day 22, I wrote. Day 23. Conditions unchanged. The rock is, as far as I can determine, fine. The rock was fine. I was, as far as I could determine, fine. The routine was holding. The anomalies, the unremembered entries, the light running early, the word in the margin, had continued with the regularity that I had come to think of as their own kind of grammar, a grammar I was slowly learning to read without panicking. The logbook continued to accumulate entries in 2 hands, mine, and whatever other hand had taken to augmenting the record. I had stopped trying to catch the act. I noted the entries, read them carefully, added them to the anomaly log. They were always accurate. They were always, in some way, more detailed than my own, small observations I had made and not thought to record, see conditions I had noted and then let go. Whatever was writing in my logbook was a more attentive keeper than I was, and I had found, in a way that surprised me, that this was not offensive. It was more like being gently corrected by someone who had been doing the job longer. But the footsteps were different. The first night was deep in December, late, past midnight, I think, though I had long since stopped wearing my watch to bed, had started letting the mechanism's rhythm stand in for clock time. The fog was at its worst, that night, Pressed against the glass with a density that felt physical, the beam outside the upper windows barely making it 10 feet before the white took it. I had been asleep. I came up through the levels of sleep in stages, the way you do when something has pulled at you from outside, and I lay in the dark of the bedroom trying to identify what had done the pulling. The third stair. I know the sound of every stair in this tower now, not because I cataloged them deliberately, but because when you climb a flight of stairs twice a night for 6 weeks, you acquire the knowledge without intending to. The third stair from the bottom has a particular complaint. A low, wooden creak that occurs with the left foot, not the right, at a point roughly in the center of the tread. I had learned to adjust my own step to avoid it when I climbed in the early morning and didn't want the sound. I knew its exact pitch and duration. I heard it now. Then the second stair, which had its own note, higher, shorter, the sound of a board working against a nail that had loosened with years of use. Then the first floor landing, which was quiet. Then the sound of weight on the lower flight, ascending, the particular rhythm of a person climbing at a measured pace, unhurried, the way you climb when you are going somewhere you know well. I lay in the bed and did not move for a long moment. Then I got up. I moved to the storeroom door, which was the door that opened onto the tower stairs, and I put my hand on the handle and opened it. The stairwell was empty and dark. I stood in the doorway and listened. The fog pressed at the small window on the first landing. The mechanism ticked and whirred above me, the lamp room light sending its pulse down through the tower in that faint, rhythmic way. The stairs were stone, and cold, and entirely still, and the dark in the stairwell was the ordinary dark of a place where no one had turned on a light. I found my torch and went down. I checked the storeroom. Shelves, the chest I had not yet opened, the tools in their brackets, the spare wicks in their tin. I checked the main room. The desk, the chair, the wood stove, my mug from the evening still on the draining board. I checked the bedroom, which I had just left, and which held nothing but the impression of my own body on the mattress and the cold that had entered from the window I always left cracked. I checked the door, the cottage door, the only entrance, and found it latched, as I had latched it at 9 o'clock, the bolt thrown, the same as every night. Nothing. I went back to the stairwell and climbed to the lamp room and stood there for a while with the beam going around me, the white fog outside, and the night very quiet. My heart rate, which had elevated, came back down with the methodical patience I had been practicing since November. I went back to bed. In the anomaly notebook in the morning I wrote, "Stairs, just that." The second night, 5 days later, I was ready. I had not precisely planned to listen. I had not set an alarm or arranged myself in any prepared way. But I was awake when it came, reading in the main room with the wood stove banked low, and when I heard the creak of the third stair, I put the book down quietly and simply listened. No torch, no movement toward the door, just attention. The footsteps climbed. I counted them. Third stair, second stair, the first floor landing, then the second flight, 12 steps. I knew, with a slight pause at the 8th where the ceiling came down and taller people tended to duck. Though I did not know why I noted this except that the pace changed very slightly at that point, as it does when someone adjusts their head for a low ceiling. The second landing. And then, nothing. The footsteps stopped. Not retreating, not the sound of someone turning and descending. Not continuing, not the creak of the upper flight, the final stairs to the lamp room. They simply stopped, on the landing directly below the lamp room, and the silence afterward was the same silence as before, complete and unhurried, as if whatever had been climbing had arrived at where it was going. I sat in the main room for a long time after that, and then I climbed the stairs myself, and I checked the lamp room, and I went back down, and I looked at the second landing with the torch and found nothing. The floor was stone. The walls were stone. The small window on that landing was closed and latched. There was a wooden bench along one wall, not a feature I had paid particular attention to before. One of those fixtures that comes with a space, and which you stop seeing after the first week, and the bench was empty. I stood on the landing for a moment. The fog pressed at the window. The light turned above me. Then I went back down and sat at the desk and added to the anomaly notebook. Second night. Footsteps climbed to lower landing. Did not continue. Did not retreat. I underlined did not retreat. Something about that detail seemed, in a way I could not yet articulate, important. The third fog night they came again, and I listened from the main room again, and again they stopped on the lower landing. The fourth night was the worst fog of the month. The fog that had been building for days seemed to consolidate, to compress, to press against the glass with something that I can only describe as intentionality, though I know that is not a word for weather. That night the footsteps came earlier, not at midnight but closer to 10, almost simultaneous with the mechanism's start, as if whatever climbed those stairs was keeping its own version of my routine, its own version of the 10 o'clock climb. And this night I noted something I had missed before. The footsteps were not tentative. They were not the footsteps of something uncertain of its route. They were the footsteps of someone who had walked this staircase many times, who knew the third stairs creak and perhaps made it anyway, who knew the low ceiling at the eighth step and perhaps ducked from habit, who climbed because the climbing was familiar. On the lower landing, they stopped. The next morning, I went into the storeroom and looked at the chest. I had noticed it in October, during my initial inventory. A cedar chest, low and wide, pushed back under the base of the stairs where the ceiling came down. I had tried the lid briefly and found it heavy and slightly swollen with old damp, and I had made a note to open it when I had time, and then I had not had time, or had not prioritized it, or had kept finding reasons to put it off. The chest had the look of something that held maintenance equipment. It was of that size and that placement, and I had a toolbox and a spare parts tin that I consulted regularly, which meant I did not need to go looking for other supplies. The chest had simply waited, patient in the manner of objects that have been waiting for a very long time and have made their peace with it. I pulled it out from under the stairs and worked the latch, which was a simple iron clasp, and lifted the lid. It was heavy. Old cedar, old hinges, the lid coming up with a complaint that suggested it had not been opened often. The smell reached me before the contents became clear, cedar, yes, but beneath that something older, paper and dust, and the particular dry smell of things that have been kept in the dark for years. The smell of an archive. The chest was full of notebooks. Not uniform notebooks, not the green maintenance grade ones like mine, not official logbooks in standard format. These were a collection. Different sizes, different covers, some cloth-bound, some plain cardboard, one that appeared to be leather, old and dark. They were stacked in no obvious order, but with a care that suggested they had been placed deliberately, not piled, not scattered, but laid in so that they were all accessible, so that the oldest were visible along one edge, their spines exposed. I lifted the top one and read the cover. A date range. 2 years, beginning about 15 years ago. I set it aside and worked down through the pile until I found the oldest spine, the one at the bottom of the stack that I had to clear several others to reach. The spine was cloth, faded to an indeterminate gray-green, and when I picked it up, the rubber band that had been holding it together dissolved at my touch, just crumbled away, not elastic anymore, old beyond function, leaving only a faint ring of discoloration on the cover to show where it had been. I took the chest of notebooks to the kitchen table. I made tea. This was important, not the tea itself, but the act of making it, the deliberate small ceremony of filling the kettle and setting it to heat and getting out the mug and the tin and doing each thing in the order it needed to be done. It was the same impulse that had started the anomaly notebook. The need to have a container for what was about to happen. The need to be doing something ordinary on the outside, while the inside adjusted to a new situation. The notebooks were personal journals, not official logs. This became clear from the first page of the oldest one. The handwriting was loose, informal, the entry written not in columns with date and conditions and status, but in paragraphs, the way you write when you are writing for yourself. A date at the top, 40 years ago, early December, and then a paragraph that began without preamble, without establishing context, as if the writer had simply needed somewhere to put what was happening and had reached for the nearest clean page. The fog is particularly heavy tonight. I thought I heard someone on the stairs. I read the sentence 3 times. Then I looked up from the page and looked at the room around me. The wood stove, the window with its fog-pressed glass, the lamp room overhead sending its 15-second pulse through the floorboards. The kitchen table with its ring stains from 40 years of previous mugs. My own mug, steaming, on the right side of the stacked notebooks. I looked back at the page. The handwriting was a man's hand, I thought, though I could not have said why with confidence. There was a particular quality of pressure, a slight heaviness in the downstrokes. The name at the top of the journal's first page, which I found when I turned back to it, was George Aldrin. December, 40 years ago. The fog heavy. A sound on the stairs. I set that journal aside and opened the next oldest. A different hand entirely, rounder, more careful, the letters individually formed, the journal of someone who thought about their penmanship. The name on the first page was not given, but the date was 33 years ago. November start, December through March of the journal's range. I turned to the first December entry. Third night of the fog. Radio has been unreliable since the 15th. I find myself taking the stairs differently, more slowly, listening. A pause in the writing, visible in the pen's behavior, a heavier mark where the tip had rested against the page. Something uses those stairs. I don't know what else to say about it. I put it down. I picked up the next. The journals were each particular, each the record of an individual mind encountering a specific set of events, and working through them in the specific way that their particular personality allowed. I could tell, within a few pages of each one, something real about who had written it. The one who noted everything empirically, temperatures and times and wind speeds, who approached the strangeness the same way she approached the weather, as data to be collected, not interpreted, at least not yet. The one who was clearly frightened from early on, whose entries grew shorter and more compressed as the winter progressed, not stopping but contracting, the handwriting smaller, the sentences more clipped. The one who seemed almost pleased by it. There was something in his tone, a quality of engagement, like a person who has been given a difficult puzzle and is grateful for the difficulty. None of them were the same, but there were overlaps, convergences. It was nearly 2 in the morning. I had not noticed the time passing, which on the rock was not unusual, but which had a particular quality tonight, sitting in the circle of light from the desk lamp with the fog at the windows and the old journals spread around me on the kitchen table. The mechanism above me was running its 10 o'clock pattern. I had climbed and trimmed at 10 as always, had descended and come straight here, had sat down with the chest and not moved since. The lamp room light turned overhead, and I could feel its rhythm in some low-frequency way, that 15-second pulse, the lighthouse keeping its own time as it always had, indifferent and precise. I had been reading in the order I'd found them, oldest to newest, and I was now in the middle of the stack. A journal from the late 80s, cloth-bound in dark blue, the writing inside small and confident and regular, the handwriting of someone who had been educated in a time when handwriting was a discipline. The name on the first page was Harriet Vance. The dates ran from autumn through spring, a full winter's keeping. I had been reading Harriet Vance for an hour and had found that her voice, of all the voices in the chest, was the one that moved most at my own pace. She was methodical but not cold. She noticed things with precision and without fuss. She had, early in December, reported the fog in terms almost identical to mine. The outer rocks going first, then the sea, then the sky. And she had noted the radio degradation. And she had noted the entries in the log that she did not remember writing. And she had noted the sound on the stairs. She had not, however, noted fear. Not exactly. There was wariness in her earlier December entries, the quality of someone being careful in unfamiliar terrain. But by the third week, Something in the tone had shifted, not to comfort, not to acceptance in any easy sense, but to something more considered. She had arrived at a position. I was reading toward whatever that position was. I turned the page and found a short entry, mid-December, dated in the margin the way her shorter entries always were. 3 lines. I have been thinking about what it is that comes up the stairs. I have been trying to think about it without deciding in advance what it is. This turns out to require more discipline than I expected, but less than I feared. And then, 2 pages further on, after a longer entry about the condition of the mechanism and the ice formation on the northern ledges, a paragraph that had been set off from the rest by a small line break, a pause in the text, the way you set off a thought that arrived after the fact and needed its own space. I have decided not to be afraid of it. Fear does not seem to be what it wants. I set the journal down on the table, face up, open to that page. The lamp room turned overhead. The fog pressed at the glass. I read the sentence again. Outside, the beam went out into the white and was swallowed, as it always was, absorbed by the December fog in its patient and total way, returning on its 15-second count to try again, and again, and again, sending its light into a world that gave it nowhere to land. Because that was the work, because the work did not require a destination, because the work was simply the going out and the returning, the turning and the turning, regardless of what the dark held or didn't hold. Regardless of who was watching, regardless of what was on the stairs. I started with the oldest one, the one whose spine was held together with a rubber band that turned to dust when I touched it. This was not the first time I had held it. I had found it in the chest the night before, had lifted it and set it aside. But touching it now, in the morning, with the light coming through the window at the particular low angle of a December morning on the rock, I felt the band go between my fingers like something that had been waiting only for the right pressure to let go. The rubber crumbled in a way that suggested it had been fulfilling its purpose by appearance alone for some time, long since ceased to have the elasticity of a thing still living. George Aldrin, December 40 years ago. I went back to the beginning of his journal and started from there. What I understood, on the second reading, a reading that was more systematic than my bleary, middle-of-the-night first pass, was that George Aldrin had not known what to do with what was happening to him. This was not a criticism. He was a methodical man that was clear from the first week's entries, precise with times and conditions, conscientious about the mechanism, clearly experienced in the physical demands of the posting in a way that suggested it was not his first. But the methodology had no category for what the fog season brought. His early December entries were careful and brisk, the handwriting steady, the observations recorded in the professional shorthand of a man who has done this long enough that the doing of it does not require much thought. And then, around the third week of the month, something changed. Not in the events I was beginning to understand were consistent, but in the handwriting. It slowed. The letters, which had been moving across the page with a professional's efficiency, began to space themselves out, began to have the quality of handwriting that is being watched by the person producing it. He had written on the 23rd of December, "I check the lamp room and it is already running. This is the 4th time. I have checked the timer each time. The timer has not started it. I cannot determine what has. I find I am spending longer than is strictly necessary in the lamp room, watching the mechanism. I am not sure what I am watching for." 4 times. The same number I had reached, at roughly the same point in the season. I made a note in my anomaly notebook. Aldrin, light self-starting by 4th occurrence, late December. Then I went back and read the first 2 weeks again, more slowly, looking for earlier occurrences I might have passed over. There were none, or rather, there was one, a brief note in the first week of December. Mechanism appeared to start slightly before the timer engaged. Possibly a calibration drift. He had not circled it. He had not flagged it as anything other than a calibration question. He had moved on. I understood this. I had done the same thing. I had called the first unremembered log entry fatigue, and the light running early a timer issue, and the word in the tide table margin a pencil mark I hadn't noticed. The construction of alternative explanations was not a failure of intelligence. It was intelligence doing exactly what intelligence does when the evidence is difficult, finding the most parsimonious story available and committing to it until the story no longer fits. The story stopped fitting around the same point for each of them. I noticed this as I worked through the journals in order, which I spent the better part of 3 days doing, not reading straight through each one, but reading in parallel across the stack, taking the same period from each journal in sequence, checking what each keeper had written in early December, then mid-December, then the turn of the year. I was looking for convergences, and I found them with a regularity that was itself its own kind of evidence. The light running early, every keeper. First occurrence between the first and second week of December, increasing frequency through the month. The unremembered log entries, every keeper with one exception, a man named Porter who had kept the posting for only 6 weeks before being relieved for medical reasons, and whose journal stopped abruptly in early December with the single note, "I believe I am unwell." I thought of Porter sometimes, in the following days, with a kind of tenderness. He had left before the story had time to develop. He had not been here long enough. The footsteps, every keeper. The lower landing, every keeper. The stopping, the not retreating, the not continuing, every keeper. One of them, the one whose journal was closest to mine in tone, a woman named Clara who had kept the posting about 20 years ago and whose handwriting was so similar to mine that I had to remind myself, looking at it, that it was not mine had written. It does not seem to be going somewhere. It seems to have arrived. There is a quality to the silence after the footsteps stop that is not the silence of an empty landing. It is the silence of a presence that has settled. I read that sentence several times. I had not been able to articulate it, even in the anomaly notebook, with that precision. The silence of a presence that has settled. Yes, that was it exactly. But what I had not expected, and what took longer to see, was the gap. I noticed it first in Aldrin's journal. A break in the entries, 3 days around the deepest part of winter, the days around the solstice, where the journal went quiet. Not a few skipped days, keepers skipped days sometimes. Nothing in the official logbooks required the private journals to be daily. But a qualitative silence, followed by a shift in tone so clear that even without those missing days, the break would have been obvious from either side. Before, the methodical, careful documentation of a man trying to maintain his framework against events that didn't fit it. After, something else. Not resolution, exactly, but a different relationship to the uncertainty. A man who had, in those 3 missing days, arrived at somewhere he had not been before. I went through the stack and mapped the gap in each journal. Everyone had it. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days in one case. The keeper named Emil, who was, from the evidence of his prose, someone who held on to frameworks longer than most. But it was there in all of them, around the same point in the calendar, within a week of the solstice in either direction. The last entry before, still effortful, still in the mode of explanation and resistance. The first entry after, different. Quieter. Inhabited, somehow, in a way the earlier entries were not. Harriet Vance's gap was 4 days. Before it, careful, methodical, the quality of attention I had come to associate with her. After it, the sentence I had read the previous night, the one that had sent me back to the beginning of the archive to read more carefully. I have decided not to be afraid of it. Fear does not seem to be what it wants. I wrote in the anomaly notebook, on the page where I had begun building the timeline. Each keeper has a gap. The gap is not an absence. It is a threshold. Then I looked at the page for a while. The timeline ran across 2 facing pages, a dozen names in order of date, their experiences plotted along a line that went from arrival to departure, with the convergence points marked. Looked at that way, from the outside, the pattern was unmistakable. What had been, from the inside, a set of frightening and inexplicable anomalies was, from the outside, a grammar, a syntax. The same sentences spoken in different voices to different listeners, saying the same thing, patient in its repetition, certain that eventually each listener would hear it. The lighthouse had been doing this for as long as there had been people keeping it. It was not a malfunction. It was not deterioration. It was what the place was, what it had always been. From the first season, someone had climbed these stairs in the dark and trimmed this wick and logged these conditions. The rock had always had this particular way of speaking. Each keeper had simply been a new audience for an old text, arriving without the reading knowledge to decode it, acquiring it across a winter, and leaving it in the chest for whoever came next. I sat with this understanding for a while. The wood stove put its warmth into the room. Outside, the fog was as dense as it had been all week, the world reduced to the familiar white, and the mechanism ran overhead in its faithful rhythm. The understanding was not frightening. This surprised me. I had expected that seeing the whole pattern, realizing that I was not encountering something singular and personal but something structural, something that preceded me by decades, would feel diminishing. Instead, it felt almost the opposite. It felt like the difference between being lost in an unmapped wilderness and being lost in a wilderness that turns out, on careful examination, to have been mapped by people who came before you, who were lost in the same way, who found their way through, and left the maps for anyone who came after. I was not the first to hear this. I was not the first to be changed by it. These journals were the record of that changing, and I was in the middle of my own version of the same change, and there was a community in this that I had not been expecting to find on a rock, surrounded by white fog in the middle of December with no radio and no boat and no other human presence. It was a few days after completing the timeline that I went back to my own unremembered log entries. I had continued to document them in the anomaly notebook, to note the dates they appeared, to read them carefully and compare their content to what I could independently verify. What I had been doing, in reading them, was checking for errors, looking for the place where whatever was writing them had got something wrong, a temperature reading that didn't match the thermometer, a wind direction inconsistent with the flag on the landing. I had been reading them as evidence to be tested. I read them again, now as something else. The first unremembered entry, the date, the conditions, the mechanism status, the sea temperature reading. The sea temperature was 1.3 degrees. I went to the thermometer log I kept in the maintenance notebook. I had been taking the reading at the same time each evening, the same attachment to data that Harriet Vance had had, the same instinct that quantification was a form of contact, and I found the entry for that night. 1.3 degrees, an exact match. This could be coincidence. Or it could be that I had taken the reading and then recorded it in the logbook in a state I couldn't access in waking memory, in which case the memory was mine and the accuracy was expected. The fourth unremembered entry contained a fog density estimate that I had not made a practice of recording in any official way, visibility at approximately 40 feet, southwest quarter, thinning at the horizon. I had no independent record of this, but I went back through my private notes for that evening and found a single line. Fog thicker to the SW tonight, maybe 30 or 40 feet before it closed. The estimate in the unremembered entry was consistent with my own. The ninth entry, I had counted them carefully by now, 9 entries over 6 weeks, contained something I had read when I first found it and puzzled over and set aside. A notation, in my handwriting, in the remarks column. Vessel bearing 43 degrees northeast, 1:14 hours, fog signal deployed. I had no memory of a vessel. I had no memory of hearing a fog signal, which would have been audible from the rock if it had been close enough to bear logging. I had checked my own log, the official log, and found no corresponding entry for that night, which had made me think that the unremembered entry was simply inaccurate, a detail generated from somewhere that had no correspondence to reality. Then I found it in the operational radio log, in the official records section that I had not consulted carefully since my first week. A Coast Guard transmission, logged in a standard format, vessel reporting fog signal encounter at 1:14 hours, bearing approximately northeast of the Lighthouse Rock, vessel proceeding without incident. The time matched. The bearing matched. The vessel had been there. I had not heard the fog signal. I had not seen the vessel. I had no memory of that night that included either of those things. But something had logged it accurately, had known the bearing, the time, the detail, and had written it in the logbook in my handwriting, at a time I could not account for, with information I could not have accessed. I sat at the desk for a long time after I confirmed this. The entries were not random. They were not the noise of some process that happened to produce writing as a byproduct. They were records. They were careful, accurate, attentive records of what was happening on the rock on the nights I had, for whatever reason, not recorded it myself. Something was keeping my log for me. Something was, on the nights I couldn't, making sure the record continued, making sure that whatever had happened here was noted, was preserved, was set down in the proper form in the proper place, as it always had been set down, as the logbook required. I thought of Harriet Vance's sentence. Fear does not seem to be what it wants. What it seemed to want was for the record to be kept. The cat appeared on a morning that was, as far as I could tell, the 27th of December. I was climbing the stairs at my regular time, which by now was more like 6 in the morning than 10. I had shifted my rhythm over the weeks in some way I hadn't planned, the rock's own schedule working its way into mine. And when I reached the upper landing, the landing just below the lamp room, I found it sitting there. Gray, that was the first thing. It was an extremely gray cat, the particular gray of old pewter or overcast water, a gray without any warmth in it, and it sat in the precise center of the landing with its feet tucked under its chest in the way that cats sit when they are planning to remain where they are for some time. It looked at me with yellow eyes. I looked back at it. The temperature on the upper landing in late December was not negligible. The lamp room above kept some heat, and the stone held what came up from the cottage, but the landing itself was cold enough that I always wore my gloves for the climb. The cat was dry. This registered before anything else did, not just not wet, but truly dry, the fur sitting smooth and flat and unruffled in the way of an animal that had been indoors in a warm place. There was no way it had come across the water. There had been no boat. There was no way it had been anywhere on this rock, in this temperature, in this fog, without showing some sign of having weathered it. I went the rest of the way up to the lamp room and checked the mechanism. The cat followed me at a slight distance, unhurried, and sat in the doorway while I went through the maintenance check with the same quality of attention it had been giving me on the landing. Present, alert, not particularly demonstrative about either. It had the quality of a witness. Not watching me the way a cat typically watches a thing it finds interesting, with that slightly unfocused predatory attention, but watching me in a more directed way, as if it were noting what I did and finding it satisfactory. I had a tin of sardines in the kitchen. This is not the most dignified thing to admit, that I know, without thinking about it, that I have a tin of sardines. But the rock reduces your provisions to an intimate knowledge of exactly what you have and where it is. And the sardines had been in the back of the shelf since the second supply run. I opened them and put them in a bowl and set the bowl on the kitchen floor. And the cat ate from it with the same quality of unhurried attention it gave to everything. It did not eat quickly. It did not eat as if it were very hungry. It ate like something that was not accustomed to urgency. I went back to the archive that afternoon and began looking. She was in 4 of the journals. 4 different keepers, 4 different decades, and she or he. The cat had no collar, and I made no strong determination, just as none of the journal writers had was described each time in terms that stopped me. Always gray, always calm, always appearing in the deep of winter, always without explanation, always with this specific quality of attention that the keepers had each reached for words for and found the same words insufficient. George Aldrin, the oldest journal. A gray cat has appeared on the South Landing. I cannot account for it. I have fed it what I could spare. It sits with me in the lamp room in the evenings, and I find I do not mind the company. There is a quality to the way it watches the light that I can only describe as knowing. Clara, 20 years ago. The cat is here again. It arrived during the worst of the fog, and I am trying not to assign meaning to the timing. I am not succeeding. And then a keeper I had not encountered yet, a name partway down the stack, Dora's. A woman, from the handwriting and some of the incidental details. A reference to a winter coat, a description of her hair going gray faster than she'd expected. A way of noting her own emotional states with a directness I associated with a particular kind of self-knowledge that tends to come with age. Dora's had kept the posting 11 years ago, had written a journal of unusual quality, had reached the threshold before her gap period and come out the other side with more words than most for what she'd found. And in the final section of her journal, in the entries from the last weeks of her winter, she had written, "The cat has been here for 3 weeks now, and I have given up trying to understand where it comes from. It is enough that it is here. It seems to know something that I am slowly catching up to." I read that sentence and put the journal flat on my thigh and looked at the room. The cat was on the chair across from me, asleep now, its gray flank rising and falling in the slow rhythm of deep sleep. Outside, the fog pressed at the window with its customary steadiness. The mechanism was quiet. It was the middle of the day, the light at rest between its night watches. Something that I am slowly catching up to. That evening, I climbed to the lamp room at 10, with the cat following 2 steps behind me. And instead of going directly to the mechanism, I pulled the chair to the window and sat down. The cat stepped from the floor to the sill in one easy movement and settled there, tail curved around its feet, and looked out at the fog the way it had been looking out at the fog for the past several evenings. Not with restlessness, not with the coiled spring alertness of a cat watching something moving in the dark, but with a quality of regard that I could only call patient. As if the fog were not an obstacle to seeing but a thing in itself that merited attention. The mechanism ran. The beam went out through the windows every 15 seconds and the fog took it and gave it nothing back. The lamp room was warm from the housing, and the warmth was the same warmth it had been for every night of the 4 months I had been here. And outside, the winter was doing what the winter did, and the rock did what the rock did, and the light turned. I did not take out the anomaly notebook. I did not take out the logbook. I did not have a pen. I had come up here to do the maintenance check, and I had done it, and now I sat in the chair, and the cat sat on the sill, and neither of us moved, and the light turned. This is difficult to describe, and I am going to try. What arrived was not a voice. It was not a vision. It was not a dream or a hallucination or a revelation in any form that the word revelation usually implies. No light, no message, no sudden clarity that reorganized everything that had come before. What arrived was more like a feeling with the shape of a sentence. A meaning without words first, which the mind then reached for words to hold. I had been thinking about what the archive had shown me. The pattern, the progression, each keeper arriving at the same place by a different route, the footsteps on the landing, the unremembered entries, the light running ahead of itself. And I had been thinking of all of it in terms of what the lighthouse was doing, what it wanted, what its purposes were, why it behaved this way toward the people who came to tend it. I had been thinking of it as a relationship between a keeper and a place, and I had been putting the keeper at the center of that relationship. The keeper who arrived, who observed, who was acted upon, who eventually arrived at understanding. But sitting in the chair with the beam going around me, and the cat watching the fog and the rock beneath it all doing what the rock had always done, something in the framework shifted, the way a picture shifts when you look at it from a different angle and the figure and the ground reverse. The keeper does not tend the light. I did not think this. I felt it, and then thought it, and the thinking of it had the quality of something I had known for a very long time and was only now allowing myself to know that I knew. The light tends the keeper. The climb at 10, the trim, the descent, the log, the routine that I had been maintaining for 4 months now that I had understood as the structure the posting required, the skeleton of the work, the thing that kept the days organized and the self-oriented, this had never been for the light. The light had been running before I arrived. It would run after I left. What the routine was for, had always been for, was the person in the middle of it. The person climbing the stairs in the dark, whose hands knew the rail and whose feet knew the creak of the third stair, and whose body had learned the weight of the mechanism, and the smell of the paraffin, and the particular cold of the lamp room at 2 in the morning, and the particular warmth of coming down from it. That person, held by the routine, kept by it, the way you keep something when you hold it steady. Every keeper who had come here had been, in their own way, in need of keeping. I didn't know what that meant for me, exactly, and I was not sure I needed to know yet. What I knew was this: the logbook entries I had not written were not intrusions. The light running before I reached it was not a malfunction. The footsteps on the stairs, climbing to the landing below the lamp room and resting there in the dark, were not a warning or a threat. The lighthouse had been here before any of us, before George Aldrin or Harriet Vance or Dora's or Clara or Emil, and it had learned something across all of that keeping. About what it was to be a person here, about what a person needed in the deep of the fog season, about what kept a person from losing themselves entirely when the world reduced to a column of stone and the white, and what it was doing, with its unremembered entries and its early starts and its faithful, unhurrying presence, was what it had always done. The cat on the sill turned its head and looked at me with its yellow eyes, and I looked back at it, and neither of us said anything, and the beam went around us, and outside the fog sat patient and total against the glass. I stayed in the lamp room for a long time that night. Eventually, the cat stepped down from the sill and walked back to the door, not urgently, and I took this as a signal and stood up and followed it down the stairs. I banked the wood stove. I made tea and sat at the kitchen table with it, warming my hands on the mug. The fog was beginning, very slightly, at the edges, to thin. It was the first time in days I had felt a change in it, a loosening, some willingness in the air to become something other than white and solid and complete. The private journals were still spread around me on the table. I had been reading them for days now, going back to specific entries, comparing notes, building the picture. Now I gathered them one by one and set them back in the order I had found them, oldest to newest, and laid them in the cedar chest. The chest smelled of cedar and old paper and time, and I stood over it for a moment before I lowered the lid, looking at the spines, the names, the decades. George Aldrin. The unnamed keeper with the round, careful letters. Harriet Vance. Emil. Clara. Dora's, who had put words to what she was slowly catching up to. I left my own anomaly notebook on top of the stack, in the chest but visible, with a strip of paper I had folded in half and tucked into the first page. I did not write anything on the strip of paper. Whoever found it next would read the notebook and find their own entry point. I closed the lid. The cat was asleep on the chair beside the wood stove, its gray flank rising and falling, enormously still. Outside, the fog was thinning. Not quickly, nothing on this rock happened quickly, but it was thinning, the white at the windows becoming less opaque, something behind it beginning to suggest itself. A direction, a depth, the faint memory of the world. The beam overhead continued its ancient patient rhythm. 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds, the same count it had maintained through every fog season anyone had kept here, the same count it would maintain through every fog season that followed. I picked up the official logbook from the desk. I opened it to the current page. I picked up my pen, and I began to write the night's entry, the date, the time, the conditions, the mechanism's status, the sea temperature, and I wrote it in my own handwriting, at my own pace, with the particular care I had always given to the logbook, because the logbook was the record, and the record was the work, and the work was the work regardless of who else might be tending it alongside me. I wrote it, and I did not look over my shoulder. I did not set the pen down between entries and study the page for signs of another hand. I did not read back what I had written with the attention of someone checking for intrusions. I wrote, and the fog thinned at the windows, and the cat breathed in its deep and untroubled sleep, and the light turned. There is a difference between being alone and being singular, between the absence of other people and the presence of only yourself. I had not understood this difference before the rock, or I had understood it intellectually, the way you understand the mechanics of something you've never done. On the mainland, alone had meant a particular kind of quiet, a relief from social obligation, the restoration that comes from an evening in which no one needs anything from you. It was a state defined by what it lacked. What I found in January, and this took me until January to find, which I think was the correct amount of time, was something different. A fullness. The sense not of other presences absent but of my own presence, for the first time in memory, entirely sufficient. The archive had done something to me that I was still measuring. Not a conversion, not a relief, but a reorientation. The way a compass reorients when you bring it near something that changes north. Everything was where it had been. I was where I had been. But I was pointing somewhere new, and the new direction felt, when I checked it against the evidence of my own daily experience, more accurate than the old one. The first thing I stopped doing was locking the stairwell door at night. I had not consciously started locking it. Somewhere in November, during the early weeks of the footsteps, my hand had begun to throw the bolt before I went to bed. A small, inarticulate act of self-protection that I had not examined at the time, because examination would have required me to name what I was protecting myself from, and I had not been ready to name it. The bolt throwing had been a reflex, the same way your hand moves to cover a candle flame in a draft before you've decided to do it. Pure animal management of uncertainty. In January, I stopped. On the first fog night of the new year, which arrived not with drama, but with the same patient accumulation I had come to expect, the outer world going white in stages, the rock becoming its own world again, I took the cat and went to the upper landing. Not the lamp room, the landing below it, the one with the bench along the wall and the small north-facing window that looked out, on fog nights, into white that was indistinguishable from white. I sat on the bench with the cat in my lap, and the stairwell door open behind me, and the lamp room door open above me, and the light turning overhead in its steady, indifferent way. I didn't wait long. The third stair, which I knew as well as I knew my own name. Then the second, the first floor landing. The second flight ascending, the slight pause at the eighth step. And then the lower landing, the one I was sitting above, and the silence that was, as Clara had written, not the silence of an empty place. I sat for a while in that silence with the cat warm in my lap, and the fog at the window, and the light turning above my head. Then I spoke. Not loudly, not in the direction of the stairs, not as an address to anything in particular. Just words in the room, the way you say something when you are alone with a thought, and the thought is big enough that it needs to be in the air rather than only in your head. I read the journals, I said. The fog pressed at the window. The light turned. The cat shifted slightly in my lap, resettled, the small rearrangement of a sleeping thing finding a better fit. The silence on the landing below continued with the same quality it had had before I spoke, not changed by my words, not broken by them. Received, perhaps. That was all. I sat there a while longer and then I went to bed, and the stairwell door stayed open, and I slept easily, which I had been sleeping easily for some weeks now, ever since the understanding in the lamp room had settled into the rest of my thinking like sediment settling to the bottom of a glass. It was a few days after this that I started leaving the space in the logbook. The idea arrived, as the better ones tend to, without announcement. I was writing my evening entry and I reached the end of it and paused before I closed the book. And instead of closing it, I left it open and set the pen down beside it. Just that. The book open, the pen accessible, a page and a half of empty space below what I had written. I went to bed and left them there, and did not think too hard about what I was doing, because thinking too hard about it would have required a vocabulary I wasn't sure I had yet. In the morning, the space was still empty. I noted this without disappointment. I had not, I realized, been expecting anything specific, only leaving a door ajar, seeing whether anything came through. Nothing had. That was fine. I wrote the morning entry, leaving the same kind of space below it, and put the pen down again. The third night, something filled it. Not all of it, not the full half page, not dense text running to the bottom of the open space. A few lines. In the upper portion of the blank, in handwriting that was mine and was not mine, the entry sat quietly, the way a note sits on a kitchen table left by someone who was there while you were sleeping. I read it standing up, still in the coat I'd put on to come down to the desk, not having thought yet to remove it. The entry was brief. The date, the time, the conditions. Fog lifting slightly by midnight, the beam carrying further than it had in weeks, perhaps 200 feet before the white took it. Sea state moderate southwest. Ice formation on the north ledge confirmed. The kind that builds in columns along the vertical face of the rock when the spray freezes on the way down. I had been watching this formation for several days. Had in fact spent a quarter hour the previous afternoon standing at the northern edge with my hands in my pockets just looking at the columns of ice, their particular translucent gray, the way they caught and held the diffuse winter light. The entry noted the ice columns, described them with the same care I would have given them if I had thought to write about them, which I hadn't made time for in the official log, because the official log asked for operational data and the ice columns were not operational. But they were worth noting. They were worth noting in the way that most things on this rock were worth noting, because they were specific to this place and this season, and because the record of this place should include them, and because someone who came here later and found the logbook might want to know that ice had formed on the north ledge in this particular way in this particular January, that the columns were perhaps 18 inches in height by the 23rd, that their color in the morning light was the color of old window glass. I sat down. I read the entry again. Then I read my own entry from the night before, the one that sat above the blank space, and I compared them not for accuracy. By now I had stopped testing the entries for accuracy, had stopped needing to verify them, had understood that their accuracy was not the interesting thing, but for what I can only call angle. The angle of attention. What the entry noticed, what it dwelt on, what it passed over. It was not my angle exactly, but it was close. It was the angle of someone who had been watching the same things for a long time, from a position I couldn't quite place, not beside me, not above me, more like behind me slightly. The way a memory of a place looks when you return to it after years, recognizable, familiar, but carrying the residue of all the other times you saw it, so that your eye goes to different things, rests differently, knows more than it knew when it was only the present. I wrote in the anomaly notebook, for the last time as an entry in the anomaly notebook, not intrusion, correspondence. Then I closed the notebook and put it in the kitchen drawer where I kept the pencils and the small things I needed to hand and didn't want to lose. I didn't throw it away, I was a keeper. I kept things, but I didn't open it again for a long time. The correspondence, once it began, was not consistent. That was important to understand. There were nights when the space stayed empty, and I noted this with equanimity. The same equanimity I brought to the nights when the footsteps didn't come, which also happened, maybe 3 nights out of 7 even in the deepest fog. The pattern was not every night. The pattern was when it had something to say. And what it had to say was never urgent, never demanding, never anything that required immediate response or action. It was, in the most precise sense of the word, observations. What was happening on the rock? What the light was doing, how it moved through the particular conditions of that particular night. What the sea was doing at the base of the rock, the different sounds it made when the swell came from different directions. The southwest swell was low and rhythmic, almost melodic. The northeast chop was sharper, irregular, the sound of argument. What the temperature had done overnight. What the stars looked like when the fog cleared, which had happened twice in January, and both times the clarity was so total, so complete after weeks of white, that I had stood on the rock's northern face and looked up until my neck ached. The entries knew about the stars. They described the specific configuration I had seen, not stars in general, not the generic acknowledgement of starlight, but the exact arrangement I'd been looking at, the Pleiades low on the western horizon, the particular brightness of what I thought might be Jupiter but couldn't confirm without an almanac. The entries described it the way someone who had also been watching would describe it. From beside me, almost. From slightly behind. What I came to understand. And this understanding did not arrive in a single moment, but accumulated the way all understanding on the rock accumulated. In the way that cold accumulates, layer by layer until you realize you have been in it for a long time, was that the entries were not, in any functional sense, messages. They were not telling me things I could not have found out otherwise. They were not shortcuts to knowledge, not transmissions from somewhere inaccessible, not warnings or instructions or revelations. They were the record of a shared attention. Someone else, some other form of attention, some other quality of noticing, for which the word someone was insufficient, but was the best I had, was watching the same things I was watching, from the same rock, and the entries were what that watching looked like when it was set down in words. I had spent months trying to understand what the lighthouse wanted from me. It was January before I understood that the question was wrong. Not what it wanted from me, what it had with me. And what it had with me was what it had had with George Aldrin and Harriet Vance and Dora's and all the others in the chest. Attention. A shared direction of regard. Two things noticing the same world from the same vantage point, at the same time, in the same language. Because the logbook was the language, the columns and the conditions and the status of the mechanism, the language the rock had learned from the keepers, and the keepers had learned from the rock. And what the entries were written in was that language, which meant that whoever or whatever was writing them had been doing this long enough to learn it. Had learned it from all of them, each in their season, each adding their own inflection to the common grammar of what it meant to keep the light. The cat remained through all of January. It slept in the chair by the wood stove, and it climbed the stairs with me at 10, and it occupied the lamp room sill with the same equanimity it brought to all its locations, the equanimity of something that understands itself to be exactly where it is supposed to be. I had stopped trying to explain it. The journals had not explained it either. They had only confirmed that it had always been there, which was not an explanation but was something better, a precedent. A history. The cat was part of the grammar of the place, as the mechanism was, as the logbook was, as the creak of the third stair, and the smell of paraffin, and the cold of the lamp room at midnight, and the warmth of coming down. You did not explain these things. You learned them. You learned what they sounded like and what they meant and how to move through the space they occupied, and eventually the learning was complete enough that you stopped doing it consciously, and it became simply how you knew where you were. Rays came in late January. I heard the engine before I saw the boat. The fog was thin that day, which was not unusual for late January. The fog season beginning, almost imperceptibly, to let up. And I stood at the southern edge of the rock and watched the shape of the supply boat emerge from the white the way it had emerged the first time, the day I arrived, from fog that was thicker but similar in quality. The same slow materialization, the same chugging engine. Rays at the wheel in the same posture, the same air of someone who has stopped needing to think about what his hands are doing. He came alongside, and we did the provisioning the same way we always did. Crates up to the dock, stacked, carried, 2 trips each, the efficiency of a system understood. Only when everything was stowed did Rays come inside, which was not something he had done since October, and I understood from the act of his coming inside that this visit was different from the intermediate ones. He stood in the main room in his jacket and took in the cottage with the quick, experienced eye of someone who knows what to look for in a place where someone has been alone for a long time. The state of the wood stove, which was clean and well-maintained. The desk, where the logbook was open and the pen was beside it, and the entries were clear and regular, and nothing about the setup suggested disorder. The kitchen, where the provisions were stacked neatly, and the mug was in its usual place, and everything was as it should be. He was checking for signs of someone who had stopped coping, and he was finding that I had not stopped coping, and his expression did not change exactly, but something in it settled. "You're all right," he said, not quite a question. "I'm all right," I said. He looked at me for a moment, the same contained, unhurried look he'd given me when I'd first arrived. Then he said, Do you want to leave? I watched his face while I said no. This was deliberate. I wanted to see what the answer did to him, and what it did was something specific and brief and interesting. Not surprise. Something more like the recognition you feel when a prediction you've been quietly holding turns out to have been correct. When the evidence comes in and confirms what you thought it would confirm, but confirmation still produces a small private satisfaction. He nodded once, not slowly and not quickly, the nod of someone storing a fact. You've had nearly 2 months without a boat, he said. That's unusual. I'd want to know if that was all right. It was fine, I said. And then, because something in the conversation seemed to permit directness in a way the earlier visits hadn't. Do you know what happens here in winter? The question sat in the room for a moment. Reyes put his hands in his jacket pockets and looked at the window, the fog-thinned light coming through the thick glass, and then looked back at me. He had the expression of someone selecting among possible answers. I've brought 6 keepers to this rock, he said, in 20 years of running this route. I've never brought one back before spring who hadn't asked to go. I waited. Did they all stay past their first winter? I asked. Something moved behind his eyes. Some of them are still here, he said, in a manner of speaking. He did not explain this. I did not ask him to. There was a quality to his not explaining that suggested he was not withholding information he could have given. It was more that the explanation was not his to give, that the thing he had gestured at was something each of the 6 keepers had arrived at on their own, and that arriving at it on your own was the whole point. He was a man who had been watching this process from the outside for 20 years, who had carried the people and the provisions and had stood on this dock and looked up at the lamp room window with an expression I could not name. And he understood exactly as much as someone on the outside could understand, which was enough to know what it was but not enough to say it. He left before long. The weather was still uncertain, the next run unpredictable. He'd be in touch by radio once the frequencies were clear again. He had extra paraffin in the last crate. He'd thought I might be running low. He stepped back onto the boat with the ease of a man who has made this step 10,000 times, and the engine came up, and the boat moved away from the dock and into the gray water, and I watched it until the fog took it. I went inside and sat at the desk. The cedar chest was still under the stairs where I had replaced it. I had not gone back into it since the last night of the archive reading, had not needed to, had been living inside the understanding it had produced, which was a different thing from needing the source. But now, I lifted the lid and went through the stack until I found Emil's journal. I had read Emil before, of course. His was one of the journals I had spent the most time with, because his voice was the most effortful of the group, the most resistant, and his arc was therefore the most legible. He had been the keeper who held on to his frameworks longest, whose gap period was 5 days rather than 3, who had emerged from those 5 days with a prose style that was quieter and more spacious than the one before. His final entries had a quality that I had been trying to describe to myself for weeks, and which I now thought I might have a word for. Not peace exactly, not acceptance. The word, I thought, was vocation. The sense of having found the thing you were actually for. I went to the day of the supply boat. The date was in late January, 40 years ago, and the entry was typical of Emil's post-gap style. Shorter than his early entries, quieter, the handwriting still his, but without the effortful quality of the first 2 months. He had noted the boat's arrival, noted the provisioning, noted the exchange with whoever had captained the supply run 40 years ago. A different man than Reyes, of course, but from the journal's description, not entirely unlike him. The boat came, a new paragraph separated from the practical notes. I couldn't explain why I stayed. Not to myself, not to Harmon, not in any way that would have made sense as an explanation. I just knew that I was in the middle of something and that it would not make sense interrupted. A pause, visible in the pen's resting mark. I have been trying to understand, for weeks now, what kind of thing I am in the middle of. I don't think there is a word for it that exists outside of the experience itself. The closest I can come is this. I am learning the grammar of a place. I have been here long enough that the grammar is beginning to be legible. I need to stay until I can read it. I sat at the desk, with the journal in my lap for a long time. I am learning the grammar of a place. I took out the official logbook. I opened it to the current page. I picked up my pen and wrote that day's entry, the conditions, the mechanism's status, the sea state, the supply boat's visit, Ray's departure. And then, in the remarks column, which I had taken to treating as the place for the things that didn't fit elsewhere, I wrote, I think I am learning the grammar of a place. I think every place has one, and most people never stay long enough to learn it. I have been here long enough. I can almost read it now. I looked at what I had written. Then I closed the logbook and put the pen down and sat for a while in the afternoon quiet of the cottage, the wood stove making its small sounds, the cat asleep in its chair, the fog outside going about its slow business of becoming something or not becoming something, as it chose. The grammar of a place. I had been thinking about this in terms of the lighthouse's particular grammar, the entries, the footsteps, the early starting light, as if this were a unique syntax, something anomalous, something that required explanation and had only now received it. But sitting in the afternoon quiet, I thought about all the other grammars I had not stayed long enough to learn. The apartment I had lived in for 2 years whose radiators made sounds I had never decoded. The office where I had worked for most of my professional life, whose rhythms I thought I knew, but which had probably had a deeper level I had never reached because I had spent those years looking outward, looking at the work, not at the space in which the work happened. The neighborhoods I had moved through, the landscapes I had crossed without stopping, the places I had registered as scenery rather than as places that had their own grammars, their own patient way of speaking to whoever was willing to listen long enough. Most people never stayed long enough. This was just true. The mainland ran at a speed that made most grammars inaccessible. You couldn't hear the grammar of a place when you were moving through it at the speed of a life full of other things. You needed the particular enforced stillness of a posting like this one, the fog season's erasure of the world, the supply boat's delay, the routine's patient dailiness. You needed to have nowhere else to be and nothing else to do, for long enough, and then the grammar started to be audible. I had been here long enough. In February, the fog began, very gradually, almost reluctantly, to change. Not to lift, not yet, but to become less absolute. There were mornings when the fog was still dense, but had a quality of intention in its density, the quality of something choosing to remain rather than simply being incapable of leaving. There were evenings when the beam carried further than it had in weeks, the fog thinning enough that I could sometimes catch the suggestion of reflection off the water below. The beam going down, and the sea giving something back, not light exactly, but a brightening. A sense of depth returned to the world. The cat remained through this, watching the slow change with the same quality of attention it brought to the fog itself. I had stopped wondering when it would leave. It would leave when it left. The journals had suggested it always did, always in March, always without drama, and I had added this to the grammar of the place. The gray cat's departure as a form of punctuation, a seasonal marker as reliable as the fog's arrival and the fog's eventual end. I began to read differently in February. Not the journals, I had read the journals, had taken from them what they were for, had set them back in the chest with my own notebook on top, had left them for whoever came next. What I read differently was the logbook. My own entries and the entries that appeared in the spaces I left, the back and forth of the correspondence. I read them the way you read letters from someone you have been writing to for months, the way a correspondence teaches you something not just about the other person, but about the act of corresponding, about the quality of being in communication with a mind that is not yours. The entries had been teaching me something about attention, about what it meant to notice carefully, and to set down what you noticed, and to trust that the setting down was worthwhile even when, especially when, no one else was likely to read it. The logbook was a record of the light and the sea and the mechanism, but it was also, I understood now, a record of the keepers. Every keeper who had written in these columns had left themselves in the handwriting, in the choices of what to note and what to pass over, in the specific quality of their attention on any given night. George Aldrin was here, and Harriet Vance, and Emil, and all the others, in the stratum of their individual winters, the way layers of sediment carry the record of particular seasons. Readable, if you knew how to read, by someone who came after and stood in the same place and looked at the same walls and felt the same cold and heard the same mechanism running its 15-second count through the dark. I was here now. I was being added to the record. The entries in my handwriting that I had not written were not separate from this record. They were part of it, the part that came from the rock's long accumulated knowledge of what it meant to keep the light, offered in the same handwriting, because the language of this keeping was the language I had been using, was the language all of us had used, was the one language available. On an evening in the middle of February, I climbed the stairs at 10 o'clock. The mechanism was already running, as it often was now. I had stopped keeping account of the nights when I arrived and found it already in motion versus the nights when it waited for me. The distinction had lost its significance somewhere in January. Whether I started it or it had started itself, it was running when I arrived. And what I did when I arrived was check it and tend it and be with it. And this was the same regardless of which of those things had done the starting. But on this particular night, I did not go to the mechanism. I went to the window. I pulled the chair across the lamp room to the largest of the windows, the one that faced northwest, and I sat down. The mechanism ran behind me, the beam going around, the lamp room filling briefly with light on each rotation, and then releasing it. The fog was still present but thinning at its outer edges, the way it had been thinning for 2 weeks now, slowly reconsidering. The beam went out and came back and went out again, and where it struck the thin fog, it made a column of diffuse brightness that dissolved at its edges into the dark, and the effect was not unlike looking at something underwater. The light changed by the medium it moved through, softened, made uncertain of its own shape. I watched this for a long time. I was not thinking about the mechanism. I was not thinking about the logbook, or the entries, or the correspondence, or the journals in the chest below, or the cat asleep in the kitchen, or Ray's face when I'd said no to leaving, or Emil's sentence about the grammar of a place. I was not thinking about any of the things that had accumulated in my understanding over the past 4 months, the whole careful edifice of what I now knew about where I was, and what I was doing, and what the rock had been doing alongside me. I was watching the beam move through the last of the winter fog. And what I found in the watching, not arrived at, not concluded, not reasoned toward, but simply present, the way the cold is present when you have been in it long enough to stop noticing and start simply having it as a fact of your body, was not understanding. It was something that had no particular need of understanding. It was closer to the feeling you have when you have been working for a very long time on something very difficult, and you look up from the work, and the work, for that moment, is simply there. You are not separated from it. You are not anxious about it. You are not trying to finish it or measure it or explain it to anyone else. It is simply what you have been doing and what you are doing and what you will continue to do, and the doing of it is sufficient, and the sufficiency is the whole of the feeling. Gratitude, I thought, that was the word. Not gratitude to anything in particular, not the directed kind, not the kind that needs an object, just the state of it. The condition of being grateful to be here, in this lamp room, on this rock, watching this light move through this particular February fog at 10 o'clock on a night that was very quiet and very cold and very far from anywhere else. The beam went around. The fog received it. Outside, somewhere in the dark below the layer of white, the sea did what the sea did, arguing with the rock's southern face in the low, rhythmic way of a southwest swell, the particular sound I had come to associate with the week's better weather. The mechanism ticked and whirred behind me, the clockwork keeping its own time, the weights doing their patient work. And the rock beneath all of it was the rock, as it had always been, as it would always be, indifferent and essential, The same granite that had held Thomas Avery and George Aldrin and Harriet Vance, and all the others, that was holding me now, that would hold whoever came after. I stayed at the window until well past midnight. The fog thinned a little more. By the time I finally climbed down, the beam was carrying further than it had in weeks, 200 feet, 300, beginning to reach something, beginning to find the edge of its range again after months of white. Below me, the rock was quiet. The stairwell was quiet. On the lower landing, there was nothing. Or there was whatever there always was on the lower landing, the presence that had settled there and which I had stopped needing to understand and had started simply to know. I went to the kitchen and wrote the night's log entry by the light of the desk lamp, recording the conditions and the mechanism status and the improving visibility and the state of the sea. In the space below, I left the usual half page, and I put the pen down beside the open book and went to bed. And I slept the way I had been sleeping since January, which was easily, without interruption, the sound of the mechanism overhead, and the sound of the sea below, and the cats breathing across the room composing themselves into the specific silence of a place that holds you while you rest. The thing about winter on the rock is that you don't feel it end. You just notice one morning that it has been gone for a while. March arrived not as an event, but as a slow accumulation of evidence. A day when the light through the eastern window had a quality I hadn't seen since October. A sharpness, a direction, actual shadows cast by the mug on the desk, and the corner of the logbook and the lamp on its hook. I stood in the main room for a long moment just looking at the shadows, the way they lay at an angle I had forgotten, and I felt something I couldn't name immediately. Something between relief and mourning, or perhaps neither of those things exactly. The feeling you have when a piece of music you have been listening to for a very long time moves into its final passage, and you become, for the first time, aware that it is going to end. The fog did not lift dramatically. That would have been out of character for it. It thinned over the first week of March in the gradual way it had thickened in December, the outer rocks reappearing first, the flat granite shelf to the northeast asserting itself one morning like something that had simply decided to come back, without ceremony, without announcement. The birds returned to it the same day, as if they had been waiting just off camera. I watched them from the northern ledge for a while, their precise and businesslike occupation of the rock, and felt a specific pleasure in it that I had not been sure I was still capable of, the pleasure of something familiar in a place you had thought emptied of the familiar. I began noting the changes in the logbook the way I had been noting everything, with care, without sentimentality, in the columns designed for conditions and mechanisms status and sea state. The fog was thinning, I wrote this. The beam carrying further each night, 300 feet, 400, beginning to find the sea surface and get something back. The first clear night. The stars so numerous and close that standing in the lamp room felt like being suspended in them. The beam going out into genuine dark for the first time since November, finding nothing but distance and returning anyway, because that was the work. I wrote all of this in the logbook. I wanted it to be on the record that the winter had ended here, in this order, with these specific changes, at these specific times. What I noticed, in the first 2 weeks of March, was that the anomalies were following the fog. Not disappearing, tapering, the way the fog itself had tapered, the way the cold was tapering, as if all of it were part of the same system, the same seasonal logic, and the ending of one meant the receding of the others. The light was still running on most nights when I arrived at 10, but on 3 nights in the first week of March, I reached the lamp room and found the mechanism not yet engaged, the timer armed and waiting, the lamp room quiet and cold and expectant. The first time this happened, I stood in the doorway for a moment with a feeling I didn't recognize right away as grief, and then I went to the mechanism and started it myself, the weights engaging with the same heft and inevitability I had felt on the first night, and the lens began its rotation, and the beam went out, and I stood and watched it with the same quality of attention I had brought to the first night in October, which was to say, attentiveness, and something close to reverence. and the particular piece of a task understood. I wrote in the private notebook. Light waited for me tonight. I had forgotten what that was like. The footsteps, when they came in the last fog nights of March, were different. I noticed it the first time and spent several days wondering if I had imagined the difference before the second fog night confirmed it. They were fainter, not quieter exactly, not as if someone were walking more lightly, but more distant, the way a sound is distant when it is coming from further away rather than from the same place as before. And the pattern had changed. Before, the footsteps had climbed steadily from the base of the stairs to the lower landing. That complete, unhurried ascent I had come to know as well as my own, and then stopped. Now they were lower. The third stair, the second. The first landing, the lower flight, but not all of it. Stopping somewhere in the middle, somewhere on the stairs between the first and second landing, as if whatever had been climbing was now beginning its climb from further below and reaching a point further down. I sat on the upper landing as I had been sitting through the fog season. The stairwell door opened behind me, and I listened. The fog pressed at the north window, but less so than before. I could feel, through the glass, the suggestion of something beyond the white, a depth returning to the world. The beam went around above my head in its 15-second rhythm. And below me, the stairs, and the faint sound of something that had been climbing toward me all winter, now, gradually, in the way of all things on this rock, climbing away. It was not frightening. It had never been frightening, or had stopped being frightening so long ago that the memory of having been frightened by it was almost academic, something that had happened to an earlier version of me who had not yet learned to read the grammar. What it was, instead, was something I needed to sit with for a while, the particular shape of a presence withdrawing, not abandonment. More like the end of a particular kind of attention, the way a conversation ends when both people have said what they came to say, and the silence afterward is not empty but full, charged with everything that was said, resting in it. I climbed down after an hour, went to the kitchen, made tea. I did not write anything in the anomaly notebook, which I had not opened in months. I sat with the tea and the wood stove and the fact of the receding, and let it be what it was. The morning I found the cat gone was the 9th of March. I knew the date because I had written it in the logbook the night before, fog lifting rapidly, visibility improving to the point where I could make out the navigation light on the far buoy for the first time since December. A small orange blink in the dark that I had stood and watched for longer than was strictly necessary, feeling something like the reunion of an old acquaintance. I had gone to bed in a good mood, the specific good mood of improving conditions, of the world beginning to return. And in the morning, I came out of the bedroom, and the chair by the wood stove was empty. I looked at it for a moment. Then I checked the other chair, the one at the kitchen table, which the cat had occasionally used when the wood stove chair was already warm from its own recent occupation. Also empty. I checked the bedroom, where it sometimes came in the night and settled at the foot of the bed. I checked the storeroom, where the cedar chest sat under the stairs and where occasionally a patch of morning light came through the window at an angle that the cat had understood as an invitation. I went outside and checked the southern ledge, where the rock was flattest, and the northern face, and the western side where the spray in a southwest swell sometimes left puddles that froze overnight. I came back inside. The food bowl was on the kitchen floor where it always was. It was clean. Not empty and dirty in the way of a bowl that had been eaten from clean, the way a bowl is clean when it has been washed, though I had not washed it. There was a faint depression in the chair cushion by the wood stove, which was not new. The depression had been building all winter, the cat's particular shape pressed slowly into the foam. But I noticed it in a new way this morning, as the only physical record of what had been there. I stood in the kitchen for a little while. Then I went to the private notebook, the green maintenance-grade notebook that had begun as the anomaly log and had ended as something harder to categorize, and I wrote the date and the time and... Cat has gone. Food bowl clean. Depression in the chair where it slept. No indication of when it left. I paused. Then I wrote one more line. The journal said this was how it was. It is exactly how it was. I closed the notebook. I made my tea. I went about the morning with the same careful attention I had brought to all the mornings, and what I found, which surprised me, and then didn't, was that the absence of the cat was not a subtraction from the room. It was a change in the room's quality, the way a room changes when winter ends, and the light comes in from a different angle, illuminating corners it had not reached before. The room without the cat was a room in which the cat had been. That was not nothing. That was, in fact, a great deal. The last blank page came on a night in the middle of March, after the fog had lifted and before Daniel arrived. I had been leaving the half page open after my evening entries since late January, and the correspondence had continued into February and dwindled in March, the spaces filling less frequently, then infrequently, then on a few nights not at all. This was not a withdrawal of the same kind as the footsteps receding. It felt more like the natural end of a letter exchange, the kind that ends not because anything went wrong, but because what was being said had been said, the thoughts had found their form, the exchange was complete. I knew, writing the night entry on the 15th of March, that the space below would stay empty. I did not know how I knew. It was the same kind of knowing as knowing the tide or knowing the weather from the quality of the light on the horizon. Something the body understands before the mind has caught up to it, learned from months of close observation, from being in the same place long enough that the place's own rhythms have become your rhythms. I finished the entry and put the pen down beside the open book and looked at the half page of white below my handwriting. I sat with it for a long time. The cottage was warm from the wood stove, warmer than it had been in months. The March nights still had cold in them, but the specific deep cold of December and January was gone, the cold that had been a presence in the walls, and what was left was the ordinary cold of a stone building at the end of winter, manageable and familiar. Through the window, the beams swept the clear dark, carrying now to what felt like its full range, the fog entirely absent, the rock standing in open air and open sky for the first time in months. The space stayed blank. I looked at it and did not feel abandoned. I had been thinking about abandonment since the cat left, had been turning the possibility over, expecting to find some ache in it, the specific loneliness of a thing you depended on that has now gone. But what I found in the blank page was not that. What I found was the feeling that comes at the end of a long book when you close it and hold it in your hands for a moment before putting it down, the particular fullness of something finished, not loss. Completion. The conversation had reached its natural pause, which was different from silence. A pause held the conversation inside it, the way a closed book holds what was in it, available, returnable, its substance not diminished by the ending of the reading. I closed the logbook. I banked the wood stove. I went to bed and lay in the dark with the lamp room overhead doing its faithful work, and I thought about the sentence that had come to me in the lamp room in December, the one that had arrived as a feeling before it was words. The light tends the keeper. I had been sitting with this understanding for 3 months now, and it had not worn thin. It had deepened, the way understanding tends to deepen when you live inside it long enough. The light had tended me through the fog season, and through the long interior work of the archive, and through the correspondence, and through the cat's arrival and departure, and what it had kept was not what I had been when I arrived. Something different. Something that still had the shape of Mara Voss, still had her habits and her handwriting and her particular way of sitting with uncertainty until it became legible, but which was now also something else, a keeper, not someone who kept the light. Someone who had been kept. I slept easily. The beam went around above me in the dark, 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds, and I let it count me under. Rays arrived on the 20th, with Daniel beside him. I saw them from the southern ledge, where I had been standing with my jacket on, watching the supply boat come through the clear morning. The rock was visible from a mile out now, the white tower catching the early light, and I had been watching the boat long enough to see that there were 2 figures on it rather than one. I had known a replacement was coming. The end of my posting had been in the papers since October, the standard rotation, the same calendar that had brought Thomas Avery here and kept him through however many winters, the the same calendar that had done this for George Aldrin and Harriet Vance and all the others. The calendar was indifferent to what happened inside the seasons it contained. It simply marked the start and the end, and let the winter be what it was in between. Daniel was younger than I expected, though I am not sure what I had expected. He was perhaps 25, with the particular quality of a person who has prepared very carefully for something and is managing the gap between their preparation and the reality of the thing. He had a clipboard. He held it with both hands even when it was not in use, the grip of someone who needs something to hold. He asked, on the walk from the dock to the cottage, 3 questions in quick succession about the radio frequencies, about the mechanism timer calibration, about the supply schedule. And I could hear in the questions the research he had done. The way the questions had the shape of questions assembled from documents and orientation sessions, not questions generated by actually standing on the rock. "We'll go through all of it," I said, "one thing at a time." Ray stayed for the handover, which I appreciated, not because I needed him there, but because his presence created a container for the practical work, a witness to the passing of the responsibility. We went through the cottage first, the wood stove, the fuel, the water, the provisions, and how to track them, the tide table, the radio frequencies written in my handwriting on an index card tacked beside the receiver. I showed Daniel where everything was and watched him write it down and watched his face doing the same work my face had done in October. Inventory, calibration, the attempt to hold a new place in the mind all at once and make it familiar before it has had time to become familiar. Then the tower. We climbed in order, the storeroom, the maintenance tools, the oil reservoirs and how to check them, the spare wicks and their storage, the clockwork housing and the timer. Daniel wrote everything down with the conscientiousness of a person who is afraid of what happens when you stop writing things down. I showed him the mechanism and let him put his hands on it, the same way I had put my hands on it on the first afternoon, to feel the weight. "It's heavier than it looks," he said. "Yes," I said. "But smooth." "Yes," I said. "It knows what it's doing." He looked at me briefly when I said this, a look that was not quite understanding but was not dismissal either, the look of someone filing away a statement for later, when they might have more context for it. I had the impression that he was a careful person, that his carefulness ran deep, that the clipboard and the questions were the surface expression of something more fundamental. He would be all right. Not immediately. Immediately he would be anxious, and the anxiety would be its own kind of company, but eventually. He would settle into the routine, and the routine would do what it always did. I showed him the logbook. I opened it to the current entries and explained the format, the columns, the required data, the standard abbreviations, and showed him where the operational notes went and where the maintenance records were kept and how the 2 documents related to each other. He wrote all of this down. I watched his eyes moving across my recent entries, reading them quickly, the attentiveness of a person absorbing what a place is from the record of what it has been. "Is there anything unusual I should know about?" he asked. He was looking at the logbook when he asked it, not at me, and I had the sense that he had been building toward the question since we left the dock. I thought about this for a moment. The fog season, the entries, the footsteps on the lower landing, the light running early, the word in the tide table margin that had erased itself and returned. The cat on the upper landing in late December, dry and calm, watching me with yellow eyes. The cedar chest under the stairs with its decades of private journals, its accumulated record of every keeper who had learned the grammar of this place and left their learning for whoever came next. The long winter correspondence, the half pages filled, the completeness of the blank page in March. "The light is reliable," I said. "The mechanism is in good condition. The radio can be spotty in heavy fog." I paused. "Pay attention to what the routine is doing for you, not just what you're doing for it." He looked up then, from the logbook, with the expression of a person who knows they have received a message they cannot yet decode. "I'll figure that out," I said, and my tone was kind, and I meant it to be kind in the specific way that something is kind when it respects a person's right to their own arriving. He had to find the grammar himself. That was the whole point of it. That had been the whole point since George Aldrin and before George Aldrin. Since the first season, anyone had climbed these stairs and logged these conditions and heard, in the deep fog of the first December, the sound of something they didn't yet have words for. Each keeper had to begin without the words. The words came from the winter itself, earned the same way all hard knowledge is earned, by staying. I left the cedar chest where I had found it, under the stairs in the storeroom, the lid closed, the latch in place. I did not point it out to Daniel, did not mention it, did not open it to show him what was inside. He would find it when he found it, in some night of inventory, some afternoon when the fog pressed at the windows, and he went looking for something to occupy his hands, some December morning when the question of what had happened here before him became urgent enough that he started looking for answers. He would find the chest and open it and read, and what he read would meet him wherever he was in the process of his own learning, and it would mean to him what it was able to mean at that point, and later it would mean more, and later still it would mean everything. I had one thing to do before I left. I took the private notebook from the kitchen drawer where I had kept it since January, and I carried it to the storeroom. I lifted the lid of the cedar chest and moved the top notebooks, Dora's journal, the one whose blue cloth cover I had come to associate with the particular quality of her attention, and I set my own notebook on top of the stack, where it would be the first thing found. I had already folded a strip of paper and tucked it into the first page, the first entry in the anomaly log, the morning of the 22nd of November, when I had found the first entry I had not written. Let whoever found it start there, see how it had begun, follow it through to whatever they needed from it. But before I placed the strip of paper, I opened the notebook to the final entry I had written, the last of the private record. The pages after were blank. I took a pencil from the kitchen and came back and opened the notebook to the very last page, not the last entry, which was from weeks ago, but the last physical page, the back page of the green notebook, and I wrote a sentence. Then below it my name, Mara Voss, and the date. I closed the notebook and placed it on top of the stack and lowered the lid of the chest and pushed it back under the stairs, into the familiar dark where it had been waiting since before I had arrived, since before Thomas Avery, perhaps since before anyone whose name I had read in the journals. Rays called from the dock, time to go. The crossing took 40 minutes, the same as the arrival had, but the fog was gone and the sky was that particular March blue that comes when winter has loosened its hold, but spring has not yet asserted itself. A thin blue, a blue that suggests possibility rather than warmth, a blue that is more absence of cloud than presence of sun. The sea was gray-green and calm, the kind of calm that comes after a sustained swell has finally laid down, the water still carrying the memory of its motion in long, low swells that lifted and lowered the boat with a gentleness that was almost soporific. I stood at the stern and watched the rock. The lighthouse grew smaller as we moved away from it, the way things grow smaller with distance, which is such an ordinary process that you would think it would have no particular emotional weight. But it did. The tower was white against the gray rock, and the rock was gray against the gray-green water, and the whole structure, cottage and tower and the rock itself, all of it, was resolving as I watched into the shape of something that could be held in a single field of vision, a single image, the way a thing you have been inside becomes comprehensible only when you get far enough outside it to see it whole. The light was off, it was 10 in the morning, and the light didn't run in daylight, Daniel now responsible for bringing it up at dusk, which he would do carefully and correctly, checking the mechanism and the timer the way I had shown him, writing the entry in the logbook in his own handwriting, the first entry of his first winter. But I could feel where the light was in the tower, even without seeing it. The lamp room at the top of the white column, the lens inside it holding its rings of glass in the morning quiet, ready, patient, waiting for the dark the way it always waited. You can feel where a thing is when you have been tending it long enough. That capacity doesn't go away when you step back. You carry it with you. You carry the 15-second count, and the smell of paraffin, and the weight of the mechanism in your hands, and the particular cold of the lamp room at 2 in the morning, and what it feels like to come down from that cold into the warmth of the cottage, and all of the rest of it. You carry it the way you carry anything that has become part of how you know where you are. I watched the rock until I couldn't see it anymore. This took longer than I expected. The rock is small, but the tower is tall, and the tower was visible from further out than I had anticipated, a white vertical in the gray seascape, holding its position against the recession of distance, until the distance was finally sufficient, and it was simply gone, absorbed into the horizon the way the fog had absorbed the beam all winter, the way the winter had absorbed December and November and January and February, the way the rock had absorbed me. I turned to face the mainland. It was there, ahead of us, the smudge of it building as we came nearer, the coast resolving itself gradually from gray-brown abstraction into something with specificity. A headland, a cluster of buildings, the orange rectangle of the harbor wall. A world full of other things happening. A world in which the days did not organize themselves around the climb at 10, and the trim and the descent. A world in which there were other people and other voices and other demands on the shape of a day. I looked at it and felt no anxiety. I felt, instead, the calm of someone who has been somewhere real and is now returning, carrying what they found there, which was not nothing. I was not the same person who had made this crossing in October. That person had been on her way to something she could describe, a posting, a rotation, a winter of lighthouse keeping, but could not yet understand. The understanding had come from the inside, from the staying, from the long, patient work of the fog season, and the archive and the correspondence and the particular grace of a gray cat sleeping in a chair by the wood stove on a January afternoon, while the beam went around above them both. I had been kept, through all of it, by the thing I thought I was keeping, and what I had been kept as was this: a person who knew something now that she had not known before, something that lived in the body alongside the practical knowledge of mechanism and wick and weather, something that had no particular name but that she understood she would carry through whatever came next, the same way she would carry the smell of paraffin and the feel of the wooden banister, worn smooth by every hand that had held it before hers. I stood at the stern and felt the boat move under me, the mainland coming closer, the rock somewhere behind me in the gray sea, the light not visible but present, the way all persistent things are present even when you can't see them. The last line of the private notebook, which I had written on the back page before I closed it and placed it in the chest, was this: "She knows the way now." And I had put my name beneath it, and the date, so that whoever found it, Daniel, or whoever came after Daniel, or whoever came after that, through whatever winters the rock had still ahead of it, which would be many, would know that they were not the first, and would know that they were not alone. The thing I remember most about coming in by helicopter the first time is not the platform itself. It's the moment the coast disappeared, somewhere behind us in the dark, and there was just water, and then more water, and then the lights of Sable 7 floating up out of nothing like something that had been left on by accident. I have tried to explain this to people since, the feeling of that moment, and I have never quite gotten it right. It is not fear, exactly. It is something more like the recognition of a condition. The way you sometimes notice, mid-sentence, that you are having a conversation in a language that no longer has a word for what you are trying to say. The coast was behind us, and then it was not behind us, and I sat with my hard hat in my lap and my safety folder braced against my knees, and I looked out the scratched oval of the window at water that had no surface detail, just an absence, and I thought, this is what out here means. Not far, not remote, just the water and the dark and whatever is floating in it. The pilot had done this run so many times he had gone quiet 20 minutes in, which I had been told to expect. The other 2 passengers were experienced hands rotating back on after their leave. A driller named Forsberg who slept with his chin against his chest collar, and a pipefitter whose name I would not learn until the next morning, who spent the whole flight looking at something on his phone that he occasionally smiled at. I was the new one. I always am the new one in any room, and I have made my peace with that, but out here it felt more particular, more structural. There was a version of this platform that already existed without me. I was being inserted into it. When Sable 7 appeared, it came up slowly, which I had not expected. I had expected something dramatic, a sudden industrial flare, a shape cutting up out of the waves. Instead, it was gradual, like watching a photograph develop. First the lights, orange and white and sodium yellow, not a cluster so much as a grammar of lights, a set of distinctions that started to mean something the longer I looked. Then the shape beneath them, the legs and the deck and the crane arms silhouetted against the low clouds. Then the scale of it, which took even longer to arrive at. It was bigger than anything I had prepared myself for, and also stranger. It sat in the water the way something engineered to resist the water sits, with a kind of defiant stillness, braced, as though it had argued with the sea about its right to be there and won, barely, and had not fully lowered its guard since. The Hellitic came up fast once we were on approach, a circle of lights on a raised platform at the northern end of the structure, a white H at the center, two figures in orange high-vis waiting at the perimeter. I felt the altitude drop in my stomach and gripped the safety folder tighter than I meant to. Not fear, just the body registering a change. We landed hard. The rotors slowed and the noise changed registers, and one of the figures in orange pulled open the door and the cold hit me in the face. Not just temperature, but texture, salt and something industrial underneath it, diesel maybe, or something older than diesel. Something the platform gave off from its own metal and its own years. I stepped out onto the Hellitic and the wind took a run at me, and I caught the door frame and straightened up and stood there for a second with my hard hat back on my head and my safety folder pressed to my chest, and I looked out at the water on all sides and I thought, 34 people. That is what is on this deck. 34, including me, and my job is to know that number at every moment of every shift, to be the person on this rig for whom that number is never approximate. I had prepared for the job, not for the feeling of the job. Those are different things. I understood that now. The man who took my kit bag was quiet and efficient in the way of someone who had moved many kit bags across many Hellitics, and he directed me toward a hatch in the deck that led down via metal stairs into the warmth and noise of the interior. The noise was the thing I was least prepared for, and I say that as someone who had read the health and safety literature on offshore acoustic environments extensively. Reading about a thing and standing inside the thing are, again, different. The platform had a hum. Not a sound exactly, a frequency, something that moved through the soles of my feet and up through my legs and settled somewhere around the base of my sternum, where it would remain, I discovered, for the entirety of the rotation. You stop noticing it after a day or two. What I mean is, you stop noticing that you notice it. It becomes the ground state of being on the rig. Everything else happens against the hum, and the hum is always there. The operations center was where I met Reeves. He was waiting at the bottom of the first stairwell, which told me he had probably been watching the Hellitic from a window, which told me he was the kind of manager who liked to see arrivals before arrivals saw him. He was taller than I expected from his voice on the calls we had had, and older, not old, maybe 55, but worn in the particular way of people who have spent years making decisions in conditions that do not reward uncertainty. He had a gray, short beard and the careful handshake of someone who had learned, probably the hard way, to calibrate handshakes. He said, "Dara, good flight." I said it was fine. He said, "They're never fine, you get used to saying fine." He was not unkind about it, he was just precise. He walked me to the muster station himself, which was a long room off the main corridor of the accommodations module with a whiteboard on one wall and a row of hard hat hooks, and a smell of coffee so old it had become a permanent feature of the atmosphere. The outgoing H&S officer, a man named Cranfield who was clearly already mentally on shore, gave me the handover in 12 minutes. He went fast. I wrote down everything he said, and I asked 2 questions he seemed annoyed by and 1 question he seemed surprised by. And by the end of it, he had given me the crew manifest. A printed list, 33 names, plus myself at the bottom, added in blue pen, and he was moving toward the stairwell and then the Hellitic, and then away from this place as fast as his politeness would allow. I read the manifest at the muster station before I did anything else. 33 names plus mine. Reeves, Forsberg, the driller from the flight. The pipefitter, Marchetti, that was his name, I had it now. Mari Solberg, crane operator, 15 years offshore. Hendricks, catering. Solis, medical. And on down the page, names and roles and birth numbers. The architecture of a small and specific community that had been running without me and would continue running after me, and that I was now, for 4 weeks, professionally responsible for in the particular way my job required. I counted them. That was the first thing I always count. Then Reeves called the formal handover muster, and the crew filed into the muster room, or most of the crew, the ones who were not on active watch, and I stood at the front with the manifest, and I counted as they came in, and I counted again as they settled, and I counted a third time as I read down the list and matched names to faces and faces to births. The people on watch were accounted for by their supervisors on radio. The number was 34, including me. I wrote it in my logbook. I underlined it. I underlined it twice, which I do not usually do, and I have thought about why I did that, and I think it was because I wanted the number to stay. I wanted it pinned to the page. I knew in the abstract, professional way I knew many things that first day, that numbers on oil platforms are not static things. People move. Contractors arrive. Helicopters come and go. The manifest is a living document, not a census. I knew all of that. But 34 was the number at the baseline, at the start, and I put 2 lines under it, the way you underline something you are afraid of forgetting. Reeves gave me the tour that afternoon. He was methodical about it in the way of someone who had given this tour many times and had learned that methodical is, ultimately, the only useful approach to an oil platform. There are no charming shortcuts on a structure like that. Everything is connected to everything else in ways that are not intuitive until they suddenly are, and the only way to make them intuitive is to walk through them. Reeves walked me through them. The Hellitic first, back up to where I had started, the wind, the the view of the water in all directions. He showed me the emergency equipment lockers, the fire suppression panel, the muster point, and its relation to the primary and secondary evacuation routes. He talked me through the Hellitic protocols in a voice that was careful and continuous, the way someone talks when they have rehearsed something often enough that the rehearsal has become the thing itself. I took notes. I ask questions when I take notes. It is a habit, and he answered all of them without impatience, which I registered as a good sign. Then the drill floor, which was deafening and hot and smelled of drilling mud and something else underneath it, something mineral and ancient, the smell of what the platform was reaching down into. Reeves pointed to equipment and named it. I noted the safety labels, the spacing of the emergency stops, the alignment of the overhead gear. He was good at this. He walked me past a locked cage of equipment at the north side of the drill floor and said it was legacy gear from a previous configuration and didn't open it. And I made a note that it was there even though he had already moved on. The accommodations module, the berths, the gym with 2 broken machines and one that worked, the TV lounge where someone had left a half-finished game of chess on the corner table, the shower blocks, the laundry. My berth was on the 2nd level, small and clean and smelling faintly of the previous occupant's deodorant, a thing I found oddly humanizing. The bunk above mine was empty. There was a porthole the size of a dinner plate, and I looked through it at the water, and the water looked back, and I decided the porthole was fine. The equipment decks below the accommodations were where the hum was loudest. Reeves took me down 2 flights of metal stairs, and the temperature rose, and the vibration in the floor became something close to physical pressure, as though the platform was breathing through the soles of your feet. He walked me past the generators, the pump systems, the valve arrays, and I noticed something I would not have been able to name precisely at the time. There were doors down there, maintenance hatches mostly, set into the bulkheads at intervals, and Reeves moved past them with the fluency of someone who knew them well, but at certain ones he paused. Not stopped. Just paused the way your stride breaks when you pass something that has once been significant, even if you are no longer thinking about it consciously. I counted 3 of those pauses. I did not mention them. I was new, and new people do not get to ask about pauses yet. They earn that. Dinner was at 6 in the mess. The mess was the social center of the platform, which is not saying much, but it was the place where you could feel the shape of the community most clearly. Who sat with whom, which tables were loud and which were quiet, where the hierarchy showed up in the geometry of it. It was a long room with windows along one side that were dark now, nothing to see but the running lights of the crane arm and the water below, and a row of booths along the other wall, and a counter at the far end where Hendricks presided. Hendricks was a large man with close-cropped hair going gray at the temples and the kind of genuine warmth that does not require effort and cannot be faked. He handed me a tray with both hands, which sounds like a small thing, but it was the way he did it. A presentation, almost a welcome. He said, "You the new safety officer?" And I said yes. And he said, "Good. The last one let people eat standing up. I told him it was a liability, and he said I was biased because I was catering." He was not wrong, but he was also wrong. He smiled at that. I smiled at that. It was the first time all day I had felt the muscles in my face do something uncomplicated. I took my tray to the long table nearest the windows and sat at the end, because the end is where you sit when you are new and don't know the geography of allegiance yet. I had been there maybe 10 minutes, working through a plate of something with chicken that was better than expected, when someone sat down across from me. She did not say anything immediately. She poured herself a glass of water from the jug on the table and drank half of it and set it down and looked at her food with the expression of someone who has eaten this meal, or a meal very like it, many hundreds of times. She was maybe 45, with a face that had been weathered in a way that was specific and earned, the lines of it mapping something. Her hands were the hands of someone who worked with heavy equipment. She had the quality, which I have since come to associate with experienced offshore workers, of being completely still even when she was moving. Nothing about her was restless. She said eventually, "Sahlberg, I run the crane." I said, "Dura, I'm the new H&S." She nodded as though she had already known this and was confirming it. She said, "How many rotations offshore?" I said this was my first. She nodded again. She looked at her food for a moment. She said, "The trick out here, if you want one, is to stop counting the days. You'll count everything else anyway." She said it the way people say things they have said before, to other people in other rotations, not performatively, not as a speech, but in the way of something that has been refined into usefulness through repetition. A thing that used to be longer and has been compressed, over time, to its essential weight. I asked her what she meant. She looked at me with an expression that was not quite a smile. She said, "Your H and S you're going to count. That's fine. That's the job. I just mean, the calendar is the one you can let go. The rest will take care of itself." She went back to her food, and we ate in a comfortable silence after that. The kind of silence that has stopped being awkward and settled into something more functional. She told me a few things about the platform, which showers had the best hot water pressure, which shift supervisor was the best in an emergency, and which one was the best in a routine, that the gym equipment would probably never get fixed because the requisition for parts had been in the system for 8 months, and everyone had made their peace with it. She told me these things in the same practical, unadorned way she had spoken from the start. She was not trying to be my friend, which was a relief. She was simply being useful, which was better. When she left, she did not say goodbye. She just stood up and took her tray and walked back to the counter. And I sat for a while longer finishing my tea and watching the room empty out around me. That was when I saw him. He was in the booth at the far corner, the booth that was slightly around the bend of the back wall, slightly out of the main sightline of the room, the one that you would only see clearly if you were sitting where I was sitting, at the end of the long table with the angle of the windows behind you. He was a man, medium build, sitting with something in front of him, a mug, maybe, or a plate, and his face was turned toward the far wall, not toward me. He was not doing anything that required attention. He was simply there. I looked at him the way you look at anyone in a room you are still learning, methodically, without urgency, cataloging. I ran his features against the faces I had assembled at muster. Not a quick check. I have a decent memory for faces, and I had been paying attention at the muster. It was quite literally my job to pay attention at the muster. I ran through the list. Forsberg, the driller, younger, different build. Marchetti, the pipefitter, different face entirely. The two electricians on rotation. The ROV technician. The deck supervisor whose name I had written down 3 times because I kept second-guessing the spelling. The man in the corner did not match any of these, or any of the others I had aligned to names that afternoon. I told myself I was tired. This was a reasonable thing to tell myself. I had been awake since 4 in the morning. I had flown to a staging facility, and then onto a helicopter and onto a platform I did not know. I had done a handover and a muster, and a full physical tour of a structure that was, in its complexity, more like a small town than a building. And I had been running my cognitive processing at a rate I generally reserved for incident investigations. Fatigue warps recognition. I had said as much in training presentations. The brain, under load, will fail to match faces it would ordinarily match in seconds. I looked back at the corner booth. He was gone. The booth was empty. I had not seen him get up, had not heard a tray, had not caught any peripheral movement. The corner was simply empty now, a booth like any other booth, slightly more shadowed than the rest. I sat with that for a moment. Then I stood up and took my tray to the counter, and Hendricks asked if everything was all right, and I said yes. It was fine. The food was good, and he said the food would get better once he had a chance to requisition some of the items the previous catering manager had run down, and I said I looked forward to that. And I walked back to my berth and brushed my teeth and sat on the bunk in my base layer and looked at the logbook on the nightstand. 34, underlined twice. I could have written something. I thought about it. In the language of my training, any observed anomaly, any person unaccounted for, any face not cross-referenced to the manifest, was, in principle, a reportable observation. Not an incident, not an alarm, just a note. The thing that had caught my attention in the corner booth was, in principle, a note. I did not write it down. I told myself it was because I was not certain I had seen what I thought I had seen, and that writing down an uncertainty as an observation would be sloppy procedure. Both of these things were true. I was not certain. It would have been sloppy. These were the reasons I gave myself. The other reason, which I did not give myself, was that I had only been on this platform for 9 hours, and I was not willing, yet, to be the person who writes things like that in her logbook on the first night. I was 29 years old, and I was methodical, and I was the new one. And I knew, in the way that all new people know this, no matter how methodical they are, that being new is a condition that can be used against you, and I was not willing to hand anyone that. So I did not write it down. I lay on the bunk and looked at the ceiling, which was close. The porthole was behind me, and the dark beyond it was complete. The hum of the platform moved up through the mattress, through the frame, into my back and shoulders, and I lay still in it the way you lie still in a sound you cannot stop, making your body a little larger, a little heavier, letting the sound go through you rather than push against it. I thought about Mari's comment, which had been sitting in the back of my mind since dinner. Stop counting the days. You'll count everything else anyway. I turned it over. It was the kind of thing that could mean several things, and I am the kind of person who notices that, who cannot quite leave it alone. The charitable reading was straightforward. Don't let the calendar become an obsession. Don't mark the days like a prisoner marks them. That was sensible advice about managing time on a remote posting. And if that was all she meant, I would file it under useful and move on. But there was something else in the way she had said it. Not sinister, I want to be clear about that, because I know how this sounds in retrospect, and I know the temptation to backfit everything that came before as a sign. It was not a warning. It was not ominous. It was just the thing she had said, and the way she had looked at me after, with an expression that I could not quite make even, as though she were checking whether I was the kind of person who would understand what she meant, and had not quite decided yet. I thought about the man in the corner booth, and I thought about the manifest with 33 names plus mine, and I thought about the number on the nightstand and the 2 underlines beneath it. I was being tired and precise about it, which is what tiredness does to me. It does not make me sloppy. It makes me more exact, at exactly the wrong scale fastened to small details, unable to get the altitude I need to understand what they add up to. This was a known condition. I recognized it. I reached out and turned off the reading light. The dark was not quite dark. There were the running lights through the porthole, a faint orange wash on the far wall, and the hum was not quite sound. And somewhere below me, the platform held its position in the water with the patient, mechanical stubbornness of something built for exactly this. 34 souls in the manifest. 34, underlined twice, in the closed notebook 6 inches from my head. I was almost certain I would sleep badly out here. And I was right. I have run emergency musters in training rigs, in simulations, in the cramped practice rooms of the certification center in Aberdeen. And the procedure is always the same. You call the zone, you wait for the assembly, and then you count. And the count matches what is on the board, and you sign the form, and you move on. The thing about a procedure you have practiced until it lives in the muscles is that you notice, very precisely, when it doesn't behave the way it should. Not because you are looking for the aberration, you are not, or you are not supposed to be. The whole point of drilling is that you stop being watchful and start being automatic. But the aberration announces itself anyway, the way a stair that is 1 inch shorter than the others announces itself in the dark. Not through sight, not through deliberate attention, but through the body's quiet insistence on reporting what it found. The first week had been ordinary in every way that mattered. I had learned the platform the way I always learn new environments, methodically, without trying to accelerate the process, letting familiarity accumulate in layers rather than forcing it. I walked the routes I needed to walk until I stopped consulting the diagram. I matched names to faces until the faces arrived on their own, without effort, the way words in a new language eventually stop requiring translation. I filed my first routine reports, nothing of note, which was what they were supposed to contain, and attended the 2 briefings that occurred that week, and tested the emergency communication equipment on the schedule Cranfield had left me, and introduced myself individually to the deck supervisors, and generally made myself legible to the platform as the person who had arrived to do the job she had arrived to do. The count stayed at 34. I checked it daily, which is part of the job, and it stayed at 34, and I underlined it daily, which is also part of the job. And every morning the number was where I had left it, and every evening I placed it there again with the same 2 clean lines and went asleep in the hum. I want to be precise about this, because it matters. The first week gave me nothing to be concerned about. There were no anomalies in the formal record. The man in the corner booth had not appeared again, or had not appeared in any way I could confirm, in any location where my attention was fixed rather than peripheral. I had, by the end of the first week, substantially revised my first night assessment into the category of new arrival fatigue, which is a real thing with a specific phenomenology, and which I had been warned about in the offshore induction materials, and which had the considerable advantage of being a tidy explanation I could file and close. I filed it. I closed it. The muster drill was scheduled for Tuesday morning of the second week, between the 600 handover and the 800 shift start, a window when the maximum number of crew would be transitioning between states, which is when you want to run a drill, because that's when an actual emergency would find the most people disoriented. I had been told the crew here was experienced with musters. I had been told they were efficient. I had been told, by Cranfield in his 12-minute handover, that the only perennial issue was the two ROV techs who had a habit of appearing at the muster board 6 seconds after the time limit, and this was so reliable you could set something by it. I had laughed at this when he told me. I did not think it was especially funny now that I was the one holding the board. I called the muster at 6:30. The klaxon ran its 3 cycles, and I stood at the muster station in the accommodations corridor with the manifest on the board beside me and the marker in my hand, and I watched the crew file in by zone. They came in the way experienced people always do, not hurrying, not dawdling, following the groove of a procedure they have repeated until it is not a procedure anymore, just a motion, just a direction the body knows to go. Zone A came in first, then Zone B, with the 2 ROV techs arriving at exactly the interval Cranfield had promised, which I noted with something between amusement and respect. Then Zone C, which was the smallest, and then the watch supervisors radioing in their counts for the personnel on active duty who couldn't leave their stations, and the counts were what I expected them to be. I had done the math ahead of time, as I always do, so the number I was arriving at had a shape I was already holding in my mind. The shape I was holding was 34. The board said 35. I stood in front of it, and I looked at it, and I did not move for a moment. 35 signatures. 35 names on the emergency board, in the careful scrawl of people who have signed this board many times, legible to varying degrees, but countable, absolutely and unambiguously countable, the way a list of handwriting is always countable, because each one is its own distinct interruption of the blank space. I counted them once. I turned away from the board, on the pretext of checking the radio in my hand for the watch reports, and I counted the people in the room. Then I turned back to the board and I counted the signatures again, slowly, moving my finger along the column without touching the board, just tracing, just indicating. 1, 2, 3. 35. I signed the form. I thanked the crew on the intercom in the standard language. I did not say, "There is a discrepancy." I did not say anything except the standard language, which I am required to say, and which I said with what I can only describe as an entirely normal voice, which cost me something I did not notice until later, when I was back in the operations corridor writing in my logbook, and I realized my jaw was aching from an hour of holding it precisely where I had held it. I cross-referenced 3 times before I brought it to Reeves. This is also the job. You do not bring an anomaly to a platform manager without having already eliminated the most obvious explanations yourself, because the most obvious explanations are usually correct, and arriving with a concern you could have resolved yourself is a particular kind of credibility you cannot get back. So I sat at the small desk in the corner of the muster room with the manifest and the sign-in board and the radio reports from the watch supervisors, and I went through it carefully, and the careful going through left me in exactly the same place I had started. 34 on the manifest, 35 on the board, the watch reports accounting for all the numbers I had expected them to account for. The extra signature was 2/3 of the way down the list. It was not a name I recognized. It was not an illegible smear that might have been 2 names compressed into one. It was a name, written clearly in a hand that was tidy without being deliberate. Just a person who had come to the muster board and signed their name in the orderly sequence in which they had arrived, because that is what you do at a muster board. I noted the name in my logbook. I will not write it here, not yet it matters, but it belongs to a later part of the telling, and I am trying to do this in order to give each thing its proper weight in the sequence it arrived in. I noted it. I closed the logbook, and I went to find Reeves. He was in the control room, which was where he usually was at that hour, standing at the monitoring bank with a coffee mug, looking at the gauges with the expression of a man who has looked at these particular gauges for so many years that the looking has become a form of meditation, a way of being present without performing presence. He heard me come in and turned and looked at me, and I could tell from the quality of the look that he already knew I had run the muster, because he tracked everything on this platform in the same quiet, peripheral way. and there was something in his expression that I cannot quite name even now. Not wariness, exactly, and not anticipation, and not quite neutrality. Something that was waiting, perhaps. Something that had settled into a posture of waiting and was very good at holding it. I told him about the count. I told him in the flat, factual language I use for anomaly reports. What the board showed, what the manifest showed, what the watch radio reports showed, and the discrepancy between the first and the other two. I did not editorialize. I did not use words like concerned or worried. I used the language of the job, which is the language of observed fact. Reeves listened without interrupting. He set the coffee mug down at some point, on the counter behind him, without looking away from me. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "Right." And he nodded slowly, the way someone nods when they are processing something they expected to arrive eventually and are now deciding how to meet it. He explained. He was good at explaining. I want to say that plainly, because I think it is important to give things their accurate weight. Reeves was not dismissive, not condescending, not defensive. He spoke to me the way a colleague speaks to another colleague, with the implicit assumption that we were both professionals who wanted the numbers to be right, and that there was a rational account of why they weren't. Service contractors, he said. They come through on short notice calls, sometimes direct from the supply boat rather than by helicopter, because if the issue is time sensitive, you don't wait for the next scheduled flight. The manifest is updated from shore on a rolling basis, and the update cycle sometimes lags by 24 to 48 hours. It was frustrating. He agreed. It was a known friction in the paperwork chain, and he had raised it with the company more than once. The honest truth, he said, was that out here you sometimes had a floating body count. Someone on a call-out job who arrived on a boat, did the job, and left before the manifest caught up. It was not ideal. It was how it worked. He said all of this looking at me steadily, and it was plausible. Every piece of it was plausible. I am good at identifying the implausible components of an explanation. It is part of what I do, and I found no implausible component in what Reeves said. What I found, instead, was one piece I could not verify. He mentioned a specific contract arrangement, a standing agreement with a shore-based maintenance firm that allowed them to deploy personnel to any company platform within a certain window, bypassing the standard manifest process. He said the arrangement was in the operational addendum. He said he could pull it up. I said that would be helpful. He said he would send it to my email. The look on his face when he said this was not quite the look of someone who intends to send something to your email. It was a more complicated look, one that I have come back to many times. Not evasive, not guilty. More like the look of a person who is aware of a gap between what he is saying and what can be done, and who is managing that gap in real time, and who is hoping the gap is smaller than he suspects. The email did not come that day, or the next. I did not follow up on it immediately. I was watching something else. The helicopter came on Friday of that week, the regular resupply run food and equipment in, 2 outgoing crew, 1 incoming. I knew about the incoming in advance. A pump technician named Arundel, on the manifest as of Thursday morning, which was right. What I did not know in advance was whether the count would shift back to 34 with the outgoing 2, or whether it would hold at 35, or whether it would do something else entirely. I went to the helideck. There was no particular protocol reason for me to be there. The muster and boarding process was managed by the deck crew without requiring H&S presence, unless I wanted to observe, which I could do at any time under my remit. I told the deck supervisor I was running a familiarization check on the helideck emergency equipment, which was not untrue. I did need to check the equipment, and I had been meaning to, and this was a fine time to do it. I put on my high-vis and my hard hat, and I went up. The wind on the helideck was physical. Not violent, not the kind of wind that pushes you sideways, but present, insistent, the kind of wind that has traveled a long way and arrived with intention. It found every gap in my kit and made itself known. I stood at the equipment locker for a while, doing what I had said I would do, checking the inspection tags and the seal indicators on the emergency supplies. And I watched the horizon for the helicopter with a casualness that I was acutely aware of performing, for no one in particular, for the principle of the thing. It came in from the southwest, a sound before a shape and then a shape before a detail, growing out of the haze the way things grow out of the haze out here, gradually and then all at once. I had my marker, the permanent kind, black, the one I used to label the inspection tags. When the helicopter settled and the rotors began to slow, I wrote 2 numbers on the palm of my left hand. One for the people I counted boarding, one for the people I counted landing. I wrote them in the small, cramped numbers I use when I am writing in a confined space, in the crease of the palm so they would be legible against the texture of the skin. Boarding, 2. Arundel, the incoming pump technician, plus the helicopter's flight crew who never left the aircraft. I counted only the bodies that transferred, not the crew who stayed on board. 2 figures walked from the accommodation module to the helideck, were checked in by the deck supervisor, ducked under the rotor arc, boarded. 2. Landing, 1. Arundel plus his equipment bag. 1 body transferring off the aircraft, 1 name being added to the platform. The math, by any sensible reading of it, said that the count should now be 35. 2 departed, 1 arrived, 35 minus 2 plus 1, 34, back to the baseline, the number that was on the manifest, the number that matched the board. I stood in the wind with the numbers written on my palm and I ran it again. The 2 departing crew, confirmed, whose absence I would verify at evening muster. Arundel, confirmed arriving. The total should resolve to 34. By the time I got back to my berth, the marker had faded past legibility, the numbers bleeding into the lines of my palm until they were indistinguishable from it. I had not transcribed them in time. I sat on the bunk, and I held my hand in front of me, and I looked at the ghost of the numbers, and I felt something I could not quite characterize, a mild and directionless frustration that was not about the numbers themselves, but about the way the numbers kept refusing to stay still. Evening muster showed 34. I counted it with the care I always bring, which is to say I counted it with absolute care, and it was 34, and the 2 departing crew had vacated their berths and signed out, and their names had a line through them on the manifest in the handwritten notation that Reeves maintained alongside the digital version. 34. Back to the baseline. Clean. I wrote it in the logbook with 2 underlines and sat on the bunk in the quiet hum and tried to understand why the number felt wrong to me even now that it was right. And I could not, quite. The arithmetic worked. The process had resolved. There was nothing, formally speaking, to pursue. I had dinner alone that evening. Mari was on evening shift. Hendricks seemed preoccupied with something in the kitchen. And I ate slowly and let my eyes move around the room without intent, the way you sometimes let your eyes move when you are trying not to be too deliberate about looking for something. I was not looking for anything. I ran into Solis on my way back. He was coming out of the medical bay carrying a bag of something, and we nearly collided in the narrow corridor. And he caught my arm, and I caught the bulkhead, and we both laughed. The slightly overbright laugh of 2 people who were momentarily startled. I had spoken to Solis a handful of times in the first week. He had done my intake medical on the first day, a procedure that was efficient and impersonal in the professional way. And we had had a brief conversation over coffee on my 3rd morning about the emergency protocols, and where the platform's medical supplies diverged from the standard offshore kit. And I had come away from that conversation with the impression of a man who was careful and perceptive and genuinely interested in the human side of a technically defined job. He was younger than he looked at first, somewhere around 35, and he had the quality I associate with good medics everywhere, an attentiveness that did not feel clinical, a way of actually listening that was so uncommon it read as unusual. He asked how I was settling in. I said well, in the standard way. He said the first week was usually the hardest for H and S officers, which surprised me, and I asked why, and he said, Because the job is to notice everything that's wrong, and in the first week there's nothing wrong, so you spend most of your attention constructing the baseline. And then the baseline shifts slightly, and the whole architecture of your attention has to recalibrate. He said he had seen it before, in the previous 2 and S rotations. He said it was a normal adaptive period. I asked him, as carefully as I could, in the tone of a person asking a collegial question, not in the tone of a person following a thread, whether he had noticed anything like discrepancies in his own records. Patient counts, medical log entries, supply inventory. He was the kind of person you could ask this of directly. He tilted his head. He thought about it, which I noted. He did not immediately deny or deflect. He actually thought about it, which meant the question had some contact with something real in his experience. Then he said, offshore arithmetic. He said it like it was a term he had used before. I asked what he meant, and he leaned against the bulkhead with the bag of supplies hanging from one hand, and he explained. It was the isolation, he said. Not the social kind, he was quick to say this, as though it was important to distinguish. Not loneliness or disconnection in the normal sense. He meant something more specific. The way that spatial confinement over a sustained period begins to affect the precision of small number discrimination. The brain, he said, is calibrated for environments with high visual variety, large spaces, the constant low-level task of processing a complex and changing scene. Remove that variety, compress the space, repeat the visual field, the same corridors, the same faces, the same sequence of rooms, and the brain begins to economize. Not dramatically, not in any way that would show on a standard cognitive assessment, but in small ways at the margins of precision. You start to perceive clusters rather than discrete units. A group of 3 and a group of 4 begin to feel similar. Your confidence in small number counts drops by a few percentage points. He said this had been documented. He said it was one of the reasons offshore musters were designed with redundant check systems. The signing board, the zone radio reports, the supervisor sign-offs. Precisely because any individual count was known to be slightly less reliable in an offshore environment than it would be on shore. He was not telling me I had miscounted. He was telling me why miscounts happened, why they were expected, why the system was designed to account for them. He was being kind, and he was being informative, and the information was, technically, correct. I listened to all of it. I thanked him. I walked back to my berth and I sat on the bunk and I thought about what he had said for a long time. And I thought about it the way you think about something that has been offered to you as a resolution, turning it over, checking its edges, asking whether it actually fits the shape of the thing it is supposed to close. It fit some of the shape, not all of it. The thing about the muster board was that it was not a perception. I had not seen 35 people in a room and judged them to be 35 and been wrong about the judgment because my small number discrimination had degraded. I had counted 35 handwritten signatures on a physical board. Handwriting is not a perception the way a crowd is a perception. A signature is an artifact. It exists independently of the person who made it. You can return to it, you can count it again, you can photograph it. I had counted 35 signatures, and the signatures had been 35 regardless of what my offshore arithmetic-affected brain was doing in its economy mode. The brain can misperceive a face. It does not generate handwriting. I did not say this to Solis. I had thanked him and moved on, and I turned it over alone in the berth. What I thought about, sitting there in the hum, was the quality of the explanations I had received in the past week. Reeves's explanation had been technically satisfying and contained one unverifiable element. Solis's explanation had been offered with genuine warmth and was correct about a real phenomenon and did not quite address the specific nature of the discrepancy I had described. Both explanations had been delivered by people I had no reason not to trust. Neither explanation had used a raised voice or an impatient tone, or the vocabulary of someone managing a person they thought was being difficult. And yet I sat in the berth with the two explanations lined up in my mind, and I felt, not for the first time, the specific vertigo of being addressed by rational language that is oriented toward a conclusion rather than a question. I reached under my bunk and I took out the dog-eared paperback I had brought from home. It was a thriller I had already read twice, which is why I had brought it. I had known I wouldn't have time to read, and I had known I would want the weight of a book in my bag anyway, and so I had brought one I didn't need to finish. It had a broken spine and pages that had separated slightly from the binding at the back, and between the last page and the back cover, there was a gap of maybe 6 or 7 pages of blank publisher and matter that nobody was going to read. I had a small pen in my kit bag, a fine-tipped one, the kind I use for notation in confined spaces. I opened to the back of the book. I found the first blank page in the end matter, and I wrote, in letters small enough to be invisible from across a room, the date and the number and nothing else. The date was the day of the muster drill. The number was 35. I did not write an account. I did not write Reeves's explanation or Solis's explanation or my uncertainty about either. I did not write the name from the muster board, not yet. I needed to think about what it meant to write that name down somewhere it could be found. I wrote the date and the number, and I looked at them for a moment, and then I closed the book with my finger between those pages, and I held it in my hands, and I sat with the hum of the platform moving through the mattress and up through my tailbone and into my spine. The thing I was doing was small. I understood that. It was not an investigation. It was not an accusation. It was the most modest possible version of the instinct I had, which was the instinct of a person whose entire professional function is the maintenance of accurate records, sitting in the presence of a number that the official record said was wrong, thinking, if the official record is wrong about this, then the official record needs a parallel. Not a challenge, a parallel. Something that exists alongside it, quietly, in the space between the last page and the back cover of a thriller no one was going to read. That was how I thought about it that night, as a parallel, as an act of professional hygiene applied to a situation that made professional hygiene feel necessary for reasons I could not yet fully articulate. I tucked the book under my pillow, not deliberately or not entirely deliberately. It felt like the right place for it, the place where I would notice immediately if it had moved. I lay down in the hum and looked at the ceiling, which was close and unchanged from every other night I had looked at it. And I thought about the muster board with its 35 signatures and Reeves's explanation, that had one unverifiable piece in Solis's explanation, that was correct about the wrong thing, and the helicopter's math that had resolved cleanly, and the ghost of the numbers on my palm, and the way the evening muster had come back to 34, as though the whole afternoon's arithmetic had been a kind of tide that came in and went out again, leaving the sand smooth. The number 35 sat in the dark behind my eyes the way a wrong note in a familiar song sits. Not gone, just waiting to be heard again. There is a particular silence in the lower decks between 2 and 4 in the morning. Not quiet, because nothing on an oil platform is quiet, but a kind of human silence, a stillness inside the mechanical noise. And I started going down there because I needed to walk through the truth of the place rather than just read it off a form. By the end of the second week, the count was 36. I want to say that plainly, without the hedging I might have applied earlier in the rotation, because by that point the hedging had stopped being honest. I had done the muster on the Monday morning of week 2, and the number was 35, which I had been half prepared for, and then I had done the muster on the Thursday evening, and the number was 36, and I had stood at the board in the accommodations corridor with the marker in my hand, and I had counted the signatures 4 times, and the number had not changed, and something in me had made a small, quiet decision. Not a dramatic decision. Not the kind of decision that announces itself. Just the kind that happens at the bottom of a series of smaller decisions. The way a path through a forest becomes inevitable once you have taken enough turnings that going back would require more deliberate effort than going on. I stopped waiting for a simple explanation. What I did instead was walk. The lower equipment decks are not, technically, off-limits to H and S personnel. They are not off-limits to anyone with a legitimate operational reason to be there, and I had a legitimate operational reason in the general sense. I was the safety officer. The whole platform was my remit, and there was nothing in my role description that confined me to the upper levels where the offices and the berths and the mess were. What I did not have was a scheduled reason. I was not on anyone's itinerary, not accompanying a maintenance crew, not following up on a logged inspection request. I was simply there, on the lower decks, at 2 in the morning, in the window between the 200 handover and the 600 start, moving through the structure of the platform the way you move through a space when you are trying to understand it from the inside rather than from the plan. I had told myself this was professional due diligence. I had told myself, with some accuracy, that a safety officer who has never walked the lower decks at the hour when the lower decks are quietest does not fully know the lower decks. This was true. It was also not the only reason. The smell down there was different from the upper levels in ways that were hard to parse individually, but accumulated into something distinct. The diesel was still present. It was always present. But underneath it, there was something older and more mineral, something that came up from the equipment itself, from the seals and the lubricants and the metal that had been under this particular kind of stress for this particular number of years. There was heat, even at that hour. Not the dry institutional warmth of the accommodations module, but something denser, more physical, a warmth that had weight to it, that came from the generators and the pump housings and the miles of pipe running through the bulkheads, all of it converting fuel into motion and heat, and the particular frequencies of vibration that moved through the handrails and up into your palms when you gripped them on the stairs. I gripped the handrails on the stairs. The vibration was loudest at the base of each flight, where the railing met the deck plate, and you could feel it change registers as you descended. It was not one frequency, but several, layered the way harmonics layer in a chord, and the lower you went, the more you felt the fundamental underneath the others, the deep throb of the platform's mechanical heart. After the first few nights, I stopped noticing it consciously and started noticing, instead, what was different. The places where the vibration changed slightly, where the pattern in the handrail shifted or stilled in a way that suggested something on the other side of the bulkhead was running at a different load. I could not have told you what it meant, mechanically, but I noticed it the way you notice a change in a sound you have been hearing long enough that you know its character. The corridors at that depth had a quality I kept trying to find the right word for. They were narrow, not claustrophobically so, but narrow enough that two people passing had to angle slightly toward the wall, and lit with the amber-tinted emergency-adjacent lighting that the lower levels always used, a shade that made everything look slightly warmer and slightly older than it was. The deck plates were non-slip steel grating in some sections, solid plate in others, and the grating made a sound under your boots that was different from the plate, a slightly hollow report. And I learned the pattern of it on each corridor the way you learn which floorboards in an old house will speak and which will stay quiet. What I was trying to establish, on those early walks, was a baseline. Not a people count baseline. I had that, or I had the official version of it, which was increasingly a different thing. A space baseline. What the lower decks looked like when they were at their most unoccupied, their most purely mechanical, the rooms and corridors in their default state. If you do not know what a space looks like at rest, you cannot recognize when it has been recently disturbed. This is not complicated reasoning. It is just the application of observation to a new domain. I had always been good at it. I had learned it, originally, in the specific context of incident investigation. You cannot understand the evidence of an event in a workspace without knowing what the workspace looked like before the event. The principle transferred. What I found, in those first few nights, was that some corridors felt recently traveled. There is no other way to put this that doesn't sound imprecise, and I am aware that imprecision is not my preferred register, but I will try to explain what I mean. A corridor that has not been traversed for some hours has a particular quality. The dust on the deck plate settles in an undisturbed way. The air does not circulate in the microcurrents that human passage creates. The quality of sound is slightly more even, slightly less absorbed. None of these are things I could have measured with my body in any quantifiable way. But the body has its own instruments, instruments that have been calibrated by years of walking through rooms and corridors and spaces, and learning the difference between a space that has been recently occupied and one that has not. I trusted those instruments the way I trusted my count. Not absolutely, not without verification, but as a starting point, as the thing that tells you where to look. The corridor outside C-Deck Berth Block 3 felt recently traveled on every night I walked it. I want to be careful about how I say this, because I know how it sounds in retrospect, and I know the way that retrospect can gild things with a significance they may not have had in the moment. But the honest account is that I noticed the corridor first, before I noticed anything in the corridor. The air moved differently. There was a warmth that was slightly more than the baseline warmth of the lower decks, a human warmth layered over the mechanical kind, faint but distinct. The deck plates had been recently trodden in a pattern that disrupted the settled dust in the corners. I had been down there 4 nights before I tried the door. It was a standard berth block door, the kind with a lever handle and a small porthole of wire-reinforced glass set at face height, and it was not locked. This is the thing I came back to many times afterward. It was not locked. None of the doors down there were locked, which meant that whatever was on the other side had not been hidden so much as simply placed somewhere that required a certain kind of attention to find. Not a vault, not a concealment. Just a room that was not on the schedule, that no one had told me to open, behind a door that no one had thought to lock, because locking it would have been an acknowledgement that it mattered. The berth block on C-Deck had 6 bunks. I knew from the deck schematic, the one in my safety folder, the one that Cranfield had given me at handover, that this block was listed as a secondary accommodation space, used for overflow during peak operations and otherwise kept in reserve. The schematic showed it as unoccupied. There was nothing in the official record that assigned anyone to it. 4 of the bunks were clearly unused in the way of a space that has not been used in some time. Mattresses, folded once, with that particular compression that comes from months of being undisturbed, a faint patina of dust across the surfaces, the overhead lights off with a quality of offness that felt permanent rather than temporary. The bunk in the far left corner was different. The blanket was folded. I want to say that precisely because the folding is part of the picture. Not thrown back, not pulled up in the way someone makes a bunk quickly in the morning, but folded. Neat, deliberate, placed at the foot of the mattress with the corners aligned, the way you fold a blanket when you are not sure when you will next use it, and you want it to be orderly in your absence. The mattress underneath was slightly flattened in the middle in the way that mattresses flatten when they are slept on regularly. The pillow, there was a pillow, which had not been provided with the bunk, which had arrived with the person, was at the head of the mattress with an indentation in it. On the small shelf built into the bulkhead beside the bunk, there were 3 paperback novels. They were the kind of paperback novels that have been read to destruction. Spines creased to transparency, covers soft with handling, pages rippled at the edges from being held open in damp air. They were stacked with the spines out, and I read the titles without touching them, standing in the amber light with my hand on the bulkhead beside me. 2 thrillers and a natural history book, something about migratory birds, its spines split down the middle but the title still legible, printed in the faded type of a book that was old when it was bought. The mug was on the shelf below the novels. Ceramic, white, the kind of generic industrial mug that appears in every communal kitchen on every offshore platform I have ever visited or heard described. There was nothing unusual about the mug except for the name scratched into the base, not painted, not printed, but scratched with something sharp, the letters uneven in the careful way of someone doing a permanent job with an improvised tool, taking their time. I picked it up and angled it toward the light. Akafer D. I put the mug down. I took out my phone. I photographed the mug first, close enough that the scratched letters filled the frame. Then the shelf with the novels, the spines visible. Then the full bunk, the folded blanket, the flattened mattress, the indented pillow. I took more photographs than I needed, the way I take more photographs than I need at any scene I am trying to preserve. Because the thing that seems redundant in the moment is always the thing you wish you had when you are trying to reconstruct the moment later. I took 11 photographs in that bunk room. I stood in the amber light and took 11 photographs, and then I put my phone in my pocket and I sat down on the corridor floor, just outside the door, with my back against the bulkhead. I was not doing anything. I was just sitting, in the way you sit when you need to let something settle before you move again. The hum was very loud down there, or very pervasive. It was not loud in the way of a sound that demands attention, but in the way of a pressure, a presence, and sitting on the floor with my spine against the bulkhead, I could feel it through the metal in a way that the standing position had diffused. It moved through the base of my skull. I sat with it for a while, and I breathed, and I thought about a name scratched into the base of a mug with a sharp implement, by someone who had enough time and enough investment in their continued presence on this platform to do that. Not a name tag, not a post-it note, a permanent marking. I added the photographs to the private log when I got back to my berth. The private log at that point was a folder on my phone, locked behind a 6-digit code I had set specifically for it, separate from the phone's own lock. It had the photographs from the first 2 weeks, 8 images, various locations, various things I had noticed that were not explainable by the official schematic or the official manifest. And it had a text document in which I had been recording the supplementary count, the date of each muster, the official number, my observed number, and the delta. The deltas had a direction. I had not written that observation down yet, but I was aware of it. I added 11 photographs and a note with the location and the date and the text. C-Deck Block 3, Bunk 6. Mug. Akafer D blanket folded, 3 worn paperbacks. No personal items beyond. Signs of regular occupancy. Then I lay down and stared at the ceiling and waited for morning. I did not approach Mari directly. What happened was slower and more natural than that. We found each other at the periphery of various encounters over the course of several days, and something accumulated in the quality of those encounters that eventually allowed a conversation that was, on its surface, not about anything in particular. The first time was on the Helidec, when I was doing a legitimate inspection of the emergency supplies, and she was finishing a late shift on the crane, and we stood at the railing for a few minutes watching the water turn from black to dark gray as the early light began to arrive, not saying much. She had a thermos of coffee, and she offered some, and I took some, and we stood with our hands wrapped around cups and watched the water. She said eventually, "How are you finding it?" Not as a question. I said I was finding it thorough. She turned her head and looked at me with the expression I had come to associate with her, the expression that was checking whether I was the kind of person who meant something by what I said, or whether I was the kind of person who used words to mean only their surface. She looked at me for a moment, and then she looked back at the water. The second time we were both in the operations corridor at the same time at an odd hour. I was coming from the lower decks, and she was heading somewhere I did not ask about, and we passed each other, and I said something neutral about the pump cycle that I had heard a supervisor mention, and she stopped and turned and said, "Have you been walking the lower decks?" I said I had. She said, "I thought so. I can tell by the time you come back up. You get a particular look." I asked what the look was. She said, "Like you found something you weren't sure you were going to find." The conversation we eventually had was on a Sunday evening, in the TV lounge, which was empty because the whole platform had coalesced around some sporting event playing in the mess. We were both, independently, the kind of people who did not particularly want to watch the sporting event, and we arrived in the TV lounge within 10 minutes of each other, and it had the feeling of an appointment that neither of us had made. She sat in the chair by the window, and I sat on the couch across from her, and she looked at me for a moment and then said, "How far are we off?" I said the count was at 36. She was quiet for a moment, Not shocked, not even particularly surprised, really. More like someone receiving confirmation of a direction they had already been tracking. She said, "I've never been able to get a hard number. I always said it was me." She paused. "I've had an uncomfortable relationship with the head count on this posting from the beginning." I asked her how long she had been on Sable 7. She said, "Going on 3 years. Not continuously, 2 weeks on, 3 weeks off, rotating, but the same platform, the same crew cycling through, the same rhythms for 3 years." She said that in the first few months she had noticed things she had attributed to herself. A face she didn't recognize in a room she expected to be empty. A name on a message she couldn't match to anyone she could find. She had assumed at the time that 3 years wasn't quite enough to know every face in the contractor pool, that some people were always going to be just beyond the edge of her familiarity. It was a reasonable assumption. She had made it and moved on. But the feeling, she said, had never fully resolved. The feeling of there being rooms on the rig she was never quite alone in. She looked at me while she said this, with an even, assessing look, and I understood that she was calibrating very carefully, watching to see whether I was going to offer an explanation, offer a reassurance, offer any of the conversational moves that would tell her I was not quite the person she was beginning to think I might be. I did not offer any of those things. I said, "I found something in C-Deck Block 3, and I told her about the bunk and the mug and the name. She listened without moving. When I finished, she said, "Ah, Kaffir." She said it quietly, as though testing the weight of it. I asked if she knew it. She said, "I've seen it, on the cleaning schedule for the lower pump housing. I notice because the schedule gets a copy printed on the maintenance board, and I walk past that board twice a shift, and I pay attention to names. It's not on any crew list I've been given." She paused. "I didn't write it down anywhere." I said I had. She looked at me with something that was not quite relief and was not quite concern. Something between them that was, I thought, the look of a person who has been carrying a thing alone for a long time and has just, tentatively, shifted some of the weight. We did not call it an alliance. We did not use the word investigation. We spoke carefully, in the language of professional observation, using terms like anomaly and discrepancy and procedural irregularity. The language that could pass, if overheard, for two H&S adjacent people having a routine conversation about administrative process. I think we were both, independently, aware of the possibility that conversations could be overheard, even in a room that appeared empty. That awareness had arrived at some point in the second week and had not left. She told me she would start writing things down. Not formally, just in the same way I had the private log, a record that existed outside the official record. She already had something in mind, she said, a small notebook she kept for personal journaling, which she had never actually used for journaling. I said that sounded right. We did not discuss how the two records might eventually meet, or what would happen when they did. Some parts of a plan are better left unspoken until they are needed. The reader I saw 4 times in 4 days during the middle of the second week, and the sightings had a quality that was strange precisely because of how unstrange they were. The first time was in the corridor outside the engineering office, on a Tuesday at around 5 in the morning, when I was coming up from the lower decks. He was moving in the same direction I was moving, away from the lower levels, toward the accommodations, and he was reading as he walked, which is the kind of thing that looks almost comically absorbed until you consider that a person who has been doing it long enough learns to navigate by peripheral attention, the way experienced readers do. He was tall, broad in the shoulders, wearing the same standard issue work clothes everyone wore, and the book he was holding was a paperback, though I could not see the cover. He turned the corridor corner ahead of me, and by the time I reached the corner, he was gone. I did not know, then, that I would see him again. The second time was 2 days later, in the library corner of the TV lounge. There was a small shelf of books there, a rotating collection of paperbacks left by various crew members over various rotations, and he was standing with his back to the room, running a finger along the spines. It was midday. I came in to get something I had left on the couch and stopped in the doorway when I saw him. and I had a fraction of a second to take in the back of him, the height, the set of his shoulders, the same paperback already tucked under one arm, before he must have registered the change in air pressure or the sound of the door, because he turned. I saw his face. Calm, unremarkable, the face of someone who is simply in a room rather than someone who is aware of being found in one. He looked at me without expression, and then he looked back at the shelves, and I walked in and retrieved what I had left on the couch and left. And I did not run, and I did not hurry, and I was very careful about both of those things. The third and fourth sightings were briefer. Once on the B-deck walkway in the early evening, once at the base of the exterior stair that led to the pipe deck, each time at a distance that made direct engagement unlikely, each time with him moving in a direction away from where I was. He was never at muster. I had been paying attention at musters in a way that went past professional obligation by that point, and he was not there. He was not on any list I had been given. He moved through the platform with the ease of someone who knew it very well and had long since stopped thinking about that knowledge. The ease of someone for whom the platform was not a new environment, but simply an environment. His presence was not threatening. I want to be precise about this, because threatening has a specific texture and this was not it. There was no aggression, no surveillance quality, no sense that he was watching me specifically. He was simply there, repeatedly, in places where the manifest said he should not be. And his presence had the quality of something inexplicable rather than something dangerous. And inexplicable is, in a way, worse, because threatening things can be responded to with the tools we have for threats. And inexplicable things require a different set of tools that nobody has given you, and you are going to have to make yourself. In the second week, I also began paying attention to the communications. This started as a practical consideration. I was accumulating information that I wanted to be able to transmit to shore, and I needed to understand the transmission environment before I acted. The platform had radio communications and internet access, both, but the bandwidth offshore was not what people assume. It was managed, allocated, shaped to operational priorities in a way that meant personal data usage was limited and unpredictable. And anything other than a voice call on the dedicated radio system went through a router that was, I had been told during the technical induction, monitored for security purposes. This was standard. It was the kind of standard I had read in the policies and not thought much about, because the standard had not yet had occasion to matter. It started to matter. I was in the operations room one afternoon, doing something legitimate, checking the inspection schedule in the system, when the radio engineer, a small and precise man named Faruk who managed the communications infrastructure with the absorbed focus of a person who truly loves the particular machine he has been given to tend, mentioned in passing that the antenna maintenance window was coming up on Thursday. I asked what that meant, practically, for operational communications. He explained. The satellite uplink required a scheduled calibration cycle, during which the primary communications array was reduced to a skeleton service emergency band only, plus the internal network, but no external data transmission and no non-emergency voice calls. It lasted about 40 minutes. He told me this the way someone tells you about a routine inconvenience, and I said I understood, and I made a note of the time, and I thought about it for the rest of the day. I had been thinking, in a general way, about how information moves off the platform. Not because I had formed a specific plan yet, I had not, but because I was beginning to understand that the question was more complicated than it had seemed when I arrived. There were the scheduled communication windows, the radio calls, the data uploads, the email traffic, all of which moved through managed channels. There were the helicopter visits, which carried physical mail and equipment and people. There were the supply boats, which carried cargo and occasionally crew. All of these were channels, and all of them were, in various ways, known to the platform's management. All of them were routes through which the platform was connected to shore. I had been treating those routes as neutral, as infrastructure, as background. I had been doing this without examining the assumption, which is always where the mistakes live. The assumption was that the channels were open in both directions, that information moving out was as unimpeded as information moving in. I was beginning to question this, and the questioning had a cold and specific quality to it, the quality of an assumption dissolving rather than being disproved. Not a shock, but a settling, a slow revision of the map. The antenna maintenance window was on Thursday. It lasted 40 minutes. During those 40 minutes, the primary monitoring of outgoing signal traffic was, by Farrukh's own description, reduced to its skeleton. I wrote the time in the private log. I wrote 40 min window, primary monitoring reduced. And I sat with that for a while, thinking about what kind of record could be made in 40 minutes and whether it would be enough. On the last morning of the second week, I went down to the C-deck stairs before breakfast. Not to the bunk room, not yet, just to the corridor outside it, because I wanted to look at the photographs again, and I wanted to look at them in the same light, the same ambient quality, so that I could check whether what I remembered about the space matched what the photographs showed. I had been going back to the photographs in the private log at intervals, the way you go back to a measurement you have already taken twice, because something in you needs the confirmation of taking it a third time. I stood in the corridor with my phone, and I scrolled through the 11 images, and I looked at each one and I thought, this is real. The mug is real. The name is real. The blanket, folded at the foot of the mattress, is real. And then I put my phone away and I turned to leave, and there were 2 crew members coming along the corridor, deck hands, both of them, men I had spoken to at various musters without ever having a longer conversation, men whose names I had filed under familiar but not known. I stopped them, not dramatically, just stepped into the corridor ahead of them in the way of someone who wants a brief word, and held up my phone with the photograph of the mug on the screen, the name filling the frame. I asked if they knew who that was. They both looked at the screen. I watched them look at it, which is the important part. I watched the quality of their attention as it landed on the name, and I watched what happened in their faces in the second that followed. Both of them looked at the name for a beat too long. It was 1 second, maybe less. It was the duration of a pause that has no conversational reason to be there. Not hesitation about whether they recognized the name, not hesitation about whether they wanted to answer, but something subtler and harder to name. A beat that existed between the question and the response, as though the response were passing through an additional layer of processing that the question did not require. Both of them. Separately but together, in the way that people respond similarly when they have been told the same thing about the same subject, when a script exists and the script is running. Then they said no. Both of them, in their different ways, in the normal inflection of people being asked about someone they don't know. No, sorry, doesn't ring a bell. I thanked them and stepped aside, and they went past me down the corridor. And I stood with my back against the bulkhead and my phone in my hand, and the photograph of the mug still on the screen. That beat, that single second of something, sitting in the gap between my question and their answer like an object too large for the space it was trying to pass through. I put the phone in my pocket and started up the stairs toward the accommodations deck, and I understood. In the clear and functional way, I understand things when understanding has finally caught up to observation, that this was going to get harder before it got simpler. The days that followed had a particular quality I have tried to describe to myself since and have never quite gotten right. They were ordinary days. I ran my rounds, I filed my reports, I attended the briefings and conducted the inspections and ate in the mess and slept in the narrow bunk with the porthole behind my head. And underneath all of that ordinariness, something was running that was not ordinary at all, a kind of patient, low-frequency attention that I had set in motion and could not now switch off. It was not dread. It was something more functional than dread. It was the feeling of having committed to a direction. I kept watching the reader. Not following him, I want to be precise about that distinction, because it matters to me and because the distinction was real. Following implies pursuit, and I was not pursuing anything. What I was doing was attending. There is a difference between watching a pattern because you are waiting to catch it in something and watching a pattern because you are trying to understand its internal logic, and I was doing the second thing. He moved through the platform with a consistency that had its own geometry, and if you paid attention long enough, that geometry began to have implications. He appeared on the upper levels at irregular intervals and in a way that seemed casually random. The TV lounge, the engineering corridor, once at the very edge of the mess during a late breakfast service, gone before I could fix my gaze. But on the lower decks, he was different. On the lower decks, the consistency was tighter, the routes more deliberate, the timing closer to predictable. He moved as someone moves in a space they have fully internalized, not thinking about it, not navigating, just going. I had been watching him for 4 days beyond the sightings. I had already counted when I noticed the convergence. He always vanished at the same section of the lower C-deck corridor. Not the same room, not the bunk block I had already found, which was further along and around a turning. Earlier than that, there was a section of the corridor, roughly 10 meters past the third maintenance hatch on the port side, where the overhead lighting was slightly dimmer than the surrounding stretch. One of the fixtures was running at reduced output, a maintenance ticket I had seen in the system and had been told was in the queue. The dimmer section created a visual pocket, not dark but less immediately legible than what surrounded it. And in that pocket, set back from the corridor wall by maybe 4 inches, was a door. It was not on my schematic. I had the schematic memorized, or close enough to memorized. I had been walking this deck for over a week, and I knew its documented features the way I know any space I am professionally responsible for, which is to say comprehensively enough to notice when something does not match. The door was not a labeled maintenance hatch. It was not a labeled anything. It had a lever handle in the standard format and a small square porthole of the same wire-reinforced glass as every other berth door. But the porthole was dark. No amber light coming through from the other side, and there was no berth number plate, no placard, no indication of function. Just the door, slightly recessed, in the dimmer section of the corridor. I stood in front of it for a while before I knocked. I was thinking, in that interval, about what I was doing. Not the mechanical thing, the raising of the hand, the knuckles on the metal, but the philosophical thing, the commitment that the action represented. If there was nothing on the other side of this door except a utility space or a vacant room, I would have knocked on a door and found nothing, and this would cost me only a moment's embarrassment that no one would witness. If there was something on the other side, I would be changing the nature of what I was doing from observation to contact, and contact has consequences that observation does not. I had been very careful up to this point to remain on the observation side of that line. I knocked. The sound was the hollow, slightly resonant knock of a hand on a steel door, and it went into the dimmer section of the corridor and came back to me slightly differently than it would have in an open space. I waited. I counted to 10 in the way I count when I am trying not to seem anxious to myself, steadily, without rush, giving each number its full weight. The door opened. He was taller than I had understood from a distance. Standing in the doorway with one hand on the door frame, he was taller than me by nearly a head, and the hand on the door frame was the hand of someone who works with heavy things. Broad across the palm, the knuckles thickened, a scar along the base of the thumb that was old enough to have silvered. He was wearing the standard issue work clothes, the dark navy coveralls that were technically optional, but that most of the crew wore because they were practical. And he had the look of someone who had just been reading. A slight refocusing, the eyes coming back from a distance they had been at. He looked at me. I looked at him. Then he stepped back from the door just slightly, and the gesture was clear enough. Not an invitation exactly, but an opening. A space made available for a decision. I went in. The room was small, smaller than the C-deck bunk block, more the size of a utility space repurposed than a space designed for habitation. There was a bunk against one wall and a chair against the other, and a fold-out surface that served as a desk. and the fold-out surface had a book on it, face down to keep the place, and a lamp that gave off a warm yellow light and was, by the sound of it, plugged into a portable power adapter rather than wired into the room's own electrical. The porthole was covered, from the inside, with a piece of dark cloth, cut from something, folded and fixed with tape at the edges, which explained why no light came through it from outside. The room smelled of the lower decks, and also, faintly, of something that was not the lower decks at all. Something that was just a person, the specific, neutral smell of a space that has been lived in by one human being over a long period of time. He closed the door behind me. He did not say anything. He sat on the edge of the bunk and he looked at me, and his expression was not defensive or wary or particularly anything. It was the expression of someone who has been waiting for something long enough that the arrival of it has settled somewhere past surprise. He was maybe 40, or maybe slightly less. His face had the kind of age that comes from specific conditions rather than from years alone. He was, I noticed, calm. Very calm. I said, "I know your mug." He looked at me for a moment, and then something in his expression shifted, just slightly, not quite a smile, but the near relative of a smile, the thing that happens around the eyes when you have been sitting alone with something for a long time and someone else says it out loud. He said, "You've been in the block." I said yes. He nodded. He looked at his hands for a moment, and then he looked back at me. He said, "I figured someone would come eventually. I thought it might be Reeves." He paused. "I'm glad it's you." I asked him how he knew who I was. He said, "Your H and SU count." He said it without inflection, without irony, just a fact reported accurately. His name was Daniel Ockhafer, and he had been on Sable 7 for 14 months. He told me this the same way he told me everything, over the course of the conversation that followed and the conversation after that. Slowly, in the even voice of someone who has told a story to himself so many times that the telling has become almost meditative, the way a long-worn groove in a path becomes the path itself. He did not dramatize. He did not perform the suffering of it, because I am not sure, honestly, that he experienced it as suffering in any of the ways I would have used that word before I met him. He had been sent out on a standard rotation, 4 weeks on, 3 weeks off, the same cycle as most of the technical crew, the same cycle that was supposed to apply to him as a maintenance engineer with a specialty in fluid systems. He had been 4 weeks into what should have been his last rotation of that contract year when he filed a report. He described the report carefully, in the specific language of a man who had gone over its contents many times. A secondary pressure relief valve on one of the older pump assemblies, a component that should have been flagged for replacement in the previous year's maintenance cycle, and had not been, because the company had extended the inspection interval as a cost measure, and the extension had been entered into the system in a way that masked the underlying condition. He had found it during a routine check that was not, technically, his routine check to make. It was another technician's zone. But the technician had been sick that week and Ockhafer had covered the route as a favor, and the covering had put him in the right place at the right time to find the wrong thing. He had filed the report. He had filed it correctly, through the proper channels, with the supporting documentation his training required. He had also, and he said this without emphasis, mentioned it to Reeves. Reeves had thanked him. He had said the report would be reviewed. He had said it in the way that Reeves said things that were going to be reviewed, with a kind of careful, neutral weight that gave nothing away about what the review might find or when it might happen. 3 days later, Ockhafer's rotation was up. He went to the helideck on the scheduled morning with his bag and his paperwork. The helicopter came. He boarded. And then someone from the operations team came out to the helideck and told him, in the apologetic but firm language of administrative necessity, that there was a documentation issue with his departure clearance, a discrepancy in the equipment sign-off, something that needed to be resolved before he could formally close his rotation. It would take 2 or 3 days at most. The helicopter would go without him. He would be on the next one. He said all of this without inflection. He said the next one did not come for him either, and the one after that, and the one after that. Not because anyone explicitly prevented him. No one had ever said you cannot go. No one had ever locked a door or issued an instruction. The documentation issue resolved into a scheduling complication. The scheduling complication resolved into a staffing need. The staffing need resolved into a contract extension that he was told had been filed with his agency. It was always just far enough in the future to seem worth waiting for. It was always explained in language that was reasonable and administrative, and that had, in each individual instance, the texture of a problem being managed rather than a person being held. By month 4, he said, he had stopped checking the schedule. I asked him what that felt like. He thought about it for a moment with the particular care of someone who has thought about it many times and is trying to give me the accurate version rather than the compressed one. He said, "It felt like fatigue mostly, not sadness. You can sustain sadness for a while and then it becomes something else. It became a kind of practicality. You are here. You are going to be here for a while. What do you need to know about being here?" He had learned the platform in that interval. Not in the way that rotating crew learn it, the operational knowledge, the routes and procedures, but more completely, more quietly. The particular behavior of the structure in different weather conditions, the microclimate variations between deck levels, the way sound traveled differently through certain sections because of where the machinery was housed relative to the corridor geometry. He had read, he told me, every book in the TV lounge collection at least twice. He had developed what he called a relationship with the lower decks, the way you develop a relationship with any place you have walked thousands of times. Not affection, necessarily, but a kind of intimate fluency. He told me about the others without transition, as though it were a natural continuation of the same sentence. There were 3 of them that he knew of, in addition to himself. He gave me their names in the same way, quietly, with the same even delivery, as though the names were simply items on a list rather than people he had been living alongside in the margins of the official record for months. Caulfield, who had been a drill engineer. He was in a similar configuration to Ackhafer, extended past his rotation, housed in the unofficial space, present in the manifest in a way that was just peripheral enough to seem administrative rather than deliberate. Yusuf, who had been catering, and whose situation was slightly different. She was technically still on the active roster, but in a status the system listed as extended stay/non-operational. A designation Ackhafer said he had seen on his own file once, in the brief window when a system login had returned more than it was supposed to before the access was corrected. And then there was the older man whose name I did not write down that night, whose situation Ackhafer described only in outline. A maintenance technician, long-tenured, someone who had been on Sable 7 in various forms for nearly a decade, and had, at some point that Ackhafer could not precisely identify, stopped having a sure address to return to. Not institutionalized, not imprisoned. Just here, where he knew the equipment and the rhythms and the faces, in the way that here becomes easier than there when there has become abstract. They were all fine, Ackhafer said. He said this not dismissively but carefully, as though he was checking whether it was true as he said it. They were fine. They were not suffering in any obvious or immediate way. They had what they needed in the material sense: food, shelter, a degree of routine, the particular texture of a life that is nothing if not consistent. The platform had a way, he said, of becoming the whole world if you stayed long enough. He said this the way someone says something that has arrived, over time, at a complicated relationship with judgment. Not condemnation, not acceptance, just the accurate naming of a phenomenon. It was during the second conversation that the cat appeared. The second conversation was 2 evenings later. I had gone back to the room behind the unmarked door with the cloth-covered porthole, and we had sat again in the warm lamplight with the book face down on the fold-out surface, and I had been asking him about the report he had filed, the pressure relief valve, the documentation, the specifics. And he had been answering in the same careful, measured way when I became aware of something at the base of the door. A sound, and then a presence. A small gray cat pushing through the gap under the door with the absolute confidence of an animal that has long since decided that doors are suggestions rather than instructions. It was thin in the way of a working animal rather than a neglected one, not underfed, just lean, built for the particular economy of a life lived between decks. It came in without announcing itself and moved along the wall in the indirect route that cats take when they are heading somewhere specific but prefer to make it look incidental. And then it arrived at my feet and sat down and looked up at me with the amber-eyed assessment of a cat, deciding whether I was worth the investment. Akefer said, "That's the cat." And then, after a pause, "We don't have a name for it. It didn't seem to want one." I said something. I don't remember what exactly. Something about how long it had been here. He said 8 months. It had come in on a supply pallet, apparently not an unheard of thing, and had descended directly to the lower decks and had lived there since. It was tolerated by the crew who knew about it and unknown to the crew who didn't, which made it, I thought, a reasonable metaphor for several things on this platform. It climbed into my lap. Not tentatively. It did not ask, the way animals do when they are uncertain of their welcome. It simply arrived there, a warm weight settling across my thighs, and it adjusted itself once, twice, in the small rotational adjustment cats make when they are preparing to stay, and then it was still. Its weight was more than I had expected from an animal that size, or maybe it was just that the warmth of it was physical in a way that registered as weight. I put one hand on its back without thinking, and it did not react except to settle slightly further into itself, and the vibration of its purring moved through my palm and up my arm. I was sitting in the lamplight of a room that was not on any schematic, in conversation with a man who was not on any manifest, holding a cat that had no name, and something happened in me then that I have thought about many times since and have never quite been able to explain without it sounding smaller than it was. It was not an epiphany. It was not a sudden illumination. It was more like the cessation of a noise I had not realized I had been hearing. A low-frequency interference that had been running beneath everything for weeks. The noise of my own doubt. The noise of Solis's reasonable explanation and Reeves's technically satisfying account. And the way 34 had kept returning to the board, as though the extra names were a tide that came in and went out and left the official record clean. The cat settled, and something in me settled with it, and I thought, with a precision that felt like solid ground under my feet after a long time on water, I am not miscounting. Not, I think I have been right. Not, perhaps the numbers are what I believe they are. I am not miscounting. I have not been miscounting. The board showed 35 and the board was right and I counted it correctly and then again correctly and then again correctly. And the fact that the official record said 34 did not make my count wrong. It made the official record wrong. Those are different things. They had always been different things. I had known this in an abstract way from the beginning. But knowing a thing abstractly and knowing it in the body, in the weight of an animal in your lap and the warmth of it moving through your palms, are different kinds of knowing, and I had just arrived at the second kind. My count is right. It has always been right. And that is the only solid thing on this platform that no one has adjusted. The cat's purring continued, even and mechanical, and Akhafar was looking at me in the quiet way of a man who is giving someone space to arrive at something, and I breathed, and I kept my hand on the cat's back, and I let the thought settle into the place where it was going to live from now on. I asked him, eventually, the question I had been carrying since the first night I found the bunk room. I asked him if he wanted to be on the next helicopter home. He was quiet for a moment. He looked toward the porthole, the covered one, the cloth-covered square of dark, and he looked at it the way I had come to understand he looked at things when he was looking through them rather than at them. He was not looking at the cloth. He was looking at something in the glass behind it, the reflection of the room in the porthole's surface. The lamp, the fold-out desk, the warm edges of the space, and himself somewhere in it, the dark shape of a person who had been here long enough to have a reflection in the porthole glass that felt familiar. He said, "I used to want that." He did not continue immediately. The cat shifted in my lap, resettling, its paw extending slightly and then pulling back. He said, "I'm not sure what I want now." There was no performance in this. No self-pity, no invitation to it. He said it the way someone reports the result of a measurement they have taken honestly and found more complicated than they expected, with accuracy and without flinching from the accuracy. I have thought about those two sentences many times since, and I have never been able to improve on them as a description of what the platform does, of what sustained isolation and gradual displacement due to the precise instrument of wanting, not breaking it, not taking it away, but reorienting it so slowly that by the time you notice the instrument has moved, you can no longer quite see what it was pointing at before. I did not say anything reassuring. I am not sure there was anything reassuring to say that would not have been a reduction, and he deserved better than a reduction. I sat with him in the lamplight for a while longer, the cat still warm across my thighs, the hum of the platform running through everything the way it always ran through everything, and then I told him I would be back. He nodded once, in the way of someone who has learned not to hold too tightly to things that might come back and might not. I stood, and the cat dropped from my lap to the deck in the boneless way cats land, and it walked to the corner of the room and sat facing the wall, as though the conversation had concluded and it had moved on to other business. The warmth of the cat was still on my thighs as I came up the stairs, and Akhafer's two sentences were turning in my mind in the way I turn things when I am trying to understand them well enough to transcribe them accurately, not holding them too tightly, not letting them go loose, keeping them at the exact tension that preserves them. I used to want that. I'm not sure what I want now. I wanted to write them down exactly. In the language of my job, exact quotation matters. Paraphrase is always a small distortion, and small distortions accumulate. I would write them down exactly. My berth was quiet when I got back. The platform's night hum was running in the walls and the floor, the same frequency it always ran at, the same ground state of being on Sable 7 that I had felt in the base of my sternum since the first hours of the first night. I sat on the bunk, and I took the paperback from under the pillow, and I opened it to the back, to the gap of blank and matter between the last page and the back cover, and I found a fresh page. The fine-tipped pen was in my kit bag, where I always kept it. I wrote Akhafer's two sentences first, exactly. I used to want that. I'm not sure what I want now. I wrote them with the date and the time and his name, and then I looked at them for a moment to be sure I had them right. Then I turned to a new page, and at the top of it, in the smallest letters I could make while keeping them legible, letters small enough to be invisible from across a room, I wrote, "I am not miscounting. I have never miscounted." And below that I drew a line. And below the line, I began the list. I had maybe 10 days left in the rotation when I understood that waiting for someone else to notice was not a strategy. It was just a way of running out of time while telling myself I was being careful. I had been careful. I want to be accurate about that because I think the carefulness had been right, up until the point where it tipped over into its own kind of evasion. There is a kind of caution that is genuinely protective and a kind that is just fear wearing the vocabulary of prudence. And I had been, for perhaps 3 or 4 days after the conversation with Akhafer, sitting at the border between those two things, telling myself I was still in the first category. The list I had begun in the back of the paperback had 4 names on it: Akhafer, Caulfield, Yusuf, and the older man whose name I had not yet written. The list had dates, where I had them, and durations, where Akhafer had given them to me, and beside each entry a short notation of the circumstances. The stated reason for the initial delay, the way that reason had evolved over successive rotations into something that no longer required explicit stating, because it had become simply the shape of things. I had the list, and I had the photographs, and I had the private log with its running count, and I had all of this in the paperback under my pillow, and on the locked folder on my phone, and none of it went anywhere if I stayed on this platform at the end of my rotation with it. That thought, not anywhere, if I stayed, was the one that finally broke the border. I began with Caulfield. Achafer had given me a rough sense of where to find him, which was that Caulfield's movements were less contained than Achafer's own. He had a different relationship with invisibility. Achafer said, in the way that some people wear the thing they are trying not to draw attention to as a kind of armor, and some people wear it as a second skin. Achafer wore it as a second skin. Caulfield, apparently, was the other kind. He was on the unofficial roster in a way that had been semi-tolerated by certain members of the crew for long enough that some of the crew had simply incorporated him, treating him as an operational fixture the way you treat a piece of equipment that has been running past its expected service life. Not ideal. Everyone knows it. No one has filed the paperwork. I found him in the generator room on B deck, which is not a room you find people in without a reason. But Caulfield had a reason. He had been maintaining the secondary generator. Achafer had told me, as part of an informal arrangement that had begun as a temporary measure when the regular maintenance technician was sick and had continued, the way informal arrangements on offshore platforms continue, because it was useful and no one had officially ended it. He was doing something with a calibration panel when I came in, and he looked up with the look of someone who has been found in a room and is deciding whether to be found gracefully or not. And then he recognized the hard hat and the high-vis and the lanyard with the H and S designation, and something in him settled, not relaxed, exactly, but resolved, as though the finding had been coming for a while. I told him I was doing a welfare check on crew members in extended rotation. I said it in the flat, procedural voice of the job. Not an accusation, not an apology, just the language of a function being performed. He set down his tool. He was not what I expected, though I am not certain what I expected. He was a compact, sandy-haired man in his mid-40s, who had the look of someone who had once been very precise in his movements, and still was, in the specific ways that mattered, but had lost the precision in the areas that didn't. His coveralls were maintenance-worn in a way that went past the standard degree, and there was a quality about him of a person who has long since stopped thinking about the parts of himself that are not immediately functional. He talked in a steady, unhurried way. He told me his original rotation date. He told me the name of the onshore company he contracted through. He told me the reason he had been given for the first delay, and the second reason, and the way the reasons had eventually become less distinct from each other until they were simply the ongoing condition of his situation rather than explanations of it. He told me he had a daughter who was 11 years old when he arrived on this rotation. He said this without drama, in the same even tone he had used for everything else. He said his daughter was 13 now, and that he spoke to her on the scheduled communications window every Sunday, and that the calls were short because the window was narrow, and that she had stopped asking when he was coming home about 8 months ago, which he said was better because she had stopped being disappointed, but worse for reasons he didn't try to articulate further, and he didn't have to. I wrote everything down in the format I use for safety reports, structured, sequential, with dates and specifics and no editorializing. Date of original arrival, contracted rotation length, first stated reason for extension, subsequent stated reasons, each with the approximate date of communication, current understood status. I wrote it in the private logbook. The paperback was getting full with the same shorthand I use for incident documentation. Caulfield watched me write without expression. When I finished, I asked if there was anything else he wanted me to include. He thought about it. He said, "Put down that the generator is in good condition. Better than it's supposed to be, technically. I want that on record somewhere." I put it down. Yusuf was harder to reach because her situation had a different texture. She was, technically, on the active roster, which meant she moved through the platform in a way that was less separated from the normal rhythms of the crew. She worked in the catering rotation, not under Hendricks, who I was certain did not know the specifics of her situation, but in a secondary capacity, the kind of role that fills the gaps between the scheduled roles and does not have a formal designation in the crew structure. She helped with the supply inventory. She was present in the kitchen during the high-volume service periods. She did the things that needed doing in the margins of the official allocation. Hendricks had once referred to her in my presence, in passing, as one of the floaters, a casual and apparently common term for casual contract staff who shifted between functions, and I had filed the term without fully parsing it at the time. I found a window with her on a Wednesday afternoon, in the small room off the main kitchen where the supply deliveries were sorted and logged. She was counting canned goods, actually counting, physically, moving tins from one side of a shelf to the other as she recorded the inventory, and the parallel was not lost on me. I stood in the doorway for a moment before she noticed me, watching her count, and I thought about how much of the work done on this platform was, at its root, counting. How much of everything, everywhere, is counting, and how the number you arrive at is only as good as the integrity of the system you are counting inside. She was younger than I had pictured from Aucaffer's description, late 20s, maybe my age, with a careful quality about her that I recognized from the inside. The quality of someone who has learned to make themselves unobtrusive because unobtrusive has been, for a period of time, the safest thing to be. She listened to my introduction with the same assessing attention I had seen in Caulfield's face, and then she answered my questions in a way that was thorough and precise, and contained, underneath the precision, a flatness that I recognized as the emotional register of someone who has processed a thing so many times that the processing has become its own kind of numbness. Not unfeeling, but beyond the acute phase of feeling, in the chronic plateau. Her delay had begun with a visa irregularity, a discrepancy in her work authorization documentation that the company said was being handled through their legal department, and that had required, in the meantime, that she remain on the platform while the onshore process completed. She had been told, she said, on 4 separate occasions, that resolution was imminent. The word imminent, she noted, had a specific use in the company's communications with her, which was to indicate something that was going to happen in a way that remained technically true regardless of how long it did not happen. She had been on Sable 7 for 9 months. I did not ask her how she was. I did not ask any of them how they were, in the general way, because that question does not produce the kind of information I was trying to produce, and because the general answer was in their faces and their voices, and the way they occupied the spaces they were in, and asking them to report it back to me in language would only have required them to compress something that did not compress well. What I asked was factual. What I wrote down was factual. I built the record the way I had been trained to build incident documentation, without the emotions of the situation, so that the facts of the situation could speak at the volume they deserved. The older man's name was Brennan. He had been on Sable 7 in various capacities for 9 years. His extended stay status had a different character than the others. He had not been prevented from leaving in any of the direct ways I was by now familiar with. He had simply, at some point 5 or 6 years ago, stopped leaving. His onshore life had contracted through a series of losses that he described without self-pity and without detail, and the platform had continued to need someone who knew its particular maintenance idiosyncrasies as well as he did. And the combination of those 2 facts had produced the current arrangement, which was that he was here, and the company paid him something, in a way that Aucaffer said existed in the system under a category that was probably not worth examining too closely. He was the only one of the 4 who, when I asked if he wanted to be on the next helicopter, said no, clearly and without ambiguity. He said no in the way someone says no to a question that is kind but has missed the point. I wrote that down too. I approached Reeves on a Thursday morning. I had been thinking about how to do this since the night I had made the list, and I had decided that not approaching him at all was, by that point, untenable. Not because I thought Reeves could help me. I had moved well past the phase of expecting help from the official structure of the platform. But because I had come to understand, over the weeks, that Reeves knew what I knew, or something close to it, and that the knowing sat in him as a weight he was carrying in a way that was not entirely dissimilar from how Ackhafer carried 14 months of residency in the lower decks. Without drama, without breaking, but not without cost. He had been on this platform for a long time. He had been looking the other way for a long time. Those two things were connected, and I think the connection had worn into him in ways that were visible if you knew where to look. And by that point, I knew where to look. I found him in the operations room at his usual hour, in his usual position, with his coffee mug and the monitoring bank and the gauges he had read 10,000 times. I came in and stood beside him, not across from him, which was a small choice about geometry that I had thought about. Standing beside someone at a monitoring bank is a collegial position, two people looking at the same thing, rather than two people looking at each other. It is harder to have a confrontational conversation from that position, and I was not there for a confrontation. I said that I had been completing my pre-departure documentation and wanted to make sure my records were current before my last week. I said I had been spending time on the lower decks, which he knew. I said the documentation I had assembled was thorough. I did not say anything explicit about what the documentation contained or what I intended to do with it. I was careful about the exact shape of what I said, the way you are careful about the exact shape of a thing when the thing has structural integrity that depends on precision. He did not look at the gauges while I spoke. He looked at them after, for a moment, in the way he looked at things when he was thinking rather than monitoring. He set the coffee mug down on the counter behind him without looking away from the panel. Then he turned and looked at me. He looked at me for a long time. Not angrily, not defensively. The look was more complicated than either of those, and I have thought about it many times since, because it was a look that contained, I think, a number of things that he had not been able to say for a long time, in a space where the saying would have cost something he could not afford to spend. There was a tiredness in it that went past the tiredness of a man at the end of a long rotation. There was something in it that I might have called recognition, or might have called grief, if I were going to allow myself the latitude of naming things that were better left precisely unnamed between us. He said, "I hope you have a good last week." That was all he said. He said it in a tone that could have been pleasantry and was not pleasantry, and we both knew it was not pleasantry, and we both knew the other knew, and neither of us said anything about the knowing. He picked up the coffee mug. He turned back to the gauges. I said I was sure it would be fine. I thanked him. I left. I stood in the corridor outside the operations room for a moment, not moving, with my hand flat against the bulkhead beside me, feeling the vibration of the platform through the metal. And I thought about what he had said and the way he had said it. He is also afraid. That was the thing the look had contained that I had not let myself name in the room. Fear, old and specific. The fear of a man who knows what the platform is capable of and has been, for a very long time, one of its mechanisms. I hope you have a good last week. It could mean many things. What it meant in the space between us was, I know, I have known. I cannot be the one to do anything about it. I hope you can. And I hope it goes well for you, because I have seen the alternative, and I am afraid for you, and I am afraid of you, and I am not certain there is a difference between those two things anymore. I went back to my berth, and I took out the audio recorder. I had brought it for the purposes stated in my official documentation. Ambient noise level monitoring for the health and safety report I was required to produce at the end of every rotation. A standard assessment of the platform's acoustic environment against the occupational exposure limits that were part of my regulatory brief. The recorder was a small digital unit, standard equipment for my function, that I had listed in the kit inventory I submitted at the start of the rotation. No one had ever asked about it. No one had any reason to ask about it. It was professional equipment for a professional purpose, and it sat in my kit bag in the company of my inspection forms and my hard hat and my calibrated noise dosimeter, perfectly ordinary in the context of everything around it. I had been thinking about the antenna maintenance window since Farrak had mentioned it. I had thought about it in the same way I thought about everything during those weeks, carefully, from multiple angles, working the shape of it until I understood its edges well enough to know what fit inside them. The window was 40 minutes. The monitoring of outgoing signal traffic was reduced to skeleton service. The 40 minutes fell on the day it was scheduled, in the mid-afternoon of a Thursday, which was a good time. The shift handover was mid-morning. The next one was early evening, and the space between them had a specific quality of reduced personnel movement on the lower decks that I had learned over weeks of walking them. I went down at 1:30. The lower decks in the afternoon had a character that was different from the lower decks at 2 in the morning. Not quieter. The machinery was always the same, but differently occupied. The human presence distributed into its daytime patterns. The maintenance crews in their zones. The corridors between zones carrying the occasional transit, but not the regular foot traffic of the upper levels. I went to the section of the portside B-deck corridor that I had identified as having the loudest and most consistent ambient hum. Not because I needed the hum for the recording, but because I needed to be below the level at which any monitoring of the official communication systems would be of concern. And the lower decks were the most logical place for someone with a noise dosimeter to be doing noise level work. I found a position beside one of the secondary pump housings, set the recorder on the housing at a stable angle, and pressed record. Then I began to speak. I spoke in the voice I use for incident reports. It is not my ordinary voice, and it is not a performance of a different voice. It is the voice that exists when you strip out everything that is not information and let the information speak in its plainest register, in the order of its occurrence, without hedging and without inflation. I had used this voice hundreds of times. I knew its shape. It was the voice of documentation, which is to say, it was the voice of precision applied to the real. And what I had been doing for weeks was constructing precisely the kind of record that voice was built to transmit. I stated the date. I stated my name and my role and my assigned rotation and the platform designation. I stated the purpose of the recording. And then I started at the beginning, not the very beginning, not the helicopter descent, but the professional beginning, the muster on the Tuesday morning of the second week, the 35 signatures on the board, the conversation with Reeves, the conversation with Solis. I moved through it in sequence, with dates where I had them and approximate dates where I did not, naming every name I could name and every number I had recorded, and every conversation whose content I had documented in the private log. And the private log was in my left hand, and I moved through it page by page as I spoke, not reading from it exactly, but using it as the armature of the account, the structure that kept the sequence honest. I spoke for 32 minutes. I know the exact duration because the recorder timestamps by segment. And when I stopped and checked the display, the timestamp read 32 minutes and 17 seconds, which left me a few minutes before the monitoring window closed, and I needed to move. I described Achafer and the length of his stay, and the pressure relief valve report that had preceded his first missed rotation. And I described Caulfield and his daughter, who was 13 now. And I described Yusuf and the visa irregularity that was always being resolved. And I described Brennan and the 9 years and the way he had said no, clearly, to the next helicopter. I described the bunk with the folded blanket and the mug with the name scratched into the base, and the photographs I had taken, and where those photographs were stored. I described the private log and where the physical record was located. I gave the number, the running count, the delta between the official manifest and the muster board totals, the direction of the discrepancy across the weeks of the rotation. I named the count at the time of speaking, 38. I did not editorialize. I did not say what I believed the platform's management knew or intended. I stated facts. In the language of my training, what I was making was a contemporaneous record, a document created at the time of the events described, by a witness who was present, in a form that could stand on its own without me there to explain it. A record that did not require my interpretation in order to be understood. A record that was its own argument, by virtue of being accurate. When I was done, I pressed stop, and I held the recorder in both hands for a moment. The pump housing was warm against my back, the hum of it moving up through my spine. I thought about what I had just done, in the plain terms of what it was. I had made a copy of the truth and put it in a device the size of my palm, and the device was going to leave the platform on the next helicopter, and whether what happened after that was useful or sufficient or enough was a question I could not answer from where I was standing. But I could answer the question of whether the record existed, and the answer was yes. And that was, for the moment, the only thing I could make certain, so I had made it certain. I put the recorder in the breast pocket of my coveralls, against the chest, where I could feel its weight and its corners when I breathed. I had 2 days before the helicopter. I used them the way I used everything on the platform, with the steady, organized attention that was both my nature and my training. I completed the formal safety report that was the official deliverable of my rotation. I filed the final muster counts, which were 38, and I filed them without annotation, in the standard format, because the standard format was what was expected, and because I was learning, by that point, the value of the expected. I did my rounds. I attended the briefings. I ate in the mess, and I talked to people in the ways that I talk to people, and I was, I think, unremarkable. I had decided, at some point in the days after the conversation with Reeves, that unremarkable was a form of action, and I was practicing it with the same precision I brought to everything else. I told Mari, on the morning of the helicopter day. Not everything, not the full account, not the names and dates and durations. I had not told her those things at any point during our quiet parallel investigation, partly because the information was safest the fewer places it existed, and partly because Mari's value to me was not as a repository of the information I was carrying, but as the means by which some version of it could leave. She understood this, I think. She had understood the shape of things between us with the same unhurried fluency she brought to the crane. She did not need to see the full load to know how to balance it. We were on the helideck when I gave her the recorder. She was leaving on this helicopter. Her rotation was up. Her bag was in the staging area at the bottom of the helideck stairs, and she was standing in the wind in the way she stood everywhere, with that quality of absolute stillness inside the motion of the environment. I was there for the same reason I had been on the helideck for helicopter arrivals and departures throughout the rotation. Because the helideck was my remit, because the emergency equipment needed checking, because there was no protocol reason for me not to be there. The recorder passed from my hand to hers in approximately 10 seconds. I held it out and she took it, without looking at it, in a motion that was smooth and immediate, and that did not involve her eyes moving from the middle distance, where she had been looking when I came to stand beside her. She was very good at this. 15 years offshore, she had had occasion, I imagined, to learn several versions of how to receive a thing without appearing to receive it. I said, "Somewhere safe, please." She said nothing. She put the recorder in the pocket of her kit bag, a small outer pocket with a zip that she closed without looking down. Her expression did not change. I was standing beside her for another moment, and then I moved along the helideck rail toward the emergency equipment locker, and the wind was doing what it always did out here, the long-traveled wind with intention in it, and I opened the locker and began the inspection I had come to do. The helicopter had come in 40 minutes before, from the southwest, on schedule. I had watched it arrive from the upper railing while the deck crew managed the landing, and I had watched the figure disembark, who was not on the manifest I had been given. He was not remarkable to look at. That was the first thing I noted, and I noted it because unremarkable had a particular valence for me by that point. I had spent enough weeks on a platform where certain people had learned to occupy the periphery of attention that I now looked at unremarkable people with a more careful eye than I had arrived with. He was medium height, wearing the high-visibility gear that everyone on the helideck wore, carrying a bag that was the size of a 2-day bag and no larger. He came off the aircraft with the ease of someone who had been on many helicopters and was not made particular by any of them. He was met at the edge of the helideck by the deck supervisor, who shook his hand in a way that suggested recognition without warmth. The handshake of two people who know each other in a specific and bounded context and are satisfied to leave it there. He had not been introduced to me. He had not been brought to the muster room. No name had appeared in the communications I received from shore, where incoming personnel were routinely flagged 24 hours in advance for my records. He was simply there, on the helideck, with a bag and a handshake, and a quality of belonging to the place that was not earned by being known to me, but that existed anyway, solidly, in the way of something that has decided not to need permission. I had added his presence to the count. He was the 39th. The helicopter loaded in the sequence I had come to know. The outgoing crew checked in with the deck supervisor, one by one, bags weighed and tagged, the rotor noise making conversation impossible and faces the only currency of communication. Mari came up the stairs last, with the unhurried stride of someone who is not anxious about getting on an aircraft because she has gotten on this aircraft many times and will get on it many more. She did not look at me as she crossed the helideck. She showed her departure clearance to the deck supervisor, and he checked it, and she ducked under the slowing arc of the rotors and climbed in, and the door closed behind her. I counted the boarding figures as they crossed to the aircraft. 6 departing crew members and Mari. 7. The helicopter engines changed register as the rotors spun up again, and the deck crew moved to the perimeter of the helideck, and I was with them, at the rail, in the required position for anyone present during departure. The wind off the rotors was a different wind from the sea wind, thicker and more abrupt, and I held the rail and watched the skids lift from the helideck pad and the helicopter clear the railing and angle out over the water. I started to count the figures remaining on the helideck. Deck crew, 3. The supervisor, 1. 2 technicians I recognized from the morning shift, plus a third who had been helping with the baggage staging. The company representative, the unremarkable man with the 2-day bag, standing at the far rail with his back to the helicopter's departure, watching it go. And then I counted the figures I could see on the deck below, the ones visible through the helideck grating, and the ones coming up the exterior stair from the pipe deck, and the ones I could account for on active watch in their stations. And I did the number the way I had always done it. Completely, accounting for every body I knew to be on the platform, adding each one to the running total with the same careful weight. 39. The helicopter was still visible, a receding shape angling toward a horizon that was a low gray blue at this hour, the clouds sitting on it like a lid. The company representative turned from the rail. He looked at me. I do not know exactly what he expected to see in my face. I know what was there. The same expression I had been wearing since I decided that unremarkable was a form of action, which was a face arranged into the appearance of someone doing exactly what she was supposed to be doing, thinking nothing in particular, experiencing the departure of a helicopter with the mild professional attention appropriate to the occasion. He looked at me for a moment. I met his eyes for a moment, in the way you meet the eyes of anyone on a platform where everyone is in close enough quarters that eye contact is unavoidable. And then I looked away, back toward the horizon where the helicopter was now just a sound. We did not say anything to each other. There was nothing to say that either of us was going to say on that helideck, in that wind, with the deck crew present and the platform vibrating underneath us and the sea on all sides. The moment existed, and then it was over, and he moved toward the helideck hatch and I remained at the rail. The helicopter's sound diminished with the directional quality that sound has over open water, not fading evenly, but dropping in increments, as though the distance was taking it piece by piece. I stayed at the rail until the sound was gone. I stayed a little longer after the sound, until the shape of the aircraft was indistinguishable from the general gray of the horizon, and then indistinguishable from the sky above it. And then it was just a light in the dark of the early evening, a white light blinking at intervals, getting smaller, and then not there. I turned. The helideck was nearly empty now. The deck crew had gone down the internal stairs, the supervisor was on the radio, doing the post-departure check-in in the standard format. I stood at the railing, and I counted the figures I could see on the deck behind me, the way I had always counted, fully, accounting for everything, applying the same care to the 39th body as to the first. The number was wrong in the way it had always been wrong. Not wrong because I had made an error. Wrong in the way a word is wrong when it has been substituted for the word that should be there. Recognizably incorrect to the eye that knows what it is looking at, even when it has been written in perfectly legible handwriting and surrounded by perfectly correct sentences. 39, where the manifest said 32, where the official record had never acknowledged more than the baseline count plus whatever increment Reeves was prepared to process on any given day. 39, with its full weight, every one of those bodies as real and as present as the metal under my feet and the wind coming off the water. I went back inside. The Helitic hatch was heavy and opened inward, and I pulled it shut behind me with both hands, and the wind cut off and the interior warmth of the accommodations module replaced it. And the hum of the platform was all around me again, the familiar frequency, the ground state of Sable 7. I stood at the top of the internal stairs for a moment with my hand still on the hatch lever, and I felt the vibration of the platform through the metal, and I thought, 10 days. I had 10 days left. I went to my berth and I sat on the bunk, and I took the private logbook, the last few pages of the back section, the end matter of the dog-eared thriller, and I opened it to the page with the list, and I wrote the number 39 at the bottom of the most recent entry, with the date and the time, and below it I wrote, incoming unmanifested, company representative, unintroduced, male, medium height, 2-day bag, arriving same flight as 7 departures. Did not reboard. Remains on platform. I put the pen down. The cat was not there. It came and went on its own schedule, which had nothing to do with mine and never had. The room was the same room it had always been, the porthole behind my head, the bunk above me empty, the hum moving up through the mattress. 10 days. The recorder was on its way to shore in the pocket of Mari's kit bag. And somewhere on that recorder, my voice was saying 38 names and numbers in the steady register of a safety report. And in 10 days, I was going to add one more name to that count, and the name was going to be myself. And I was going to get on the helicopter and watch this platform shrink to a set of lights in the water below me. And I was going to make sure that happened. I lay back on the bunk and looked at the ceiling. The number 39 was written in the logbook on the nightstand. I had written it down, and the writing down was what I had, and what I had was enough. And I lay in the hum of the platform with the notebook 6 inches from my head and thought about Mari's kit bag on a helicopter heading toward a coast I had not seen in weeks. And I let the thought of it settle, the way the cat settled, with a small rotational adjustment and then stillness. The helicopter clears the platform and angles toward the coast, and Dara stands at the helitic railing until it is just a light in the dark sky. And then she turns and counts the figures standing on the deck behind her. And the number is wrong in the way it has always been wrong, and she walks back inside and writes it down. The thing about counting is that you can do it wrong, and you can do it too many times, and you can let it make you into someone you do not want to be. But you cannot unknow the number once you have arrived at it honestly. And I had always arrived at it honestly. And that turned out to be the one thing on that platform that nobody could take away from me. Reeves found me on a Wednesday morning. I was in the operations corridor, reviewing the inspection log for the lower pump assembly, which was where I had been every Wednesday morning for the duration of the rotation. And he came down the corridor with the walk of a man who has decided on something and has been carrying the decision long enough that the carrying has become the heaviest part. He asked if I had a moment. I said I did. We went into the small side room off the operations center, the one with the table and 2 chairs that was used for minor administrative conversations, shift briefings when the main room was occupied, paperwork reviews, the quiet edge-of-shift things that did not need an audience. He closed the door, which was not something he usually did. I noted it and said nothing. He sat. I sat. He put his hands on the table, flat, in the way of someone who needs the table's steadiness. and he looked at the table for a moment before he looked at me. He said there was a staffing shortage. He said the company had identified a gap in the H&S coverage for the transition period, with my rotation ending and the incoming officer not cleared for departure for another 3 weeks due to certification processing. He said he had been asked. He used the word asked, precisely, as though the precision of it mattered to him, as though he needed me to hear the passive architecture of it, to request that I consider an extension, a partial rotation. Just 3 weeks. He said all of this in the flat, careful voice of a man reading from a script he did not write. Not a bad reader, an experienced one. The kind of experience that comes from having delivered versions of this script before, in this room, with this table between him and the person across it. The script had good bones. It was reasonable. It was even, in a technical sense, possible. Staffing gaps were real. Certification delays were real. H&S coverage requirements were real. All of it was real in the way that a structure built from true things can still amount to something false. He could not quite look at me when he said the 3 weeks. That was the detail I held. Not the request itself, not the language it came in, but the moment when he got to the duration and his eyes moved to a point somewhere to the left of my face, the middle distance just past my ear, as though the 3 weeks existed in a space slightly outside the room, and he needed to locate it there rather than between us. It was not a long look, maybe a second, maybe less. He corrected it. He brought his eyes back to mine. But the second was there, and I had it, and I knew what it meant in the way that I knew things by that point in the rotation. Not through interpretation, not through inference, just through the direct reading of what a person's body reports when language has been separated from honesty for long enough that the separation shows. I thanked him. I said I understood the situation, and I appreciated him bringing it to me directly. I said I would need to review my contractual documentation to understand the extension process, which was a legitimate thing to say, and the kind of thing that sounds cooperative while containing a statement of intent that is not quite cooperation. I said I hoped the certification delay for my replacement resolved quickly, because continuity of H&S coverage was important for the platform's safety culture. And that was true, and I meant it. And I could tell from the small movement in his face that he heard in it what I had put there. I said I would be in touch once I had looked at the paperwork. He said that was fine. He said it the way someone says a thing is fine when it is not fine, but when the particular kind of not fine it is cannot be said out loud. He stood up, and I stood up, and we went out of the side room into the operations corridor, and we went in different directions, and that was the last time I spoke to Reeves on the platform. I have thought about him since, in the way you think about people who were participating in something bad while being too worn down to stop it, not absolved, not condemned, but understood in a way that is more complicated than either. He had been on that platform for a long time. He had been looking the other way for a long time. At some point, those two things had become indistinguishable from each other, and I think he knew it, and I think the knowing was its own kind of sentence. I went back to my berth, and I sat on the edge of the bunk with my hands in my lap. I was not panicking. I want to say that plainly, not as a boast. It was not fortitude in any heroic sense. It was just the thing that happens when you have been running a private calculation long enough that the calculation has become the ground state of your thinking, so that when the thing you have been calculating for arrives, there is a part of you that is, at some level, simply arriving at a number you already knew was coming. I had not let myself fully name it before, the possibility that I would become one of the names on the list, an H&S officer in extended stay, documented nowhere, explained away by the same administrative language that had absorbed the others. But the possibility had been present in the background of the last 10 days, the way the hum was present in the background of everything on the platform. You stop noticing it consciously. It is always there. 3 days. I had 3 days before the next helicopter. The helicopter ran on schedule, and the schedule did not change for routine staffing decisions, because the helicopter was operational infrastructure, and operational infrastructure had its own logic. The helicopter would come in 3 days regardless of what my departure clearance said. That was the first and most important thing. The rest of it, the paperwork, the extension request, the contractual documentation that Reeves and I had discussed, as though reviewing it were the natural next step, was secondary. And secondary things could be managed in 3 days by a person who knew how to look ordinary. I had learned, out here, the value of looking ordinary. I went to find the cat. I found it, as I usually found it, in the lower decks, in the corridor outside the room I thought of now as Akhafr's room. Though Akhafr had, in the last week, been spending less time there and more time in the places I had started to move between, the middle zone of the platform where unofficial and official overlapped, and where, if you were careful, you could be present in both at once without fully occupying either. The cat was in the corridor the way the cat was always in the corridor, existing there with the absolute self-sufficiency of an animal that has solved the problem of a platform by simply treating it as the world. Because the world is where you are, and the cat, unlike anyone else on Sable 7, had no prior world to compare it to. It looked at me when I came down the stairs, and then it looked away, which was its version of acknowledgement. I sat down on the corridor floor, with my back against the bulkhead in the same position I had sat in the night I found the bunk room, and I held out my hand. The cat came and investigated my fingers with the businesslike attention it brought to everything, and then it climbed into my lap in the same way it had the first time, not asking, not hesitating, just arriving, as though this were the destination it had been moving toward all along, and the corridor had simply been the route. I sat there for a long time. The hum of the platform moved through the bulkhead and into my back and up through the deck plate and into my legs, and the cat was warm and still across my thighs, and the amber light of the lower corridor was the same amber light it had always been, and I let myself stop doing things for a little while and just be in the space I was in. This is harder than it sounds. I am not naturally a person who stops doing things. My instinct in any charged situation is to keep moving, keep cross-referencing, keep building the record, because the record is what holds the shape of the thing and the shape is all you have. But the record was built. I had built it over 6 weeks with the precision my training demanded, and then some. And the recorder was on its way to wherever Mari had put it, and the private log was in the paperback under my pillow, and the photographs were in the locked folder on my phone, and the list was as complete as I could make it, and there was nothing left to document that was not going to document itself when I walked off this platform with everything I was carrying. I thought about Akhafr in the lamplight. I thought about Caulfield and his daughter, who was 13 now and had stopped asking. I thought about Yusuf counting tins in the supply room, moving them from one side of the shelf to the other with the mechanical precision of someone who has found, in the counting of small things, a way to pass through the days. I thought about Brennan, who had said no to the helicopter, in the clear voice of a man who has reorganized his life around an absence so completely that the absence has become the life, and who had no language for what it would mean to reverse that. I thought about the man in the corner booth on the first night, whom I had never been able to place. The one who was there and then not there, the one I had not written down because I had been too new to trust my own accounting. I thought about what it meant that I had not written it down, and about how the not writing down had been, in its way, the beginning of everything. Not a mistake, or not only a mistake, but a threshold I had stepped across without knowing it was a threshold, on the other side of which everything that followed had already been waiting. The cat's purring moved through my palms, even and continuous, and the hum of the platform moved through everything else. I did not narrate anything to myself that night. I did not make plans or rehearse conversations or run the numbers again. I just sat with the cat in the amber light of the lower decks and let the weight of what I knew settle, the way sediment settles when the water finally stills, into a layer, clear and discreet, resting at the bottom of everything. I went up after an hour and slept better than I had slept in weeks. The next 3 days had the quality that the last days of anything have when you have committed to leaving. A heightened ordinariness, a noticing of things in the mode of a last look rather than a habitual one. I ran my rounds. I completed the sections of the formal safety report that were still outstanding, and I filed them through the correct channels in the correct format, because the report was real work, and real work deserved to be done correctly regardless of what else was happening alongside it. I ate in the mess. I spoke to Hendricks, who told me about a supply delivery that had included a brand of olive oil he had been trying to requisition for 4 months. And the satisfaction in his face as he described this was so specific and so genuine that it stayed with me for the rest of that day. The way small, perfect things stay with you when you are paying the particular attention of someone who knows they are leaving. I did not see the company representative again, not clearly. He was present on the platform. I could account for him in the count, which remained 39 for those 3 days, steady, as though the platform had settled into the new number and was holding it. But he moved in the upper levels and the operations zones in a way that kept him peripheral to me without quite removing him from my awareness. He was doing something up there. What exactly, I did not know and did not try to find out, because finding out was not what the next 3 days were for. On the morning of the helicopter, I woke at 4:30, which was an hour earlier than necessary, and lay in the bunk for a while listening to the platform. The hum. The distant, muffled register of the sea that you could only hear in the very early hours when the human sound of the rig was at its lowest. The specific quality of the silence in my small room, the porthole behind my head, the empty bunk above, the nightstand with the logbook on it, the paperback under my pillow. The way the light from the running lights outside made a faint wash on the far wall that was not quite orange and not quite yellow, but something in between that I had no name for. I had a name for everything on this platform by now. That was the thing that arrived, in the last quiet hour of lying in the bunk and listening. I knew this place. Not in the way I had been afraid I would come to know it, not in the way that Akafir knew it, not in the way that becomes involuntary and then permanent. In a different way. In the way that you know a thing you have been paying very close attention to for 6 weeks, from the position of someone who is about to leave it, and whose leaving is the point. I got up. I made the bunk with the same care I had made it every morning, because the bunk deserved it, and because I am the kind of person who makes the bunk. I took the paperback from under the pillow, and I put it in my kit bag, inside a folded sweater, where it would not be immediately visible. I took the logbook from the nightstand, and I put it in my kit bag as well, in the zipped inner pocket I used for documentation that needed to travel securely. I checked the locked folder on my phone without opening it, just confirming the icon was there. Then I zipped the kit bag. I looked around the room. The porthole was turning gray. Not light yet, not the actual arrival of light, just the pre-dawn lifting of absolute dark into a lighter dark, the sea outside beginning to develop the low-contrast texture of something that existed rather than nothing. The bunk above mine was still empty. The indentation in my pillow where my head had been was still warm. I picked up my bag. I turned off the light. I went out. The route to the Helidec was one I had walked enough times that my feet knew it without my attention. Down the main accommodations corridor, through the external door onto the stair that led to the upper level, up 2 flights to the Helidec staging area where the departures were processed. I had my paperwork in the side pocket of my kit bag, where paperwork goes. My departure clearance, my end-of-rotation documentation, the formal handover notes I had prepared for the incoming H&S officer, whose arrival was listed in the operational calendar. Because that listing was real, because I had checked it, because the incoming officer existed and had a name and a clearance date, and a booked seat on a helicopter that was arriving in 9 days, and the fact of her existence was the structural counterargument to the extension request. The piece of the logic that had no good answer, except to let me leave. I had arranged my face. This sounds deliberate, and it was, but it was also the kind of deliberateness that, by the end of 6 weeks, had become almost natural. a settled habit of expression that I wore the way you wear any tool you have used long enough to be comfortable with. The expression of someone doing exactly what she is supposed to be doing. Not cheerful, not stiff. Just the face of a professional at the ordinary end of an ordinary rotation, carrying her bag to the helidic, because the helicopter comes in an hour. And this is what you do when the helicopter comes in an hour. 3 other crew members were in the staging area when I arrived. 2 outgoing on their regular rotation end, men I knew by name and face and function, who greeted me in the normal way of people whose goodbye is compressed into a nod, because you will probably see each other on the next rotation, and the offshore community is small enough that goodbye is rarely permanent. A third, a younger technician I knew less well, who was focused on his own paperwork with the focused attention of someone doing something for the first time. I signed in at the departure board. I checked my bag weight against the listed allowance. I talked to the deck supervisor for a few minutes about the weather window, which was good, which was why the helicopter was running on time. The morning was gray-blue and cold, the kind of cold that comes from open water in early morning and does not have the same character as the cold of any land-adjacent place I had ever been. It had its own quality, the cold out here. I had stopped noticing it weeks ago, and I noticed it now because I was leaving, and things you are leaving announce their qualities in the last moments before you go. The helicopter came in from the southwest. I watched it arrive from the helidic railing, the same railing I had watched it from on the first day and on every departure day of the rotation, in the high-vis gear I was required to wear on the helidic, with my bag at my feet and my hands on the rail. The sound arrived before the shape, as it always did, and the shape arrived before the detail, and the detail arrived in the gradual way of things over water. And then the helicopter was on the pad, and the rotors were slowing, and the deck crew were moving to it with the practiced efficiency of a handover, done many times. I did not look for the company representative. I mean that precisely. I actively chose not to look for him, not because I was afraid of seeing him, but because looking for him would have been a kind of attention that I had decided, in the 4:30 morning hour in my bunk, was not the attention I wanted to spend on this last piece of the thing. He existed. He was somewhere on the platform. What he did or did not do in the next 15 minutes was not something I could control, and the things I could not control were no longer where my attention lived. My attention was on the bag at my feet, the departure board I had signed, the paperwork in the correct pocket, the helicopter on the pad. The incoming personnel disembarked. A contracted engineer I didn't know and a supplies coordinator whose name I recognized from the communications log. They came off the aircraft and were received by the deck crew and moved toward the helidic hatch, and I watched them go with the mild professional attention that was appropriate to the occasion, and I did not count them, because they were not mine to count anymore, because I was leaving. The departure sequence began. The first 2 outgoing crew members crossed to the aircraft and boarded, then the technician with his paperwork, then me. I was halfway across the helidic when I became aware of him. Not from sight, or not from sight first, from something more peripheral than sight, the quality of changed attention in a space, the way a room shifts slightly when a new presence enters and arranges itself in relation to what is already there. I did not turn my head. I kept walking at the same pace, the same stride, the same expression, because I had decided on the expression and the stride and the pace before I came up to the helidic, and I was not going to revise any of them now, on the helidic, 10 meters from the aircraft. He was at the top of the internal gangway stairs. I know this not from turning to look. I did not turn, but from the catch of him in my peripheral vision, which is a reliable instrument, and which told me. At the top of the stairs, standing with one hand on the railing, in the position of someone who has just arrived at the helidic in a hurry but is not hurrying now, who has made it to the place he needed to be and is being very still in it. He was watching me cross the helidic. I did not stop. I walked to the aircraft and I ducked under the slowing arc of the rotor the way I had been taught to duck under it, at the angle that maintains clearance without requiring you to break stride. And I put my bag through the door and I climbed in after it, and I sat down in the seat behind the left window, which was the seat I had been assigned on the departure manifest, and which I had no intention of leaving for a different one. I settled my bag between my feet. I reached for the harness. I met his eyes once. He was visible through the window of the aircraft, not directly through my window, through the window across the cabin, the starboard side, which gave a partial sightline back toward the gangway stairs. He was still at the top of the stairs. He was looking at the aircraft in the even, steady way of someone who is watching something happen that they cannot stop, and who has decided, for reasons I will never know, to watch it rather than to act. Maybe he had decided the action would not work. Maybe he had decided the action would cost too much, would draw the wrong kind of attention, would be worse than letting this one thing go. Maybe something else entirely, something I could not read from inside an aircraft with its rotors beginning to spin up in the window between us. I do not know what he had decided. I know what I saw in his face for the 1 second I looked at it, which was a kind of recognition that had no warmth in it, and which meant he understood exactly what was leaving on this helicopter, and understood that he was not going to be the one to stop it. I looked away. I looked forward, at the back of the pilot's seat, at the instrument panel in the forward cabin, at the things you look at when the helicopter is about to move, and you have decided that forward is where you are going to look. I heard the deck crew clear the perimeter through the intercom system. I felt the skids lift from the pad in the stomach drop way that I had been told to expect on the first flight, and that had never, in every subsequent flight, entirely stopped being a physical fact. The platform fell away below us. I watched it through the window as the helicopter gained altitude and angled south, toward the coast. The helidic shrank first, the white H becoming a suggestion and then a dot, and then the broader platform geometry came into view. The drill floor, the crane arm, the accommodations module, the legs going down into the water, and the scale of it, which had taken me so long to arrive at on the first night, now compressed in the other direction. The way things compress when you gain altitude on them, becoming legible in a new way from above. I counted the figures on the helideck. There were 3 visible at the height we were at when I started. The deck supervisor, recognizable by his position, and 2 figures behind him whose function I could not determine from the distance. As we gained altitude and moved, more of the platform's surface became visible: the pipe deck, the exterior walkways, the equipment areas where people were sometimes stationed. And I counted each figure as it became visible and added it to the running total, the way I had counted in every other context on the platform, with the same care applied to each individual body regardless of where it stood in the sequence. The platform was shrinking. The figures were becoming indistinguishable from the geometry of the platform itself, small dark shapes against the metal and the light, then smaller, then just the suggestion of movement rather than the individual reality of it. I kept counting as long as I could distinguish shapes from background, adding each one to the total I was holding, making sure of each before I moved to the next. The way you count when the environment is making counting difficult is the same way you count in every other environment. Deliberately, without rushing, because rushing is how you lose a number and lose a number is how you lose a person. And on this particular morning, I was not going to lose anyone. The number I arrived at, in the last moment before the figures became indistinguishable from the platform, and the platform became a shape on the water, and the shape became a cluster of lights, and the lights began to merge with each other, was not a number from any manifest I had ever been given. I held it. The helicopter was heading south, and the water was dark gray below us, and the sky above was the particular gray of an early morning offshore that is about to become a different kind of morning, the kind that happens closer to shore. And I held the number the way I had held every number on the platform, with both hands, as it were, with the full weight of attention that precision requires. I said it to myself, quietly in the part of the mind where I have always done my arithmetic. And it was right, and it was complete, and it was mine, and it was true. After a while, the coast appeared. Not dramatically. It did the same thing the platform had done on my first approach, in reverse. It arrived gradually, a low, dark line that developed detail as we approached. Lights that resolved from clusters into individual illuminated spaces. A harbor, roads, the geometry of land which is entirely unlike the geometry of water in a way that you only fully understand after you have been away from it long enough. I looked at it and felt something that I am not going to try too hard to name, because the name for it would be too simple, and the simple name would be wrong. It was not relief, exactly, though it contained relief. It was something more specific, the feeling of a number being correct, the feeling of having arrived at the right answer through the right method, held the right way, without loss. We landed. The transition from the aircraft to the ground was the practical work of returning. The door opened. The cold was a different cold than the offshore cold. The ground under my feet had the texture of paved surface that I registered as strange for a moment, and then as ordinary, which is what ground feels like when you have been away from it long enough. I collected my bag. I went through the arrival process, the sign-in, the brief medical check that was standard for returning offshore personnel, the form with the checkbox that asked if I had experienced any incidents or near misses during the rotation, which I checked yes on, because I had. I took a taxi home. The drive was an hour, and then shorter than that, and then my street, which looked the way my street looks when you have been away from it for weeks. Exactly the same and slightly unfamiliar. The way anything looks when your expectations of it have aged in your absence, and the reality has not. It was raining. The rain on the window was a specific, unhurried rain, the kind that does not perform weather but simply is it, and I watched it on the glass all the way home. My flat was cold in the specific way of a space that has been empty for 6 weeks, a cold that is not the same as being kept cold, but the cold of a place that has simply been the temperature of itself, without anyone in it generating heat. I put my kit bag down and I turned on the heat, and I stood in the kitchen for a moment with my coat still on. My phone had signal. It had had signal for the last 40 minutes of the drive, in the incremental way that signal returns as you approach a city. And I had been aware of the notifications arriving, messages, emails, the administrative accumulation of a return. But I had not opened any of them, because I was not ready to open any of them, because I was doing something else that required the specific quality of attention that had been the instrument of everything I had done for 6 weeks. And I was not going to dilute it in the last moments before I finished. I had one voicemail. The number was not one I recognized, which meant it had been made from a number I had not yet added to my contacts, which could mean several things. I listened to it. Mari's voice. She sounded the way she always sounded, which was the way someone sounds when they have decided long ago not to perform the emotional content of their communications, but simply to transmit the information they intend to transmit, without decoration. She said 5 words. I left it somewhere safe. 5 words. The voicemail was 8 seconds long, and the rest of it was the ambient sound of wherever she had been when she made the call, traffic, maybe, or a busy interior. Something with movement in it. Something that sounded like a public space, like a place where people moved through on their way to other places. And then the click of the call ending. I stood in my kitchen with my coat on and my phone in my hand, and I listened to it again, just once more. Not because I had not understood it the first time. I had understood it completely. But because I wanted to hear her voice again, in the flat, even register of a woman who had carried something across an open stretch of water and put it somewhere safe, and who was telling me this not with triumph or relief or anything that required the listener to respond emotionally, but with the plain, informational accuracy of a report. 5 words that were enough, because she was the kind of person who had distilled things down to what was necessary, and what was necessary was 5 words. I put the phone on the kitchen table. I went to the shelf in the small room I use as a study, where I keep the things I use for work documentation. Notebooks, pens, the spare hard drive, the folder of professional records. I had ordered a new notebook before the rotation, a habit because I always went through notebooks on a rotation, and the new one was on the shelf where I had left it. Plain, black-covered, the kind I had used for years, not the dog-eared thriller with its end matter and its 6 weeks of closely written private record, but the real thing, the thing I used when I was not hiding. I brought it to the kitchen table. I sat down. The rain was on the windows, steady and ordinary, doing what rain does on windows in a flat in a city, which is entirely unlike what the sea does on a porthole 300 kilometers offshore, and which is also, in some structural way I was only beginning to be able to think about, not entirely unlike it either. The light above the table was the warm domestic light of a kitchen, which I had always taken for granted, and which I did not take for granted now. I opened the notebook to the first page. There was nothing on it yet. Clean, white, the slight texture of good paper under my fingertips. I held the pen and I thought for a moment about what it meant to write a number down, what it had always meant, from the first night in the bunk on Sable's 7 with the logbook and the 2 underlines, through the dog-eared paperback and its careful end matter, through every muster and every count and every quiet, private act of recording that had been the instrument of what I now had. A number is not just a number. It is a commitment. It is the assertion, in the most precise language available to the human mind, that a thing is as it is, that it can be known, that it has been known by someone who was paying attention, and whose attention was the only witness the thing was going to get. I wrote the number at the top of the first page. The final count, the one I had arrived at from the air, in the last moment before the figures on the Heliotic became indistinguishable from the platform, before the platform became a shape, before the shape became a memory of a shape. That number, from memory, exactly as I had held it in the cabin of the helicopter with my hands in my lap and my eyes on the window. I wrote it carefully, in the same even hand I had used for every other number in 6 weeks, giving it the same weight. Then I drew a line under it, the same line I always drew. And below the line, I began to write the names. Achafer Daniel, Caulfield, Yusuf, Brennan, the man from the first night in the corner booth, whose name I did not have, and so I wrote a description. The first, I wrote, the one I did not write down when I should have, and I put a space beside it for the name I would find eventually, because the name existed, every name existed, and finding the ones I didn't yet have was the next part of the work. I wrote the names of the other extended stay crew, whose names Achafer had given me in fragments, and whom I had documented in the portable record, now sitting somewhere safe. Somewhere Mari had put it, in a building or a room or a desk drawer on the mainland, where it would be waiting when I needed it. I wrote every name I could remember, which was all of them, or close enough to all of them that the gaps were the kind of gaps that could be closed, that would be closed, because I had never been the kind of person who left gaps in a count if she could help it. I wrote until the list was complete and the page was full, and then I looked at it for a moment, the number at the top, the line under it, the names below, and I closed the notebook. I put it on the shelf next to the other one, the paperback, which I had removed from my kit bag when I unpacked, and which sat there now with its broken spine and its soft cover. The record it contained folded in the end matter of a story that nobody had needed to read, because the real story had been written there instead. I went back to the kitchen and I sat down again at the table, without the notebook, without the pen, without anything in my hands. The rain was still on the windows. It had been raining since I arrived, and it showed no sign of considering anything else. And I sat in the sound of it, and I let myself be in my kitchen, in a city on land, with the specific and unremarkable warmth of a flat that is returning to the temperature of a person who lives in it. The rain on the windows of a flat in a city does not sound like the sea. It does not have the frequency the sea has, the patience, the sense of something enormous arriving from very far away, and doing what it has always done because it has never been presented with a reason to stop. The rain on the window is a different thing entirely. Local, specific, the weather of this particular patch of atmosphere on this particular evening, finite, destined to end. And yet, I sat for a long time listening to it,